The Occult, A History. Colin Wilson. 1971. Preface. A single obsessional idea runs through all my work, the paradoxical nature of freedom. When the German tanks rolled into Warsaw, or the Russians into Budapest, it seemed perfectly obvious what we meant by freedom. It was something solid and definite that was being stolen, as a burglar might steal the silver. But when a civil servant retires after 40 years, and finds himself curiously bored and miserable, the idea of freedom becomes blurred and indefinite. It seems to shimmer like a mirage. When I am confronted by danger or crisis, I see it as a threat to freedom, and my freedom suddenly becomes positive and self-evident, as enormous and obvious as a sunset. Similarly, a man who is violently in love feels that if he could possess the girl, his freedom would be infinite. The delight of union would make him undefeatable. When he gets her, the whole thing seems an illusion. She is just a girl. I have always accepted the fundamental reality of freedom. The vision is not an illusion or a mirage. In that case, what goes wrong? The trouble is the narrowness of consciousness. It is as if you tried to see a panoramic scene through cracks in a high fence, but were never allowed to look over the fence and see it as a whole. And the narrowness lulls us into a state of permanent drowsiness, like being half on ice theist, so that we never attempt to stretch our powers to their limits. With the consequence that we never discover their limits. William James stated, after he had breathed nitrous oxide, our normal waking consciousness is but one special type of consciousness, whilst all about it, parted from it by the filmiest of screens, there lie potential forms of consciousness entirely different. I formulated my theory of Faculty X on a snowy day in Washington, D.C., in 1966, but the other day, someone pointed out to me that as long ago as 1957 I had told Kenneth Alsop, one day I believe man will have a sixth sense, a sense of the purpose of life, quite direct and uninferred. And in 1968 I wrote in a novel devoted entirely to the problem of Faculty X, The Philosopher's Stone. The wool feeds on enormous vistas. Deprived of them, it collapses. And there again is the absurd problem of freedom. Man's consciousness is as powerful as a microscope. It can grasp and analyze experience in a way no animal can achieve. But microscopic vision is narrow vision. We need to develop another kind of consciousness that is the equivalent of the telescope. This is Faculty X. And the paradox is that we already possess it to a large degree, but are unconscious of possessing it. It lies at the heart of all so-called occult experience. It is with such experience that this book is concerned. Introduction. The thesis of this book is revolutionary, and I must state it clearly at the outset. Primitive man believed the world was full of unseen forces, the Orenda, spirit force, of the American Indians, the Huaca of the ancient Peruvians. The Age of Reason said that these forces had only ever existed in man's imagination. Only reason could show man the truth about the universe. The trouble was that man became a thinking pygmy, and the world of the rationalists was a daylight place in which boredom, triviality, and ordinariness were ultimate truths. But the main trouble with human beings is their tendency to become trapped in the triviality of everydayness, to borrow Heidegger's phrase, in the suffocating world of their personal preoccupations. And every time they do this, they forget the immense world of broader significance that stretches around them. And since man needs a sense of meaning to release his hidden energies, this forgetfulness pushes him deeper into depression and boredom, the sense that nothing is worth the effort. In a sense, the Indians and Peruvians were closer to the truth than modern man, for their intuition of unseen forces kept them wide open to the vistas of meaning that surround us. Goethe's Faust can be seen to be the greatest symbolic drama of the West, since it is the drama of the rationalist suffocating in the dusty room of his personal consciousness, caught in the vicious circle of boredom and futility, which in turn leads to still further boredom and futility. Faust's longing for the occult is the instinctive desire to believe in the unseen forces, the wider significances, that can break the circuit. The interesting thing is that Western man developed science and philosophy because of this consuming passion for wider significances. It was not his reason that betrayed him, but his inability to reason clearly. to understand that a healthy mind must have an input of meaning from the universe if it is to keep up an output of vital effort. The fatal error was the failure of the scientists and rationalists to keep their minds open to the sense of Hwaka, the unseen forces. They tried to measure life with a 6-inch ruler and weigh it with the kitchen scales. This was not science, it was crudity only 1 degree beyond that of savages, and Swift made game of it in the A Voyage to Laputa. Man lives and evolves by eating significance, as a child eats food. The deeper his sense of wonder, the wider his curiosity, the stronger his vitality becomes, and the more powerful his grip on his own existence. There are 2 ways in which he can expand, inward and outward. If I am in a foreign country and I get a powerful desire to explore it thoroughly, to visit its remotest places, that is a typical example of outward expansion. And it would not be untrue to say that the love of books, of music, of art, is typical of the desire for inward expansion. But that is only a half of it. For what happens if I suddenly become fascinated by a foreign country is that I feel like the spider in the center of a web. I am aware of all kinds of significances vibrating along the web, and I want to reach out and grab them all. But in moods of deep inner serenity, the same thing happens. Suddenly I am aware of vast inner spaces, of strange significances inside me. I am no longer a puny 20th century human being trapped in his life world and personality. Once again, I am at the center of a web, feeling vibrations of meaning. And suddenly I realize that in the deepest sense those Indians and Peruvians were right. I am like a tree that suddenly becomes aware that its roots go down deep, deep into the earth. And at this present point in evolution, my roots go far deeper into the earth than my branches stretch above it, 1,000 times deeper. So-called magic powers are a part of this underground world, powers of second sight, prevision, telepathy, divination. These are not necessarily important to our evolution, most animals possess them, and we would not have allowed them to sink into disuse if they were essential. But the knowledge of his roots, his inner world, is important to man at this point in evolution, for he had become trapped in his image of himself as a thinking pygmy. He must somehow return to the recognition that he is potentially a mage, one of those magical figures who can hurl thunderbolts or command spirits. The great artists and poets have always been aware of this. The message of the symphonies of Beethoven could be summarized: man is not small, he's just bloody lazy. Civilization cannot evolve further until the occult is taken for granted on the same level as atomic energy. I do not mean that scientists ought to spend their evenings with an Ouija board, or that every university should set up a department of psychic sciences along the lines of the Rhine Institute at Duke. I mean that we have to learn to expand inward until we have somehow re-established the sense of Hwaka, until we have recreated the feeling of unseen forces that was common to primitive man. It has somehow got to be done. There are aspects of the so-called supernatural that we have got to learn to take for granted, to live with them as easily as our ancestors did. Man's perceptions are not bounded by organs of perception, says Blake. He perceives more than sense, though ever so acute, can discover. He knows things that he has not learned through schooling or everyday experience, and sometimes it is more comfortable not to know. Osbert Sitwell has a strange anecdote about a palmist. Nearly all my brother officers of my own age had been, 2 or 3 months earlier in the year, to see a celebrated palmist of the period, whom, I remember it was said, Mr. Winston Churchill used sometimes to consult. My friends, of course, used to visit her in the hope of being told that their love affairs would prosper, when they would marry, or the direction in which their later careers would develop. In each instance, it appears, the chiromant had just begun to read their fortunes, when, in sudden bewilderment, she had thrown the outstretched hand from her, crying, "I don't understand it. It's the same thing again. After 2 or 3 months, the line of life stops short, and I can read nothing." To each individual to whom it was said, this seemed merely an excuse she had improvised for her failure, but when I was told by 4 or 5 persons of the same experience, I wondered what it could portend. It portended the outbreak of the 1914 war, and the deaths of the brother officers whose lifelines came to an end 3 months after consulting the palmist. The number of readers who would dismiss this story as a fantasy or a downright lie is probably very small. A larger number may feel that there is some truth in it, but that it has been in some way exaggerated. The majority of people would probably accept that it is more or less true, and all rather odd, but not very important. At least, they have no intention of thinking about it. And we tend to fall back on this response whenever we are faced with the odd, to push it into a compartment of the mind labeled exceptions, and forget about it. I hear that Abraham Lincoln had dreams and premonitions of his death for a week before he was assassinated. That is odd, but it is also past history, and it may have been exaggerated. I open a Weekend Color supplement, and read that for a week before the explosion that destroyed a BEA Comet aircraft on October 12, 1967, Nikos Papapetro was haunted by premonitions, and dreams of death and mourning, so that an hour before takeoff, he tried to book on another flight. That is not past history, but then, Papapetro was carrying the bomb that accidentally exploded. He was an explosive smuggler and had made 6 similar trips earlier that year. Why did he get premonitions on this one? We shrug, agree that it is very odd, and think about something else. Now, I am certainly not suggesting that we should spend our lives worrying about dreams and premonitions, or patronize fortune tellers. It is a healthy instinct that makes us ignore them and get on with the practical business of living. But the hard-headed, tough-minded attitude towards such things is a mistake in the most ordinary, logical sense of that term. A mere 2 centuries ago, the most respected scientists declared that it was absurd to assert that the Earth is more than a few thousand years old, or that strange monsters had once walked its forests. When workmen in quarries discovered fossilized sea creatures, or even the skull of a dinosaur, this was explained as a freak rock formation, nature imitating living forms by way of a joke. And for the next 50 years the hard-headed scientists devoted their time and ingenuity to explaining away the fossils and bones that were found in increasing numbers. Cuvier, one of the greatest zoologists of the 19th century, destroyed the career of his colleague Lamarck by stigmatizing his theory of evolution as fanciful and unscientific. His own more scientific belief was that all the prehistoric creatures, whose existence was now acknowledged, had been totally destroyed in a series of world catastrophes, wiping the slate clean for the creation of man and the animals of today. This kind of thing is not the exception in the history of science but the rule. For one of the fundamental dogmas of science is that a man who is denying a theory is probably more scientific than a man who is affirming it. In spite of Cuvier, the fanciful ideas of evolution have won the day, although, in the form in which they were most acceptable to scientists, they were rigorous, mechanical laws of survival of the fittest. Slowly that is changing, and the latest developments in biology may end by altering our conception of the universe as much as the dinosaur bones altered our conception of the Earth. And that is the premise upon which this book is based. The time may not be far off when we can accept certain occult phenomena as naturally as we now accept the existence of atoms. In order to clarify this assertion, I must speak briefly of the new science of cybernetics. Cybernetics was invented in 1948 by the physicist Norbert Wiener of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It is the science of control and communication in machines and animals. The Greek word kybernets means a steersman or governor. The floating ball in the lavatory cistern is a simple application of cybernetic control. When the cistern is full, the ball cock cuts off the water. With a little ingenuity I could devise a similar control to turn off the bath taps when the water reaches a certain level, saving myself the trouble of sitting up in the bath. But in science and industry, the process I want to control may be many times more complicated than bath taps. It may, for example, be some chemical process that might develop in several directions. In which case, I must make use of an electronic computer and program it to deal with many possible situations. A card with a few holes punched in it is enough to give the computer its instructions and to make it behave like a foreman seeing that a job gets done properly. Since the late 19th century, it has been understood that living creatures derive their characteristics from tiny cells called genes, which are contained in the male sperm and the female egg. The color of my hair and eyes, and the size of my feet, are all determined by genes. But no one was sure how the genes did this. In the mid-1950s, it gradually became clear that the genes are like a computer card with holes punched in it. The holes are actually molecules of a substance called DNA, linked together in the form of a double spiral, something like two springs twisted together in opposite directions. The more we know about this computer system that makes us what we are, the more baffling it becomes. Darwin's theory of evolution accounts for the giraffe's neck and the elephant's trunk in terms of accident, just as you might explain a rock worn into the shape of a face by pointing to the wind and rain. Science hates teleology, the notion of purpose. The rock didn't want to be sculpted into the shape of a face, and the wind and rain didn't want to sculpt it, it just happened. Similarly, biologists hate the heresy known as vitalism, the notion that life somehow wants to produce healthier and more intelligent creatures. They just happen to get produced because health and intelligence survive better than sickness and stupidity. But when one realizes that human beings are produced by a highly complex computer card, it becomes difficult to avoid slipping into teleology and wondering who programmed the computer. In 1969, a cybernetician, Dr. David Foster, lectured to the International Conference on Cybernetics at the Imperial College, London, and sketched some of the philosophical implications of these discoveries. He pointed out that from the cybernetician's point of view, it is possible to consider the universe in terms of data and data processing. An acorn, for example, may be regarded as the program for an oak tree. Even an atom can be thought of as a computer card with three holes punched in it, the holes being a. the number of particles in the nucleus, b. the number of electrons orbiting round it, c. the energy of these electrons expressed in terms of the smallest known parcel of energy, Planck's constant. Dr. Foster goes on, surely it must be obvious that the essential nature of matter is that the atoms are the alphabet of the universe, that chemical compounds are words, and that DNA is rather a long sentence or even a whole book trying to say something such as elephant, giraffe or even man. He goes on to point out that the basic building brick of any electrical information theory is one electrical wave, and a wave consists of two halves, because it is measured from the top of one bump to the bottom of the next trough. That is, a wave is a binary system, and computers work upon binary mathematics. This is an important step in his argument, for if we think of waves as the basic vocabulary of the universe, then you can think of life, in fact, of all matter, as being due to waves that have somehow been cybernetically programmed. What he is saying certainly sounds like teleology. If I saw a complex chemical process being regulated and controlled by a computer, I would infer that someone had programmed the computer. Dr. Foster is saying that, to the eyes of a cybernetician, the complex structures of life around him reveal data processing on a massive scale. This is a matter of scientific fact. And he naturally finds himself wondering what intelligence processed the data. And now Dr. Foster takes his most controversial step. He explains that as an automation consultant, whenever I design a control system for a process, it is axiomatic that the speed of the control system must be greater than that of the motions of the process concerned. For example, you can drive your car because you can think faster than the engine works. If you couldn't, you would crash. But in that case, programming of matter must be achieved by vibrations, or waves, much faster than the vibrations of matter. That is, in cosmic radiations. The universe is, of course, full of cosmic radiations, and, in Dr. Foster's view, these are probably what lie behind the programming of the DNA molecules. But observe the central point. A wave that carries information is quite different from a wave that doesn't. The information is imposed on its structure by intelligence. Dr. Foster's conclusion, although stated with the typical caution of a scientist and hedged around with qualifications, is that the level of intelligence involved must be a great deal higher than our human intelligence. This is also a scientific deduction, not a metaphysical guess. He mentions the Compton effect in physics, by which the wavelength of X-rays is increased by collision with electrons, and the rule deduced from this that you can make red light from blue light, because its energy is less, but not blue light from red light. The faster vibrating blue light is programming for red light, but not vice versa. What Dr. Foster is saying is not fundamentally different from the Paley's watch argument. The theologian Paley remarked that when he looks at the works of his watch, he realizes that it implies an intelligent maker, and that man is, after all, more complex than any watch. However, Dr. Foster, if I understand him aright, is not trying to introduce God through the back door. He is less concerned with theories about who does the programming than with the fact that there is programming throughout nature. He is concerned with the question of how the information gets carried to the DNA, and cosmic radiation suggests itself as a plausible assumption. He says, one establishes a new picture of the universe as a digitized universe, an information universe, but I think that because of the strong cybernetical influences at work, I prefer to call it the intelligent universe. It is interesting that Dr. Foster arrives at this intelligent universe not by starting from the idea of purpose or God, as religious thinkers do, but simply by considering the facts we now know about the cybernetic programming of living matter. What emerges is a picture of the universe that fits in with the theories of other scientists and psychologists during the past 20 years, Teilhard de Chardin, Sir Julian Huxley, C. H. Waddington, Abraham Maslow, Viktor Frankl, Michael Polanyi, Noam Chomsky. What all these men have in common is an opposition to reductionism, the attempt to explain man and the universe in terms of the laws of physics or the behavior of laboratory rats. The psychologist Abraham Maslow, for example, writes, man has a higher nature that is just as instinctoid as his lower, animal, nature. Dr. Foster's theory of a digitized universe is perhaps bolder than the evolutionism of Huxley and Waddington, but the spirit is fundamentally similar. There is no contradiction. And all this means that for the first time in Western history a book on the occult can be something more than a collection of marvels and absurdities. Religion, mysticism, and magic all spring from the same basic feeling about the universe, a sudden feeling of meaning, which human beings sometimes pick up accidentally, as your radio might pick up some unknown station. Poets feel that we are cut off from meaning by a thick lead wall, and that sometimes for no reason we can understand the wall seems to vanish and we are suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of the infinite interestingness of things. Ivan Karamazov, in Dostoevsky's novel, tells a story about an atheist who did not believe in life after death, and after his death, God sentenced him to walk 1 billion miles as a penance. The atheist lay on the road and refused to move for 1,000,000 years, however, he eventually dragged himself to his feet and unwillingly walked the 1,000,000,000 miles. And when he was finally admitted to heaven, he immediately declared that it would have been worth walking 10 times as far just for 5 minutes of heaven. Dostoevsky catches this mystical sense of a meaning so intense that it surpasses anything we can conceive and that would make any effort worthwhile. It is the sense of meaning that spurs man to make the efforts necessary to evolution. While he believes that his boredom and pessimism are telling him the truth about the universe, he refuses to make an effort. If, like Ivan Sinner, he could get a sudden glimpse of meaning, he would become unconquerable and unkillable. Walking 10 billion miles would be a joke. Now, Western science has always agreed that there is plenty to discover about the universe, but it is fundamentally a dead, mechanical universe. You might say that the scientist is nothing more than a glorified accident investigator. And the accident investigator is himself the product of accident. But man is more deeply moved by meaning than by accident. The French speleologist Norbert Castaret found the underground caves at Montespan exciting to explore, but this was nothing to his excitement when he found the walls covered with paintings of lions and horses, and realized that he had stumbled on the art of prehistoric cavemen. Discovery of the product of intelligence is always more exciting than the product of accident. If David Foster is right, or even half right, then it is the beginning of a new epoch in human knowledge, for science will cease to be the investigation of accident and become a search for meaning. He writes, the universe is a total construction of waves and vibrations whose inner content is meaning. Admitting at the same time that our instruments are far too clumsy to decode the meanings carried by high-frequency vibrations. But to believe that the meaning is there, to be decoded, is an enormous step forward, almost the equivalent of the atheist's glimpse of heaven. And, for present purposes, it also provides a picture of the universe that has room for occult phenomena as well as for atomic physics. In the past, the trouble was always where to draw the line. If you could accept telepathy and premonitions of the future, then why not astrology and fortune-telling and werewolves and vampires and ghosts and witches casting spells? Because if you are going to contradict scientific logic, you may as well be hanged for a sheep as for a lamb, and see how many impossible things you can believe before breakfast. On the other hand, Dr. Foster's theory agrees with the intuitions of poets, mystics, and occultists, that there are meanings floating around us from which we are normally cut off by habit, ignorance, and the dullness of the senses. So-called esoteric tradition may be no more than the superstition of ignorant savages, but it could also be an attempt to explain one of those accidental glimpses of a meaning that goes beyond everyday banality, a moment when the human radio set picks up unknown vibrations. The word occult, after all, means the unknown, the hidden. Or perhaps these glimpses are not accidental, perhaps the intelligent universe is trying to communicate to us. But whether we want to go this far or not, there is a sense of liberation in being able to accept that the universe is full of meaning that we could grasp if we took the trouble. Bertrand Russell expresses the same feeling in My Philosophical Development when he tells how he came to reject the Kantian notion that there is no reality out there. With the sense of escaping from prison, we allowed ourselves to think that the grass is green, that the sun and stars would exist if no one was aware of them, and also that there is a pluralistic timeless world of Platonic ideas. Man must believe in realities outside his own smallness, outside the triviality of everydayness, if he is to do anything worthwhile. And this brings me to one of the central assertions of this book. As long ago as 1887, Max Muller, the editor of the Sacred Books of the East, pointed out that for all practical purposes our ancestors of 2,000 years ago were almost colorblind, as most animals are today. Xenophanes knew of 3 colors of the rainbow only, purple, red and yellow, that even Aristotle spoke of the tricolored rainbow, and that Democritus knew of no more than 4 colors, black, white, red and yellow. Homer apparently thought the sea the same color as wine. There are no color words in primitive Indo-European speech. We can understand why Aristotle's pupil Alexander of Macedon spent his life conquering the world. It must have been a singularly dull world, with no distinction between the red of wine, the blue-green of the sea, the emerald green of grass and the deep blue of the sky. But it is understandable, biologically speaking. Life was hard and violent, and the capacity to grasp subtle distinctions of thought or color would have been of no value for survival. Alexander was energetic and imaginative. What else was there for him to do but conquer the world, and then cry when there was no more to conquer? But the capacity to enjoy subtle vibrations is an important part of our energy outlets. A man who cannot read is going to have a very dull time as he recuperates in hospital from a serious operation, whereas a man who loves reading may find the inactivity delightful. Boredom is lack of the capacity for registering subtle vibrations. And the definition of a living organism is an organism capable of responding to energy vibrations. These vibrations constitute meanings. Whether I am relaxing in front of a fire, or enjoying a glass of wine, or responding to a symphony, or smelling cut grass as I mow the lawn, I am registering meanings and recording vibrations. The important difference between a man and his dog is not only that the dog is colorblind, but that the man has a wider range of response in almost every field. The higher the form of life, the deeper its capacity for registering meaning, and the more powerful its hold on life. For Alexander, meaning was bound up with conquest, and when he reached a limit of conquest, he also reached the end of his tether. He had conquered the world at 31, he died at 33. Evolution is simply the capacity to register meanings that are already there. Blue and green existed, even if Xenophanes could not distinguish between them. We are evolving into a universe that becomes progressively more fascinating as we learn to register new vibrations. No doubt in another 1,000 years, human beings will see a dazzling universe with a dozen colors that do not exist for us. Now, it should be obvious that an increase in subtlety is an inward evolution. An apprentice clockmaker begins by repairing large docks. and slowly graduates to the finest watches. He develops an increasing stillness and concentration, and these are inward qualities. Man has reached a point in his evolution where he must graduate from clocks to watches, from the large to the subtle. He must turn increasingly inward. That is, he must turn to the hidden levels of his being, to the occult, to meanings and vibrations that have so far been too fine to grasp. I have divided this book into 3 parts. Although it was originally intended to take the form of a history, I felt that a lengthy preamble was needed, a section in which I could state my own preoccupations and convictions. I have argued that there is a connection between creativity and psychic sensitivity. The creative person is concerned to tap the powers of the subconscious mind, and in doing so, may become aware of forces that are normally inaccessible to consciousness. This is why I have included discussions of the I Ching and the Tarot in this section. The second part is the history that I set out to write. I had the choice of attempting either a history of magic in general, or a history of individual mages and adepts, with the necessary historical background to connect them together. I have chosen the latter course. The third part of the book is concerned with the subjects that I only had time to touch upon in the second part: witchcraft, lycanthropy, and vampirism, the history of spiritualism, the problem of ghosts and poltergeists. The last chapter of the book, Glimpses, returns to the subjects of this preface, the metaphysical questions that arise out of occultism, the problem of time, and the nature of man's latent powers. This is a large book, and as comprehensive a history as I can make it. But it soon became clear to me that it had to be essentially a personal statement of conviction rather than an encyclopedia. There are good encyclopedias, notably Louis Spence's Encyclopedia of Occultism, Nander Fodor's Encyclopedia of Psychic Science, and The Wide-Ranging Man, Myth, and Magic, which, at the time this book goes to press, has only reached the second of 7 volumes. But their disadvantage is that they tend to be a disconnected mass of information. The books of the late Charles Fort have the same fault. He spent his life collecting newspaper reports of weird and unexplainable events to disconcert the scientists, and then failed to disconcert anybody but his admirers because he tossed down a great mountain of facts like a heap of firewood and hoped they would argue for themselves. But facts never do. In this book, perhaps I have argued a little too much, but it seemed to me to be the safer of 2 courses. In an early chapter I speak about coincidences, and certainly there have been enough in the writing of this book. On one occasion, when I was searching for a piece of information, a book actually fell off the shelf and fell open at the right page. And items of required information have turned up with a promptitude that sometimes made me nervous. After a while I got used to this, and even began to feel a mild resentment when some piece of information evaded me for more than 10 minutes or so. Which seems to demonstrate my point that if the supernatural made too many incursions into human existence, it would end by making us lazy. My own attitude to the subject has changed during the course of researching and writing this book. Although I have always been curious about the occult, I have 500 or so volumes on magic and the supernatural. It has never been one of my major interests, like philosophy, or science, or even music. While I was by no means entirely skeptical, I felt that most people are interested in the supernatural for the wrong reasons. My grandmother was a spiritualist, and the few spiritualists I met through her did not impress me as particularly wide-awake or intelligent. Some 10 years ago the Shakespearean scholar G. Wilson Knight talked to me about spiritualism and lent me books on the subject, and again I could not bring myself to take any deep interest. It was not that I rejected what he said. I had sufficient respect for his intellect in other fields to accept that this was not pure wishful thinking. But I still felt that, compared to the world of philosophy or psychology, there was something trivial about all this preoccupation with life after death, as there is about chess or ballroom dancing. There was a smell of the human, all too human about it. Camus expressed the same feeling when he said, "I do not want to believe that death opens out onto another life. For me, it is a closed door. All the solutions that are offered to me try to take away from man the weight of his own life." And watching the heavy flight of the great birds in the sky at Gemala, it is exactly a certain weight of my life that I ask for and I receive. Hemingway, at his best, possessed this same awareness. It is a feeling that our life can offer a reality and an intensity that makes most ordinary religious emotion seem trivial and self-deluding. The spiritualist says, surely this life would be meaningless if it came to an end with death. Camus' reply would be that if he accepts life after death as an answer to this meaninglessness, he is losing even the possibility of the moments when life becomes oddly real. It was not until 2 years ago, when I began the systematic research for this book, that I realized the remarkable consistency of the evidence for such matters as life after death, out-of-the-body experiences, astral projection, reincarnation. In a basic sense, my attitude remains unchanged. I still regard philosophy, the pursuit of reality through intuition aided by intellect, as being more relevant, more important, than questions of the occult. But the weighing of the evidence, in this unsympathetic frame of mind, has convinced me that the basic claims of occultism are true. It seems to me that the reality of life after death has been established beyond all reasonable doubt. I sympathize with the philosophers and scientists who regard it as emotional nonsense, because I am temperamentally on their side, but I think they are closing their eyes to evidence that would convince them if it concerned the mating habits of albino rats or the behavior of alpha particles. In the past few centuries, science has made us aware that the universe is stranger and more interesting than our ancestors realized. It is an amusing thought that it may turn out stranger and more interesting than even the scientists are willing to admit. Part 1. A survey of the subject. Chapter 1. Magic, the science of the future. There is a passage in the introduction to P.D. Ouspensky's new model of the universe that never fails to move and excite me. It is the year 1906 or 1907. The editorial office of the Moscow daily paper The Morning. I have just received the foreign papers, and I have to write an article on the forthcoming Hague Conference. French, German, English, Italian papers. Phrases, sympathetic, critical, ironical, blatant, pompous, lying and, worst of all, utterly automatic. Phrases which have been used 1,000 times and will be used again on entirely different, perhaps contradictory, occasions. I have to make a survey of all these words and opinions, pretending to take them seriously, and then, just as seriously, to write something on my own account. But what can I say? It is all so tedious. Diplomats and all kinds of statesmen will gather together and talk, papers will approve or disapprove, sympathize or not sympathize. Then everything will be as it was, or even worse. It is still early, I say to myself, perhaps something will come into my head later. Pushing aside the papers, I open a drawer in my desk. The whole desk is crammed with books with strange titles: The Occult World, Life After Death, Atlantis and Lemuria, Dogma et Ritual de la Haute Magie, Le Temple de Satan, The Sincere Narrations of a Pilgrim, and the like. These books and I have been inseparable for a whole month, and the world of the Hague Conference and leading articles becomes more and more vague and unreal to me. I open one of the books at random, feeling that my article will not be written today. Well, it can go to the devil. Humanity will lose nothing if there is one article less on the Hague Conference. When I first read this passage, my own circumstances gave it an added relevance. I was 20 years old, and I had been married for a year. My wife and our son were living in Earl's Court, London, our fourth home in a year, and our half-insane landlady was the fourth, and worst, of a series. I was on the dole, and I found this almost as nervously wearing as the various factory jobs I had worked at since I was married. London seemed not merely alien, but somehow unreal. So I understood Ouspensky's feeling of nausea at the prospect of writing on the Hague Conference, and also that craving for another world of deeper meaning, represented by books on the occult. There is a passage in Louis Ferdinand Céline that describes the world as rotten with lies, rotten to the point of collapse and disintegration. I had only to look at the advertisements in the London Tube, or the headlines of the daily paper, to see that it was obviously true. Lies, stupidity, weakness and mediocrity, a civilization without ideals. That was why I read Ouspensky, and all the other books on magic and mysticism that I could find in the local libraries, not only because they were an escape from the world of factories and neurotic landladies, but because they confirmed my intuition of another order of reality, an intenser and more powerful form of consciousness than the kind I seemed to share with 8 million other Londoners. But if, at that time, I had been asked whether I literally believed in magic, I would have answered no, that it was a poetic fiction, a symbol of the world that ought to exist, but didn't. In short, wishful thinking. In the first sentence of Ritual Magic, E. M. Butler writes, "The fundamental aim of all magic is to impose the human will on nature, on man, and the supersensual world in order to master them." And if that was a fair definition of magic, then I agreed with John Simons, the biographer of Aleister Crowley, who said, "The only trouble with magic is that it doesn't work." Magic, I felt, was no more than a first crude attempt at science, and it had now been superseded by science. If I still accepted that view, I would not be writing this book. It now seems to me that the exact reverse is true. Magic was not the science of the past. It is the science of the future. I believe that the human mind has reached a point in evolution where it is about to develop new powers, powers that would once have been considered magical. Indeed, it has always possessed greater powers than we now realize, of telepathy, premonition of danger, second sight, thaumaturgy, the power to heal, but these were part of its instinctive, animal inheritance. For the past 1,000 years or so, humankind has been busy developing another kind of power related to the intellect, and the result is Western civilization. His unconscious powers have not atrophied, but they have gone underground. Now the wheel has come the full circle, intellect has reached certain limits, and it cannot advance beyond them until it recovers some of the lost powers. Anyone who has read modern philosophy will understand what I mean. It has become narrow, rigid, logical, and it attempts to make up for lack of broader intuitions with a microscopic attention to detail. It has cut itself off from its source. And what is, in fact, the source of philosophy, or, for that matter, of any knowledge? It is fundamentally the need for power. You have only to watch the face of a baby who has just learned how to open a door by turning the handle, to understand what knowledge is for. In the 20th century, power has become a suspect word, because it has become associated with the idea of power over other people. But that is its least important application. One of the fundamental myths of magic concerns the magician who seeks political power. He receives a number of warnings, and if he persists, he is destroyed. Political power strengthens the ego, magical power rises from the subconscious, from the non-personal urge. Ouspensky describes the beginning of his search for the miraculous. "I am a schoolboy in the 2nd or 3rd class. But instead of Zeffert's Latin grammar, I have before me Malinen and Bournon's physics. I have borrowed this book from one of the older boys and am reading it greedily and enthusiastically, overcome now by rapture, now by terror, at the mysteries that are opening before me. All round me walls are crumbling, and horizons infinitely remote and incredibly beautiful stand revealed. It is as though threads, previously unknown and unsuspected, begin to reach out and bind things together. For the first time in my life, my world emerges from chaos. Everything becomes connected, forming an orderly and harmonious whole. This kind of language may be off-putting, horizons infinitely remote and incredibly beautiful, but it is worth bearing in mind that Ouspensky was trained as a scientist, and he is trying to be strictly accurate. He means exactly that, the sudden sense of meanings, far bigger than oneself, that make all personal preoccupations seem trivial. Even Bertrand Russell, the founder of logical atomism, catches this feeling. I must, before I die, find some way to say the essential thing that is in me, that I have never said yet, a thing that is not love or hate or pity or scorn, but the very breath of life, fierce and coming from far away, bringing into human life the vastness and fearful passionless force of non-human things. The power to be derived from this fearful passionless force is only incidentally a power over things and people. It is basically power over oneself, contact with some source of power, meaning and purpose in the subconscious mind. The ability to become excited by infinitely remote horizons is peculiar to human beings. No other animal possesses it. It is a kind of intellectual farsightedness that could be compared to a pair of binoculars. We have developed it over 2 million years of evolution. And at the same time, certain other faculties have fallen into disuse. For example, the homing instinct. In the territorial imperative, Robert Ardrey devotes an interesting chapter, 4, to this phenomenon. A scientist named Johannes Schmidt made the discovery that every eel in the Western world is born in the Sargasso Sea. In the autumn, the eels of Europe and Eastern America make their way down the rivers and end in the Sargasso Sea, between the West Indies and the Azores. The following spring, the baby eels make their way to fresh water. 2 years later, when they are 2 inches long, the elvers make their way back home alone. Those with 115 vertebrae swim back to Europe. Those with 107 vertebrae go west to America. The parents remain behind to die. The green turtle of the Caribbean performs an equally spectacular feat, swimming 1,400 miles from Brazil to Ascension Island, in the mid-Atlantic, at breeding time. The tiny deer mouse of Wyoming, no bigger than the end of one's finger, can be transported a mile away from home, about 100 miles in terms of human size, and unerringly find his way back to the 50-yard patch that constitutes home. Homing pigeons return over hundreds of miles. It was once believed that this was the result of hard work by the human trainer, until someone discovered accidentally that baby pigeons return home just as unerringly without any training, and often make better time than the trained adults. In a few cases, science has been able to explain the homing instinct. Vitus B. Drosker mentions some examples in mysterious senses. The black-capped bird navigates by means of the stars, as Dr. Franz Sauer discovered by putting them in a planetarium. Salmon, strangely enough, navigate by a highly developed sense of smell. The eel probably does the same, although this does not explain how baby eels know their way back to rivers they have never seen. Bees and ants navigate by the sun. One scientist at Cambridge University suspects that pigeons navigate by taking an astronomical reading of their latitude and longitude by means of the sun and comparing it with the latitude and longitude of their home territory. So perhaps there is no need to posit some mysterious sixth sense by which animals find their way home. No doubt there are always natural explanations. But in some cases, it is difficult to imagine what it could be. Scientists in Wilhelmshaven took cats, confined in a bag, on a long drive round the town. They were then released in the center of a maze with 24 exits. Most cats made straight for the exit that lay in the direction of their home. A German zoologist, Hans Fromm, has discovered that the migratory instinct of robins is thrown into confusion when the robins are first placed in a steel-strong room. The inference is that robins navigate by sensitivity to some electromagnetic vibration. The current hypothesis is that it originates in the Milky Way, but this is no more than a guess. But even if this could be definitely proved, would it really constitute an explanation of the homing instinct? We are dealing with degrees of sensitivity that are so far beyond our human perceptions that they are, to all intents and purposes, new senses. Or rather, old senses. There must have been a time when human beings possessed a homing instinct of the same efficiency, for our primitive ancestors hunted their food in huge forests or featureless prairies. There is even more reason for supposing that man once possessed an unusually developed sense of impending danger, for our primate ancestors would otherwise have become extinct in the great droughts of the Pliocene era, more than 5 million years ago, when they were struggling for survival against creatures in every way more specialized than they were. Man no longer has a great deal of use for the homing instinct or a highly developed premonition of danger. These faculties have fallen into disuse. But they have not vanished. There seems to be evidence that in circumstances where they are necessary, they become as efficient as ever. Anyone who has read the various books by Jim Corbett, author of Man-Eaters of Cumaun, will recall a number of occasions when he was saved by his sixth sense. One example will suffice. In Jungle Lore, Corbett describes how he was about to take a bath one evening when he noticed that his feet were covered with red dust. There was a place that lay on his route home where he might have walked through the dust, but he could think of no reason why he should have done so. Eventually he remembered the circumstances. He had walked over a culvert whose parapet was 18 inches high. As he approached this, he had crossed the road to the other side, walking through the red dust at the tide of the road. He crossed the culvert on the right-hand side, then recrossed the road to the left again as he continued on his way home. Corbett was baffled. He could not imagine why he had absent-mindedly crossed the road like this. The next day he retraced his footsteps. In the sandy bed of the culvert, on the left-hand side, he discovered the pug marks of a tiger that had been lying there. The tiger had no intention of killing me, but if at the moment of passing him I had stopped to listen to any jungle sound, or had coughed or sneezed or blown my nose, or had thrown my rifle from one shoulder to the other, there was a chance that the tiger would have got nervous and attacked me. My subconscious being was not prepared to take this risk, and jungle sensitiveness came to my assistance and guided me away from the potential danger. How do we explain Corbett's jungle sensitiveness? As a sixth sense? Or simply as some form of subconscious observation? I would argue that it makes no real difference. When Sherlock Holmes deduces that Watson has sent a telegram from the clay on his shoes and the ink stain on his finger, this is obviously what we mean by logical, scientific thinking. It is possible that Corbett's reasons for crossing the road were equally logical, although subconscious. An hour before he set out for home, he may have heard the tiger cough, and subconsciously registered the direction in which it was traveling. A few other small signs, the absence of birds near the culvert, a broken twig, and his subconscious mind was already reaching its conclusions in the best Holmes tradition. But if Corbett remained consciously unaware of all this, then we are dealing with a faculty that may be called a sixth sense, a subconscious faculty by comparison with which our powers of conscious observation are clumsy and inaccurate. We find this difficult to grasp because we use the conscious mind as an instrument of learning. Driving my car has become so natural to me that it might almost be called an instinct, but I had to learn to do it consciously first. But it would obviously be absurd to suppose that pigeons learned navigation by the sun in the same manner. There was no conscious process of learning, it was all done at the instinctive level. We may be able to explain the pigeon's homing instinct in terms that Sherlock Holmes would understand, but it is important to realize that the subconscious mind works with a speed and accuracy beyond our conscious grasp, and that it may work upon data that are too subtle for our clumsy senses. How, for example, do we explain the power of water diviners? I have seen a man with a twig in his hand walking around the field in which our house is built, tracing the course of an underground spring, and distinguishing it clearly from a metal water pipe. We later consulted the plans of the house and found that he was completely accurate about the water pipe. He denied the suggestion that this was a supernormal faculty, and insisted that he could teach anyone to divine water in less than an hour. Everyone possesses the faculty, it's merely a matter of training. As far as I know, no scientist has ever attempted to explain the power of water diviners, although they are accepted as a commonplace in any country district. And when they are finally understood, it will no doubt prove to be something as simple and startling as the salmon's sense of smell, or the robin's sensitivity to stellar radiation. There is no need to draw a sharp distinction between scientific common sense and powers that would once have been classified as magical. In the animal kingdom, magical powers are commonplace. Civilized man has forgotten about them because they are no longer necessary to his survival. In fact, his survival depends upon forgetting them. High development of the instinctive levels is incompatible with the kind of concentration upon detail needed by civilized man. An illustration can be found in the autobiography of the clairvoyant Peter van der Herk, better known as Peter Herkos. In 1943 Herkos was working as a house painter when he fell from the ladder and fractured his skull. When he woke up, in the Zwittwil Hospital in The Hague, he discovered that he now possessed the gift of second sight. He knew things about his fellow patients without being told. This almost cost him his life. Shaking hands with a patient about to be discharged, he suddenly knew that the man was a British agent, and that he would be assassinated by the Gestapo in 2 days' time. As a result of his prediction, Hercos came close to being executed as a traitor by the Dutch underground. He was fortunately able to convince them that his clairvoyance was genuine. The chief drawback of this unusual power was that he was no longer able to return to his old job as a painter. He had lost the faculty of concentration. I could not concentrate on anything in those days, for the moment I began to carry on an extended conversation with anyone, I would see visions of the various phases of his life and the lives of his family and friends. His mind was like a radio set picking up too many stations. From the social point of view he was useless until he conceived the idea of using his peculiar powers on the stage. Again, science has nothing to say about the powers of Peter Hercos, or of his fellow Dutchman Gerard Croizet, although these powers have been tested in the laboratory and found to be genuine. Foretelling the future, or solving a murder case by handling a garment of the victim, is obviously a very different matter from Corbett's jungle sensitivity or the homing instinct. But it is worth bearing in mind that until the mid-1950s Schmidt's observations on eels, published as long ago as 1922, were ignored by scientists because they failed to fit in. Ardrey remarks that the eel story was classified with Hitler's big lie. That is, no one was willing to tackle the problem until science had reached a stage where it could no longer advance without taking it into account. No doubt the same thing will happen to the observations made on Hercos by the Round Table Institute in Maine, and those on Croizet by the Parapsychology Institute of Utrecht University. At this point it is necessary to say something of the course of evolution over the past million years or so. Some 11 million years ago, an ape called Ramapithecus seems to have developed the capacity to walk upright. He began to prefer the ground to the trees. And during the next 9 million years, the tendency to walk upright became firmly established, and Ramapithecus turned into Australopithecus, our first human ancestor. What difference did the upright posture make? First of all, it freed his hands, so that he could defend himself with a stone or a tree branch. Secondly, it enlarged his horizon. As far as I know, no anthropologist has regarded this as significant, perhaps because there are many taller creatures than man. But the elephant and the giraffe have eyes in the side of their heads, so that their horizon is circular. The ape sees straight ahead, his vision is narrower but more concentrated. Could this be why the apes have evolved more than any other animal? Narrow vision makes for boredom, it also makes for increased mental activity, for curiosity. And when the inventiveness and curiosity were well developed, a certain branch of the apes learned to walk upright, so that his horizon was extended in another way. To see a long distance is to learn to think in terms of long distances, to calculate. Man's ability to walk upright and use his hands, and his natural capacity to see into the distance instead of looking at the ground, became weapons of survival. He developed intelligence because it was the only way to stay alive. And so, at the beginning of human evolution, man was forced to make a virtue of his ability to focus his attention upon minute particulars. No doubt he would have preferred to eat his dinner and then sleep in the sun, like the saber-toothed tiger or the hippopotamus, but he was more defenseless than they were, and had to maintain constant vigilance. In the course of time, this ability to focus his attention and calculate became so natural that thinking became one of man's leisure activities. And it paid off to an incredible extent. In a few thousand years, man evolved more than the great reptiles had evolved in several million. He created civilization, and in doing so, entered a new phase of self-awareness, the phase that human children now enter at the age of 6 or 7. Self-consciousness brings heavy losses and enormous gains. The greatest loss is that instinctive naturalness that small children and animals possess. But the vital gain is the sense of force, of power, of control. Man became the willful animal, the most dangerous animal on the earth, never contented to live in peace for long, always invading the neighboring country, burning the villages and raping the women. And this endless ego drive has, in the past 10,000 years, separated him further and further from the apes in their dwindling forests and the swallows that fly south in the winter. He is not entirely happy with this civilization that his peculiar powers have created. Its main trouble is that it takes so much looking after. Many men possess the animal's preference for the instinctive life of oneness with nature. They dream about the pleasure of being a shepherd drowsing on a warm hillside, or an angler beside a stream. Oddly enough, such men have never been condemned as sluggards. They are respected as poets, and the soldiers and businessmen enjoy reading their daydreams when the day's work is over. A poet is simply a man in whom the links with our animal past are still strong. He is aware that we contain a set of instinctive powers that are quite separate from the powers needed to win a battle or expand a business. And he is instinctively aware of something far more important. Man has developed his conscious powers simply by wanting to develop them. He has traveled from the invention of the wheel to the exploration of space in a few quick strides. But he had also surpassed the animals in another respect, in the development of those other powers. No animal is capable of the ecstasies of the mystics or the great poets. In his nature poetry, Wordsworth is at one with nature in a quite different sense from the hippopotamus dozing in the mud. Self-consciousness can be used for the development of man's instinctive powers, as well as those of the intellect. The poet, the mystic and the magician have this in common, the desire to develop their powers downward rather than upward. In the Symposium, Socrates expresses the ideal aim, to do both at the same time, to use increased knowledge to reach out towards a state of instinctive unity with the universe. In the 2,500 years since then, civilization has been forced to devote its attention to more practical problems, while the artists and mystics have continued to protest that the world is too much with us, and that triumphant Homo sapiens is little more than a clever dwarf. If man is really to evolve, then he must develop depth, and power over his own depths. And now, for the first time in the short history of our species, a large percentage of the human race has the leisure to forget the practical problems. And in America and Europe, there is a simultaneous upsurge of interest in mind-changing drugs and in the occult. The psychedelic cult differs from the drug cults of the early 20th century, or even the laudanum drinking of De Quincey and Coleridge, in being more positive in character. It is less a matter of the desire to escape from a botched civilization than a definite desire to get somewhere, to plug into subconscious forces of whose existence we are instinctively certain. The same is true of the increased sexual permissiveness. It is not simply a matter of disintegrating morals, but the recognition that sexual excitement is a contact with the hidden powers of the unconscious. D.H. Lawrence describes Lady Chatterley's sensations after lovemaking. As she ran home in the twilight, the world seemed a dream. The trees in the park seemed bulging and surging at anchor on a tide, and the heave of the slope to the house was alive. All Lawrence's work is concerned with the need for civilization to take a new direction, to concentrate upon the development of these other powers instead of continuing to develop the intellect. It is not a matter of sinking into a kind of trance, a passive state of oneness with nature, like the cows Walt Whitman admired so much. The nature of which Lady Chatterley is aware as she runs home sounds more like those late canvases of Van Gogh in which everything is distorted by some inner force, by Russell's breath of life, fierce and coming from far away, bringing into human life the vastness and fearful passionless force of non-human things. In the same way, Ouspensky's preference for reading a book on magic instead of writing an article on the Hague Conference indicates something more positive than the poet's distaste for politics. At 14, Ouspensky is plunged into a state of ecstatic excitement by a book on physics, because it is a contact with the world of the impersonal. But science is a dead end for an imaginative youth. He doesn't want to end up injecting guinea pigs in Pavlov's laboratory. He has a feeling that all the ways of life offered by the modern world lead him in the opposite direction from the way he wants to go. In moments of depression he is inclined to wonder if this craving for distant horizons is not some odd illusion, the desire of the moth for the star. But an instinct leads him to search persistently in books on magic and occultism. Later, the same desire leads him to wander around in the East, searching in monasteries for esoteric knowledge. It is ironical that he should have discovered what he was looking for when he returned to Moscow and met Gurdjieff. This sense of meanings that are not apparent to ordinary consciousness is experienced by everyone at some time or another. One may ignore such hints for years, until some event brings them all into focus, or the focusing may happen gradually and imperceptibly. Science declares that life began with the action of sunlight on carbon suspended in water, and that man has reached his present position by a process of natural selection. In that case, the laws of human existence are physical laws, and can be found in any textbook of science. But there occur moments of absurd certainty that seem to transcend the usual law of probability. Mark Breton, a musician of my acquaintance, described how he came away from a rehearsal late at night and took a taxi home. He was very tired, there was little traffic about along the Bayswater Road. Suddenly, with total certainty, he knew that as they crossed Queensway, another taxi would shoot across the road and hit them. He was so certain that he was tempted to warn the driver, then decided that it would sound silly. A few seconds later, the other taxi rushed out of Queensway and hit them, as he had known it would. He attributes the flash of second sight to extreme tiredness, when the conscious mind was relaxed and the subconscious could make itself heard. We may reject the story as exaggeration, or explain it in terms of coincidence. But the word coincidence solves nothing. For again, everyone has noticed how often absurd coincidences occur. Some years ago, I made an attempt to keep notes of unlikely coincidences, and I find a typical example in my journal for January 1968. I was reading Hawkins's Stonehenge Decoded, the last section on the standing stones of Callanish, which Hawkins describes as a kind of Stone Age computer. I finished the book, and immediately picked up Bell's Mathematics, Queen of the Sciences. It opened at chapter 6, and I found myself looking at a footnote on Stone Age mathematics. The chances against coming across it immediately after the piece on Callanish were probably 1,000,000 to 1. Again, last night I was reading an account of the Domenech murder case at Maher in Galway and noted that the victim had been at Mary Washington College in Fredericksburg, Virginia, where I had lectured recently. 10 minutes later I opened Wanda Orinsky's Abstracts of Hegel, and see that the introduction is by Kurt Leidecker of Mary Washington College. There is nothing very startling about these coincidences except the odds against them. I can add another one from the past week. An article in The Criminologist referred to a Nebraska murder case without mentioning the name of the murderer. I spent 10 minutes searching through a pile of old True Detective magazines because I could recall that the man whose name I was trying to remember, Charles Starkweather, was featured on the cover of one of them. I took the magazine back to my armchair and finished the article in The Criminologist. It ended with a reference to a murderess named Nanny Doss, of whom I had never heard. I opened the True Detective magazine half an hour later, and discovered that the first article was on Nanny Doss. Oddly enough, as I looked at her photograph, and a caption mentioning the word nanny, I experienced a sudden sense of total certainty that this was the woman I had been wondering about, although it took a few seconds longer to locate her surname in the text. Similar coincidences are described in a remarkable book, The Cathars and Reincarnation, by Arthur Girdham, which I shall discuss in detail later. He describes how, one day in 1963, he began to discuss a village called Little Gaddesden, and tried to recall the name of a pub there. Later the same day, he took a book on the Pyrenees out of the public library, and on starting to read it at home, almost immediately came across the name of Little Gaddesden and the pub whose name he wanted to recall. The coincidence, one of several, occurred at the beginning of his strange involvement with a patient whose memories of a previous existence constitute one of the best authenticated cases of reincarnation that I have come across. See Part 3, Chapter 2. To suggest that such matters are not entirely coincidences, not to suggest that hidden forces were trying to draw my attention to Stone Age mathematics or Girdham's to the name of a pub. Probably all that is at work is some vital sense of the same order as the eel's homing instinct. The more the mind is absorbed, interested in a subject, the more frequently these useful coincidences seem to occur, as if the healthy mind has a kind of radar system. Distraction or depression will prevent the radar from working, or may prevent one paying attention until too late. The following is from a recent account of a murder case, written by the father of the victim. It was a squally day of cold front weather with alternations of bright sunshine and sudden rain or hailstorms. My wife and I were at the front of the house, in between the rain squalls, with two painters who were attempting to make some progress on the eaves and window frames. It was necessary to trim down a hedge outside one of the rooms. At 4 p.m. my wife said, "Where's Fiona?" Irrationally and unaccountably, we both felt an excess of acute anxiety and fear. Until the child was mentioned, both parents were preoccupied with other things, and the alarm signals of the unconscious were unobserved. Then, with the question "Where's Fiona?" they sound clearly, like a telephone that cannot be heard until the television is turned down. The child had been the victim of a sex killer. My own experience of premonitions has not been extensive. In fact, I can call only one to mind. On July 16, 1964, an ordinary palmist at a fairground in Blackpool looked at my hand, and warned me that I would have an accident over the next month. She said it would probably be a car accident, and I would not be badly hurt. In mid-August 1964 I decided to take a guest out in a speedboat, although I had a strong premonition of danger. The sea proved far rougher than expected, and when I attempted to land on a rocky beach, a huge wave picked up the boat and dashed it on the rocks, completely wrecking it. No one was hurt, although we spent a bad half hour dragging the badly holed boat out of the heavy sea. I have had two experiences of apparently telepathic response to another person. My first wife and I had been separated for some months in the summer of 1953, although there were still strong emotional links. One evening, in a cafe in central London, I suddenly felt sick, and had to rush out. I continued vomiting for several hours, in fact, until the early hours of the next morning. A doctor in the hospital where I was then working diagnosed the trouble as food poisoning, although I had eaten the same food as the other porters, and they were all well enough. I learned a few days later, however, that my wife had been suffering from food poisoning, from a bad tin of corned beef. At the time I was sick, her retching had begun and ended at exactly the same time as mine. In 1965 I had lectured at St. Andrews University in Scotland, and was driving to Skye. I was feeling particularly cheerful when I set out because the weather was fine, and I was looking forward to stopping at a second-hand bookshop in Perth. But within half an hour of leaving St. Andrews, I began to feel unaccountably depressed. Half an hour later, I asked my wife why she was subdued. She explained that she had had a toothache ever since we left St. Andrews. It was unfortunately a Saturday, too late to find a dentist in Scotland. On Sunday morning, the gum was now badly swollen. My own depression continued all day. In Kyle of Loch Alch, on Monday morning, we were told that a traveling dentist would arrive at a caravan sometime during the day. I left my wife waiting while I took my daughter for a walk round the town. Suddenly the feeling of oppression lifted. I said, "Mummy's just had her tooth out." We arrived back in time to meet my wife coming out of the caravan, minus an impacted wisdom tooth. When my children were babies, I quickly became aware of the existence of telepathic links. If I wanted my daughter to sleep through the night, I had to take care that I didn't lie awake thinking about her. If I did, she woke up. In the case of my son, I had to avoid even looking at him if he was asleep in his pram. When my wife asked me to see if he was still asleep, in the garden or porch, I would tiptoe to the window, glance out very quickly, then turn away. If I lingered, peering at him, he would stir and wake up. This happened so unvaryingly during his first year that I came to accept it as natural. After the first year, the telepathic links seemed to snap, or at least, to weaken. But when they began to learn to speak, I observed that this was again a delicate and intuitive business, not at all a matter of trial and error, of learning object words and building them up into sentences, but something as complex as the faculty with which birds build nests. A closely similar view of child learning is held by Noam Chomsky, the linguistic philosopher. And again there was a feeling, perhaps illusory, that the child could pick up and echo my own thoughts, or at least respond to them when attempting to express something. But, among adults at least, thought transference must be less usual than feeling transference. And both of them seem to depend upon the right conditions, a certain stillness and sensitivity. On a still day you can sometimes hear the voices of people miles away. In the above-mentioned experiences of telepathy, if that is what it was, the transference was unconscious and automatic, like the crossing of telephone lines. This gives rise to the speculation whether hatred might be transmitted in the same unconscious manner. My own experience of this has been a doubtful one, and I mention it here only for the sake of completeness. I found myself thinking about it seriously when I read the following in Wilson Knight's book on John Cooper Powys: "Those who have incurred his anger have so invariably suffered misfortune that he has, as it were, been forced into a life of almost neurotic benevolence." Powys's early ambition to become a magician was no idle dream. Before moving to Kensington in the autumn of 1952, my wife and I had lived in Wimbledon, in the house of an old man who suffered from asthma. My wife was his nurse. During the 6 months we lived in the house, he became increasingly querulous and difficult, until there was a perpetual atmosphere of tension like an impending thunderstorm. I am not given to nursing grudges, but the feeling of being steeped in pettiness, of being prevented from concentrating on more important things, produced climaxes of loathing in which I wished him dead. In August we returned from a week's holiday to find that he had died of a heart attack. It was when the situation repeated itself 3 months later that I found myself speculating idly whether thoughts can kill. The landlady was insanely suspicious, and violent scenes soon became a daily occurrence. 2 months later, she visited a doctor, who diagnosed a cancer of the womb. She died shortly after we left the house. I now recalled the peculiar nature of those paroxysms of loathing. On certain occasions, the anger had increased to a pitch that in a paranoid individual would lead to an explosion of violence. But the explosion would be purely mental, a burst of rage and hatred, followed by relief, as if I had thrown a brick through a plate glass window. These mental explosions always had a peculiar feeling of authenticity, of reality. By this I mean they seemed somehow different from paroxysms of feeling induced by imagination. I cannot be more specific than this, but I suspect that most people have experienced the sensation. In his autobiography, Powys writes, "The evidence of this, of my being able, I mean, and quite unconsciously too, to exercise some kind of evil eye on people who have injured me, has so piled up all my life that it has become a habit with me to pray to my gods anxiously and hurriedly for each new enemy." The case of Powys is interesting because of the peculiar nature of his genius. Until he was in his mid-50s, Powys spent much of his life lecturing in America, and 3 novels written in his early 40s are interesting without being remarkable. Then, in his 60s, there appeared a series of immense novels, in bulk and in conception, beginning with Wolfe Solent and A Glastonbury Romance. The most remarkable thing about these novels is their nature mysticism and their incredible vitality. It is clear that he has tapped some subconscious spring, and the result is a creative outpouring that has something of the majesty of Niagara Falls. A Glastonbury Romance, 1933, is probably unique in being the only novel written from a God's eye point of view. The simplest way of illustrating this is to quote its first paragraph. "At the striking of noon on a certain 5th of March there occurred within a causal radius of Brandon railway station and yet beyond the deepest pools of emptiness between the uttermost stellar systems one of those infinitesimal ripples in the creative silence of the first cause which always occur when an exceptional stir of heightened consciousness agitates any living organism in the astronomical universe. Something passed at that moment, a wave, a motion, a vibration, too tenuous to be called magnetic, too subliminal to be called spiritual, between the soul of a particular human being who was emerging from a third-class carriage of the 12:19 train from London and the divine diabolic soul of the first cause of all life." The abstractness of the language here gives a false impression of a book that is anything but abstract, but it also reveals Powys's desire to see his characters and events from some universal point of view in which the algae in a stagnant pond and the grubs in a rotten tree are as important as the human characters. One should note the presupposition of this first paragraph, which is present in all Powys's work, that there is a kind of psychic ether that carries mental vibrations as the luminiferous ether is supposed to carry light. This I would define as the fundamental proposition of magic or occultism, and perhaps the only essential one. It will be taken for granted throughout this book. What is so interesting about Powys is that he deliberately set out to cultivate multi-mindedness, to pass out of his own identity into that of people or even objects. I could feel myself into the lonely identity of a pier post, of a tree stump, of a monolith in a stone circle, and when I did this, I looked like this post, this stump, this stone. Autobiography. Page 528. It was an attempt to soothe his mind into a state of quiescent identity with the psychic ether, with the vast objective world that surrounds us. Everyone has had the experience of feeling sick, and then thinking about something else and feeling the sickness vanish. Objectivity causes power to flow into the soul, a surge of strength, and contact with the vast, strange forces that surround us. In a famous passage in the Prelude, Wordsworth describes a midnight boating excursion when a huge peak made a deep impression on his mind, and how for days afterwards my brain worked with a dim and undetermined sense of unknown modes of being. O'er my thoughts there hung a darkness, call it solitude, or blank desertion. No familiar shapes remained, no pleasant images of trees, of sea, or sky, no colors of green fields, but huge and mighty forms, that do not live. Like living men, moved slowly through the mind by day, and were a trouble to my dreams. Book 1. Wordsworth, like Powys, had acquired the ability to pass beyond his own personality and achieve direct contact with the psychic ether. But as he grew older, he lost this ability to transcend his personality and the poetry loses its greatness. Powys never lost his power of summoning a strange ecstasy. In the autobiography he describes how, lecturing on Strindberg in an almost empty theater in San Francisco, there stirred within him that formidable daimon which, as I have hinted to you before, can be reached somewhere in my nature, and which when it is reached has the devil's own force. I became aware, more vividly aware than I had ever been, that the secret of life consists in sharing the madness of God. By sharing the madness of God, I mean the power of rousing a peculiar exaltation in yourself as you confront the inanimate, an exaltation which is really a cosmic eroticism, page 531. And again, in the Roman amphitheater in Verona. Alone in that Roman circle, under those clouds from which no drop of rain fell, the thaumaturgic element in my nature rose to such a pitch that I felt, as I have only done once or twice since, that I really was endowed with some sort of supernatural power. I felt it again, only 5 years ago, when I visited Stonehenge. The feeling that comes over me at such times is one of most formidable power, page 403. There is reason to believe that Powys did not understand the mechanisms of this power. A strange story was related of Powys and his friend Theodore Dreiser. Dreiser said that when he was living in New York, on West 57th Street, John Cooper Powys came occasionally to dinner. At that time Powys was living in this country, in a little town about 30 miles up the Hudson, and he usually left Dreiser's place fairly early to catch a train to take him home. One evening, after a rather long after-dinner conversation, Powys looked at his watch and said hurriedly that he had no idea it was so late, and he would have to go at once or miss his train. Dreiser helped him on with his overcoat, and Powys, on his way to the door, said, "I'll appear before you, right here, later this evening. You'll see me. Are you going to turn yourself into a ghost, or have you a key to the door?" Dreiser laughed when he asked that question, for he did not believe for an instant that Powys meant to be taken seriously. "I don't know," said Powys. "I may return as a spirit or in some other astral form." Dreiser said that there had been no discussion whatever during the evening of spirits, ghosts, or visions. The talk had been mainly about American publishers and their methods. He said that he gave no further thought to Powys's promise to reappear, but he sat up reading for about 2 hours, all alone. Then he looked up from his book and saw Powys standing in the doorway between the entrance hall and the living room. The apparition had Powys's features, his tall stature, loose tweed garments and general appearance, but a pale white glow shone from the figure. Dreiser rose at once, and strode towards the ghost, or whatever it was, saying, "Well, you've kept your word, John. You're here. Come on in and tell me how you did it." The apparition did not reply, and it vanished when Dreiser was within 3 feet of it. As soon as he had recovered somewhat from his astonishment, Dreiser picked up the telephone and called John Cooper Powis's house in the country. Powis came to the phone, and Dreiser recognized his voice. After he had heard the story of the apparition, Powis said, "I told you I'd be there, and you oughtn't to be surprised." Dreiser told me that he was never able to get any explanation from Powis, who refused to discuss the matter from any standpoint. Why should Powis refuse to discuss it from any standpoint? Because he had no idea of how he had done it and could not describe the process. It depended on the nature of the psychic link between himself and Dreiser. I used to be aware of surging waves of magnetic attraction between Dreiser and myself, which seems superchemical and due to the diffusion of some mysterious occult force. The appearance was probably in Dreiser's own mind. Another person in the room would not have seen it. It may sound contradictory to say that Powis had no idea of how he had projected his apparition, but it is not. For we are now concerned with the fundamental question of conscious control of the subconscious mind. All my physical functions, from digestion to excretion, are controlled by my subconscious depths. If I am of a nervous disposition, I may find it impossible to urinate in a public lavatory with other people standing near. No amount of conscious effort can destroy the inhibition. I need to relax and let my subconscious do the work. Stendhal suffered from an embarrassing sexual disorder which he called le fiasco. Whenever his sexual excitement reached the point at which he was prepared to make love, he would experience an embarrassing collapse of the ability to do so. No amount of conscious desire to oblige his disappointed partner could make any difference. If I try to remember a name I have forgotten, I again rely on my subconscious to throw it up, although in this case I may be able to dispense with its help. I may look up the name in my address book, or get at it by some trick of association of ideas. There is no reason why a man should not learn the basic tricks of telepathy, or even astral projection, as he might train his memory to greater efficiency or get rid of urinatory inhibition by autosuggestion. He would still not be able to explain it, even to his closest friend. Serious emotional upset can also stimulate the psychic faculties. The case of the playwright Strindberg provides an interesting example. The breakup of his second marriage precipitated an emotional crisis in which he came close to insanity. He suffered delusions of persecution, all of which are described at length in his autobiographical volume Inferno. The result was an unlooked-for development of psychic powers that parallels the case of Peter Herkos. In Legends, B describes an involuntary astral projection. In the autumn of 1895 I was passing through a dangerous illness in the French capital, when the longing to be in the bosom of my family overcame me to such a degree that I saw the inside of my house and for a moment forgot my surroundings, having lost the consciousness of where I was. I was really there behind the piano as I appeared, and the imagination of the old lady had nothing to do with the matter. But since she understood these kind of apparitions, and knew their significance, she saw in it a precursor of death, and wrote to ask if I were ill. 1912 edition, page 86. What is so interesting about this brief account is that Strindberg's power of astral projection was connected with the imagination. He clearly imagined the room in which his mother-in-law was sitting, playing the piano, and the intensity of his imaginative vision somehow projected him into the real room. He had used the psychic ether as he might have used a telephone or closed-circuit television. In the same volume he describes an event that may have even deeper significance. In the early hours of the morning, in a period of emotional strain, he was sitting in a wine shop, trying to persuade a young friend not to give up his military career for that of an artist. After arguments and endless appeals, I wished to call up in his memory a past event that might have influenced his resolve. He had forgotten the occurrence in question, and in order to stimulate his memory, I began to describe it to him. You remember that evening in the Augustiner Tavern? I continued to describe the table where we had eaten our meal, the position of the bar, the door through which people entered, the furniture, the pictures. All of a sudden, I stopped. I had half lost consciousness without fainting, and still sat in my chair. I was in the Augustiner Tavern, and had forgotten to whom I spoke, when I recommenced as follows: "Wait a minute. I am now in the Augustiner Tavern, but I know very well that I am in some other place. Don't say anything, I don't know you anymore, yet I know that I do. Where am I? Don't say anything. This is interesting." I made an effort to raise my eyes. I don't know if they were closed, and I saw a cloud, a background of indistinct color, and from the ceiling descended something like a theater curtain. It was the dividing wall with shelves and bottles. "Oh yes," I said, after feeling a pang pass through me. "I am in F.'s wine shop." The officer's face was distorted with alarm, and he wept. "What is the matter?" I said to him. "That was dreadful," he answered. Pages 92 to 93. We may, of course, dismiss the whole thing as Strindberg's imagination, excited by emotional stress. On the other hand, this event is consistent with the theory of psychic faculties that I have tried to outline, and has the ring of truth. Strindberg is a remarkably honest man, in spite of his neuroses, as the reader discovers when it is possible to check his version of events against someone else's. Again, he was exhausted, physically and emotionally. He was pushing himself to his limits as he exerted his powers of persuasion. And, as he remarks in the same book, in the great crises of life, when existence itself is threatened, the soul attains transcendent powers. One of the most interesting and consistent accounts of these powers is to be found in a book called Psychic Self-Defense, 1930, by Dion Fortune, a Freudian psychologist whose real name was Violet Firth. At the age of 20, in 1911, she was working in a school, under a domineering principal, who took a dislike to her, and, so Violet Firth believed, directed a stream of psychic malevolence at her, using yogic and hypnotic techniques. The result was dramatic, a feeling of bewilderment and misery greater than would be caused by an actual physical attack. A need for self-analysis led her to study psychology, on which she wrote a number of books. Later, she came to feel that even the theories of Freud and Jung fail to do justice to the complexity of the human mind, and became a student of occultism. She had always possessed some degree of mediumistic powers. She joined the Order of the Golden Dawn, a magical society that will be discussed in the second part of this book, and had further psychic clashes with Mrs. Mathers, the wife of its founder. As a result of these alarming experiences, she came to believe that the human mind can repel the hostile psychic forces that emanate, often unconsciously, from malevolent people. Even more interesting is the implication that a healthy and optimistic mind repels ordinary misfortune, and that accident proneness or general bad luck are the result of a psyche made vulnerable by defeat or stagnation. And at this point, I must outline my own basic theory of these powers of the mind. In Johnson's Rasselas, Prince of Abyssinia, there is a scene in which the hero looks at the peaceful pastoral scenery of the happy valley where he lives, and wonders why he cannot be happy like the sheep and cows. He reflects gloomily, "I can discover within me no power of perception that is not glutted with its proper pleasure, yet I do not feel myself delighted." Man has surely some latent sense for which this place affords no gratification, or he has some desires distinct from sense which must be satisfied before he can be happy. Chapter 2. The italics are my own. The latent sense is man's evolutionary appetite, the desire to make contact with reality. But that is not all. Who has not experienced this strange frustration that comes in moments of pleasure and fulfillment? As a child, I had this feeling about water. If my parents took me on a bus excursion, I used to crane out of the window every time we went over a bridge. Something about large sheets of water excited a painful desire that I found incomprehensible. For if I actually approached the water, what could I do to satisfy this feeling? Drink it? Swim in it? So when I first read the passage from Rasselas, I understood immediately what Johnson meant by some latent sense, or desires distinct from sense which must be satisfied before he can be happy. I labeled this latent sense faculty X. And I came to see that faculty X has something to do with reality. In Swann's Way, Proust describes how he tasted a madeleine dipped in tea, and was suddenly reminded of his childhood in Cambrai, reminded with such an intensity that for a moment he was actually there. An exquisite pleasure had invaded my senses, and at once the vicissitudes of life had become indifferent to me, its disasters innocuous, its brevity illusory. I had now ceased to feel mediocre, accidental, mortal. 5 minutes earlier, he could have said, yes, I was a child in Cambrai, and no doubt described it in detail, but the Madeleine suddenly meant that he could say it and mean it. Chesterton says, we say thank you when someone passes us the salt, but we don't mean it. We say the earth is round, but we don't mean it, even though it's true. We say something and mean it only when faculty X is awake, that painful reaching beyond the senses. Faculty X is the key to all poetic and mystical experience. When it awakens, life suddenly takes on a new, poignant quality. Faust is about to commit suicide in weariness and despair when he hears the Easter bells. They bring back his childhood, and suddenly faculty X is awake, and he knows that suicide is the ultimate laughable absurdity. Faculty X is simply that latent power that human beings possess to reach beyond the present. After all, we know perfectly well that the past is as real as the present, and that New York and Singapore and Lhasa and Stepney Green are all as real as this place I happen to be in at the moment. Yet my senses do not agree. They assure me that this place, here and now, is far more real than any other place or any other time. Only in certain moments of great inner intensity do I know this to be a lie. Faculty X is a sense of reality, the reality of other places and other times, and it is the possession of it, fragmentary and uncertain though it is, that distinguishes man from all other animals. But if the oppressive reality of this place and time is an illusion, so is my sense of being uniquely here, now. I am not here, neither am I elsewhere, says Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. So that if faculty X can make Strindberg clearly aware of the reality of a place several hundreds of miles away, is it not conceivable that it might transport him there in another sense? It would be a mistake to think of faculty X as an occult faculty. It is not, it is the power to grasp reality, and it unites the two halves of man's mind, conscious and subconscious. Think, what happens if a piece of music or a smell of wood smoke suddenly reminds me of something that happened 10 years ago? It is like touching the leg of a dead frog with an electric wire. My mind convulses and contracts, suddenly grasping the reality of that past time as though it were the present. The same thing happens to Marcel in Proust's novel Swann's Way when he tastes a Madeleine dipped in tea. His past floods back as a reality. What happens is that our normally lazy and diffused consciousness focuses, as I might clench my fist. The tune or smell only provides the stimulus, my inner strength does the rest, an inner strength of which I are normally unaware. A few years ago, psychologists performed a classic experiment with a cat. A wire was connected to the nerve between the cat's ear and its brain, and the other end of the wire was connected to a dial for measuring electrical impulses. When a loud noise sounded near the cat's ear, the needle of the dial swung over violently. Then a cage of mice was placed in front of the cat. It watched them intently. The same loud noise was sounded close to its ear. But the needle did not stir. The cat was so intent on the mice that it ignored the sound, and somehow it switched off the physical impulse between the ear and the brain. It chose to focus on something else. All living creatures have this power to focus on something that interests them, and switch off everything else. Someone accustomed to a modern city probably cuts out as much as 99% of the stimuli that fall on the senses. We all know about this. But what we have not yet grasped is the extraordinary power we possess in being able to focus upon particular aspects of reality. This power is faculty X, but at the moment, we hardly make use of it, unaware of its potentialities. It is worth asking the question, what is consciousness for? When you are deeply asleep, you have no consciousness. When you are very tired, your consciousness is like a dim light that hardly illuminates anything. When you are wide awake and excited, consciousness seems to increase in sheer candle power. Its purpose is to illuminate reality, to reach out into its recesses, and thus to enable us to act upon it and transform it. It is obvious that our basic aim should be to increase its candle power. When it is low, reality becomes unreal. As it becomes stronger, reality becomes realer. Faculty X. One of the clearest examples of the working of Faculty X can be found in the 10th volume of Arnold Toynbee's Study of History, in which he explains how he came to write that work. He speaks of the sense of reality that suddenly comes to historians. The writer of the present study had an authentic minor personal experience of the kind on the May 23, 1912, as he sat musing on the summit of the citadel of Mistra, with the sheer wall of Mount Taygetus bounding his horizon in the western quarter of the compass, towards which he was bound, and the open vale of Sparta stretching away in the opposite eastern quarter, from which he had made his way that morning. The sensuous experience that activated his historical imagination was not a sound of liturgical chanting, it was the sight of the ruins among which he had wound his way upwards to the peak, and this spectacle had been appalling, for in this shattered fairy city time had stood still since that spring of AD 1821 in which Mistra had been laid desolate. One April morning, out of the blue, the avalanche of wild Highlanders from the Mani had overwhelmed her. Her citizens had been forced to flee for their lives and had been despoiled and massacred as they fled. Her deserted mansions had been sacked, and her ruins had been left desolate from that day to this. What struck Toynbee on this occasion was not simply the question of the cruel riddle of mankind's crimes and follies, but the total reality of the scene conjured up by his imagination. He mentions half a dozen other experiences in which there was this same hallucinatory effect of reality. Reading how one of the proscribed leaders of the Italian Confederacy was refused help by his wife, and committed suicide in front of her eyes, he was transported, in a flash, across the gulf of time and space from Oxford in AD 1911 to Tiananmen in 80 BC, to find himself in a backyard on a dark night witnessing a personal tragedy. He records similar experiences, all very brief, when reading Bernal Diaz describing the Spaniards' first sight of Tenochtitlan, Villehardouin describing his first sight of Constantinople during the Crusades, a Greek soldier describing how he tried to save a girl from rape, and finally, an experience in which the dividing line between Faculty X and mystical experience becomes blurred. On each of the 6 occasions just recorded, the writer had been wrapped into a momentary communion with the actors in a particular historic event through the effect upon his imagination of a sudden arresting view of the scene, but there was another occasion on which he had been vouchsafed a larger and a stranger experience. In London, in the southern section of the Buckingham Palace Road, walking southward along the pavement skirting the west wall of Victoria Station, the writer once, one afternoon not long after the date of the First World War, had found himself in communion, not just with this or that episode in history, but with all that had been, and was to come. In that instant he was directly aware of the passage of history gently flowing through him in a mighty current, and of his own life welling like a wave in the flow of this vast tide. The experience lasted long enough for him to take visual note of the Edwardian red brick surface and white stone facings of the station wall gliding past on his left, and to wonder, half amazed and half amused, why this incongruously prosaic scene should have been the physical setting of a mental illumination. An instant later, the communion had ceased, and the dreamer was back again in the everyday Cockney world which was his native social milieu. A Study of History, Oxford, 1954. These pages of Toynbee are among the clearest descriptions of the operation of Faculty X that exist, and they underline the point I have tried to make. When I am half asleep, my sense of reality is restricted to myself and my immediate surroundings. The more awake I am, the further it stretches. But what we call waking consciousness is not usually a great deal better than sleep. We are still wrapped in a passive, sluggish daydream. But this is not because there is some natural limit to consciousness, but only because we remain unaware that it can be stretched. We are like dogs who think they are on a chain when in fact they are free. Faculty X is not a sixth sense, but an ordinary potentiality of consciousness. And it should be clear from what I have written above that it is the key not only to so-called occult experience, but to the whole future evolution of the human race. Chapter 2. The Dark Side of the Moon. In the autumn of 1969 I discussed questions of the occult with the poet Robert Graves at his home in Majorca. Graves immediately made a remark that startled me. Occult powers are not so rare. 1 person in every 20 possesses them in some form. What interested me so much was the exact figure, 5%er. This is also the figure for the dominant minority among human beings. In the early years of this century, Bernard Shaw asked the explorer Henry Stanley how many of his men could take over leadership of the party if he, Stanley, were ill. 1 in 20, said Stanley. Is that figure exact or approximate? Exact. The matter of the dominant 5%er was rediscovered during the Korean War by the Chinese. Wishing to economize on manpower, they decided to divide their American prisoners into 2 groups, the enterprising ones and the passive ones. They soon discovered that the enterprising soldiers were exactly 1 in 20, 5%er. When this dominant 5%er was removed from the rest of the group, the others could be left with almost no guard at all. Evidence from zoology indicates that the dominant 5%er may apply to all animals. The interesting question arises, how far is the biologically dominant 5%er the same thing American Samoa Graves' occult 5%? There are certainly many reasons for assuming that the 2 groups are identical. In primitive societies the leaders are also priests and magicians. The men who led hunting parties would again be those who possessed a high degree of jungle sensitivity. What is the power that distinguishes the leader? It is the power to focus, to concentrate the will in emergencies. That is to say, it is a form of faculty X. In short, it seems probable that all human beings possess the vestiges of occult powers, the powers that spring from their deeper levels of vitality, what the playwright Granville Barker called the secret life. The dominant 5%er are more adept at canalising these powers than most people. The magicians, witch doctors, witches, and mediums have been those members of the dominant 5%er who have developed their natural powers. Another interesting sidelight on this matter is shed by recent research into deep trance hypnotism, some of which are described in Mind and Body by Dr. Stephen Black. Dr. Black points out that most people can be hypnotized if they CO operate. An unhypnotizable person would probably be mentally sick, but only a small number of people are deep trance subjects. Strangely enough, the exact figure is 5%er deep trance subjects can be cured of a surprising number of physical ailments by hypnotic suggestion, from asthma to warts. Even medium trance subjects can be hypnotized into not reacting to a skin test for tuberculosis that would normally cause a raised swelling. Patients who suffered from multiple warts were cured in 2 stages, one side at a time, to make sure that the warts had not disappeared of their own accord. Warts are believed to be due to a virus infection, yet they vanished without scarring in periods ranging from 5 weeks to 3 months. Dr. Black's experiments were less concerned with curing specific ailments than with demonstrating that the body can be affected by the mind to an unusual degree, and in this they were remarkably successful. What is at issue, here again, is the hidden power of the subconscious mind, that can be reached and utilized by deep hypnosis in 5%er of people. 5% of people are capable, potentially at least, of tapping the hidden powers of the secret life. Graves' concern is less with witches or mystics than with poets, and his important book The White Goddess contains a theory of the nature of poetry that links it not only with the powers of the subconscious, but with traditional magical cults. According to Graves, there are 2 forms of poetry, muse poetry and Apollonian poetry. The first is created by inspiration, checked by common sense, the second with the intellect. He associates muse poetry with the white goddess of primitive lunar cults. Science, like Apollonian poetry, is an attempt to banish all lunar superstitions and bask in the light of pure solar reason. Graves' account of the genesis of the white goddess is a remarkable example of what he means by poetic intuition. The Enlightenment began one morning while I was rereading Lady Charlotte Guest's translation of the Mabinogion, a book of ancient Welsh legends, and came across a hitherto despised minstrel poem called The Song of Taliesin. I suddenly knew, don't ask me how, that the lines of the poem, which has always been dismissed as deliberate nonsense, formed a series of early medieval riddles, and that I knew the answer to them all, although I was neither a Welsh scholar, nor a medievalist, and although many of the lines had been deliberately transposed by the author, or his successors, for security reasons, I knew also, don't ask my how, that the answer must in some way be linked with an ancient Welsh poetic tradition of a battle of trees, mentioned in Lady Charlotte Guest's notes to the Mabinogion, which was occasioned by a lapwing, a dog, and a white roebuck from the other world, and won by a certain god who guessed the name of his divine opponent to be Vrin, or Alder. Nobody had ever tried to explain this nonsense. Further, that both these texts would make sense only in the light of ancient Irish religious and poetic tradition. I am not an Irish scholar either. Since there has never been any lunatic streak in my family, I could not believe I was going crazy. More likely, I was being inspired. So I decided to check up on the subject with the help of a shelf full of learned books on Celtic literature which I found in my father's library, mainly inherited from my grandfather, an Irish antiquarian, but which I had never read. To cut a long story short, my answer to the riddle, namely the letter names of an ancient Druidic alphabet, fitted the not-so-nonsensical song of Taliesin with almost frightening exactitude, and the Battle of the Trees proved to be a not-so-nonsensical way of describing a struggle between rival priesthoods in Celtic Britain for the control of the national learning. You see, I had found out that the word trees means learning in all the Celtic languages, and since the alphabet is the basis of all learning, and since, as I remembered from Julius Caesar's Gallic Wars, the Druidic alphabet was a jealously guarded secret in Gaul and Britain, indeed, its 18 letter names were not divulged for nearly 1,000 years, well, the possession of the secret must have been something worth struggling about. I had also found out that the alphabet in Caesar's day was called the Boible Loath because it began with the letters BL, and that as a result of the Battle of the Trees, the Boible Loath had displaced an earlier, very similar, and equally secret Celtic alphabet, the Beth Louisnian, whose 18 letters were explained as references to a sequence of wild trees, including the alder. This sequence, I found, served a dual purpose, as an alphabet and as a sacred calendar, the tree consonants standing for the months of which their trees were characteristic, the tree vowels standing for the stations of the sun, its equinoxes and solstices. It is a calendar which can be proved, by study of the festal use of trees throughout Europe, to have been observed in the Bronze Age, and earlier, from Palestine to Ireland, and to have been associated everywhere with the worship of the pre-Aryan triple moon goddess, sometimes called Leucothea, the White Goddess. Lecture on the White Goddess, 5 pence in hand, p. 54. What Graves came to discover, through research and a series of strange coincidences, was that the triple moon goddess was a universal symbol in pre-Christian poetry and mythology, Greek, Phoenician, Celtic, Roman, Scandinavian, Hindu, even African. The most important single fact in the early history of Western religion and sociology was undoubtedly the gradual suppression of the lunar mother goddess's inspiratory cult, and its supersession, by the busy, rational cult of the solar god Apollo, who rejected the Orphic tree alphabet in favor of the commercial Phoenician alphabet, the familiar ABC, and initiated European literature and science. The moon goddess was the goddess of magic, of the subconscious, of poetic inspiration. Human mythology has been so Lairist and then, in the West, Christianized, and the masculine god of reason has usurped an increasingly important place, armed always with the irresistible argument that you can see a thing more clearly by sunlight than by moonlight. But this is untrue. On the contrary, certain things become invisible in a strong light. Highly conscious, rational modes of thought are like a wide net through which all the smaller fish escape. Graves describes how the obsessions with the white goddess and her sacred tree, the alder, came upon him in 1944, when he was writing a novel about Jason and the Argonauts. On his desk at the time was a small brass box with a curious design on the lid. On this box he kept a brass figure of a humpbacked man playing a flute. 10 years later he discovered that the design on the lid of the box represented the African triple moon goddess, Endgame, and that the humpbacked man was the herald of a queen mother of an African state who claimed direct descent from Endgame. Back in Majorca in 1946, the coincidences continued to pile up. An antiquarian neighbor had died and bequeathed various small objects to Graves, including a mummy-like figure with a single eye. He later discovered that this mummy was an Okrafo priest, a substitute sacrifice to the white goddess. A carnelian ring he was given by a friend, who knew nothing about the book, had a seal showing the three basic symbols of the cult, a stag, a moon and a thicket. Even when the book was finished, odd things continued to happen. The first publisher who rejected it died of heart failure shortly afterwards. A second rejected it with a rude letter saying he could not make head or tail of it and he doubted whether anybody else could either. He dressed himself in women's underwear and hanged himself on a tree in his garden. Such deaths are commoner than one might suppose. I possess a German volume of legal medicine that contains several such photographs. The actual death from strangulation is usually accidental. The aim is masochistic sexual stimulation. Outsize baby clothes are sometimes used instead of female underwear. On the other hand, says Graves, the publisher who accepted it, T.S. Eliot, not only got his money back, but also received the Order of Merit that year. In the light of the comments on Powys in the previous chapter, one might be excused for wondering how far these events were the work of the goddess, and how far they may have been unconsciously willed by Graves himself. Graves remarks, "Chains of more than coincidence happen so often in my life that if I am forbidden to call them supernatural hauntings, I must call them a habit." Very well, put it down to coincidence. Deny that there was any connection at all between the humpbacked herald on the box, and myself, who suddenly became obsessed by the white goddess of Europe, wrote of her clan totems in the Argonaut context, and now had thrust upon me ancient secrets belonging to her cult in Wales, Ireland, and elsewhere. Please believe me, I was wholly unaware that the box celebrated the goddess Endgame, or that the Helladic Greeks, including the early Athenians, were racially linked with Endgame's people, Libyan Berbers, known as Garamantians, who moved south from the Sahara to the Niger in the 11th century AD, and there intermarried with Negroes. Or that Endgame herself was a moon goddess, and shared all her attributes with the white goddess of Greece and Western Europe. I knew only that, according to Herodotus, the Greek Athene was the same goddess as the Libyan Neith, Lamia, another name of the goddess. The White Goddess is an extremely difficult book, complex and bewildering, but the reader who becomes fascinated by its strange, tangled threads soon discovers that Graves is not exaggerating when he speaks of having ancient secrets thrust upon him. He has stumbled upon a whole knowledge system as complex as modern physics, whose assumptions are those of the lunar rather than solar forces. He has done this by using his poet's intuition to follow clues through apparently unrelated mythologies. The poet Randall Jarrell has asserted that the whole mythology is merely a rationalization of Graves' cult of the Uig-Wablik, of his tendency to overvalue women at the expense of men, to which he confesses in one of his poems. It is hard to see how this position can be maintained by anyone who knows the book well. Its inner consistency vouches for its genuineness. It is true that there should not be a conflict between lunar and solar knowledge systems, for all knowledge must be either true or false. One might say that the conflict arises from the narrow dogmatism of scientific modes of thought. Ouspensky expresses it dearly in the passage that follows the long excerpt I have already quoted. But here, in these books, there is a strange flavor of truth. I feel it particularly strongly now, because for so long I have held myself in, have kept myself within artificial materialistic bounds, have denied myself all dreams about things that could not be held within these bounds. I had been living in a desiccated and sterilized world, with an infinite number of taboos imposed on my thought. And suddenly these strange books broke down all the walls round me, and made me think and dream about things of which for a long time I had feared to think and dream. Suddenly I began to find a strange meaning in old fairy tales. Woods, rivers, mountains, became living beings. Mysterious life filled the night. With new interest and new expectations, I began to dream again of distant travels, and I remembered many extraordinary things that I had heard about old monasteries. Ideas and feelings which had long since ceased to interest me suddenly began to assume significance and interest. A deep meaning and many subtle allegories appeared in what only yesterday seemed to be naive popular fantasy or crude superstition. A new model of the universe. We have obviously reached a crucial point in the argument. Most readers will be willing to accept the notion that man possesses subconscious powers that are hidden from the conscious intellect. But we are now positing the existence of external forces, white goddesses, magical alphabets, and so on. Surely this is the point to state firmly that if the deaths of Graves' two publishers were not simply coincidence, then it was the unconscious exercise of the evil eye by Graves himself? And that the strange business of the brass objects on the poet's desk may have been telepathy on the part of Graves, but was certainly not an attempt by the objects to draw attention to themselves? For is this not the dividing line between science and superstition? Ancient man thought the lightning was a god. Benjamin Franklin revealed that it was static electricity, and that is exactly what it is. This is true, but there is more to it than that. And this is the point where another fundamental principle must be stated. It is easy enough to see that man's logical powers have cut him off from the forces of his subconscious mind. If you start to work out a mathematical problem in the middle of the night, you find it difficult to get back to sleep. Because mathematical calculation involves a peculiar concentration of the top levels of your mind, and when you start to calculate you summon up these top levels as Aladdin summoned the slave of the lamp. But sleep depends on the slave going back into his lamp, and allowing the lower levels of the mind to take over. Or, if you think of yourself, your total personality, as a kind of car, then in sleep you change drivers. Human evolution over the past 2 million years has been the evolution of the conscious driver, the slave of the lamp. Civilization is highly complex and man needs a highly complex mental organization to deal with it. Compared to his ancestor of 2 million years ago, modern man is like a giant corporation compared to a small family business. The trouble with a giant corporation is that its overheads are so enormous. The electricity bill for the huge office building is enough to run 100 small businesses. And all its other overheads are in proportion. The consequence is that civilized man tends to suffer from subconscious hypertension. Consider what happens when a young man gets married and begins to raise a family. He has to think about his future, and a dozen other things besides, until he is like a juggler keeping several balls in the air at the same time. Now, if this thought struck him when he was on his honeymoon, he did not allow it to worry him. On the contrary, fed by powerful streams of subconscious energy aroused by sex, he feels more than equal to it all. After a few years, there are times when he gets very tired of the juggling act, and wishes he could simply drop all the balls. But of course, since he loves his wife and children, this is out of the question. But there are times when he ceases to put his heart into the juggling, and allows it to become purely mechanical. What happens now is interesting. Various bills arrive at the end of the month. When he is in a healthy and optimistic condition, he pays them, works out what he has left in the bank, and then begins to think about taking his family out for a picnic on Sunday. But if he is feeling low and depressed, he avoids paying them as long as possible, because he likes the feeling of security produced by the knowledge that his paycheck is still in the bank. The worries remain permanently as problems at the back of his mind, eating up vital energy as a light you have left switched on eats up electricity. As he feels himself getting more depressed, each additional problem seems to become bigger, and his energy sinks lower. He is now drifting towards what psychologists of 50 years ago called a hyperesthetic condition, in which life becomes a series of insurmountable obstacles. Every molehill becomes a mountain. His whole psychological being is a series of rooms in which he has left lights switched on, and life becomes a burden. Some people become so accustomed to this state of permanent hypertension that they accept it as their normal condition, and take it for granted that they lose their hair at 35 and develop ulcers at 40. Observe that the basic characteristic of this state is that you cease to notice things. Like a man running for a train, you no longer have time to turn your head to left and right. And even when you have caught the train, you don't relax and look out of the window, as any normal child would. The inner tension continues. You try to read a newspaper, or perhaps simply stare blankly in front of you, your mind grinding away at its worries. Now consider what happens if such a person goes away on a holiday, and suddenly everything seems to go right. It is a sunny morning. He can forget the office for a week or so and simply enjoy the scenery. It is as if someone had pressed the stop button of a dynamo. The roar of the engine dies, and the silence seems miraculous. It is as if a spring of vitality had suddenly bubbled into consciousness. He has ceased to be passive and depressed. He looks at the scenery with intense interest, or listens with pleasure to the local gossip in the bar of a pub. The inner strain has relaxed. He is no longer wasting his vital energy. And because he is noticing things again, his feedback mechanism begins to work. The pleasure he gets from the sight of a tree in the rain means that his senses begin to reach out, to expect things to be delightful and interesting, which in turn means that his springs of vital energy become more abundant. To look at things with interest is to refresh the mind. In Journey to the East, Hermann Hesse has the important sentence, "I was responsible for the provision of music for our group, and I then discovered how a long time devoted to small details exalts us and increases our strength." Chapter 1. Precisely. Because when you concentrate seriously upon small details, you release the general hypertension in the rest of your mind, and your vital springs are renewed. William James also notes that bullying treatment is often the best cure for the hyperesthetic state, when all molehills become mountains. The doctor forces the patient to make immense efforts. The first result is acute distress, followed almost immediately by a feeling of relief. Because the hypertension is unnecessary, it is no more than a bad habit, like a child's fear of ghosts. It is a pointless waste of vital energy. Once the mind is snapped out of its state of miserable passivity by a shock, the vital forces begin to work again. When a human being is healthy, he concentrates on one problem at a time, puts all his sense of purpose into it, and maintains a high level of vital feedback from his environment. He does things slowly, with deep interest, and when he begins to get tired, he slows down, and lets his subconscious powers do the work of renewal. He recognizes that overtiredness and the depression and defeat that come with it constitute a vicious circle that must be avoided if he is to be efficient and healthy. Now, although hypertension is accentuated by modern civilization, it is not specifically a disease of civilization. It is a disease of consciousness, that is, of being human. The farm laborer going to work is as likely to ignore his surroundings as the harassed car salesman. And if the inhabitants of some Amazon village are closer to nature than New Yorkers, this is usually at the cost of dirt and ignorance and inconvenience. Hypertension is the price we pay for the symphonies of Beethoven, the novels of Balzac, the advances in medical knowledge that prevent children dying of smallpox. However, it is not a necessary and inescapable price. It is the result of ignorance, of bad management of our vital economy. The point to observe here is that although hypertension may not be necessary, it is as widespread as the common cold. It would not be inaccurate to say that all human beings live in a state of vigilance and anxiety that is far above the level they actually need for vital efficiency. It is a general tendency of consciousness to spread the attention too thinly, and, like an overexcited child with too many toys on Christmas Day, the result is nervous exhaustion. What is so interesting in this context are the moments when the tension relaxes, due to autosuggestion or total absorption in some small task. Yeats describes such a moment, sitting in a crowded London tea shop. While on the shop and street I gazed, my body of a sudden blazed. And 20 minutes more or less it seemed, so great my happiness that I was blessed and could bless. This is probably a case of autosuggestion. One can imagine the poet becoming increasingly tense and fatigued as he pushes among the crowds in central London, then sitting down to drink hot tea, as he looks out of the window of Swan and Edgar's at the street. Suddenly his dynamos all grow silent, and he looks at the passing crowd with intense interest. This, in fact, is what constitutes a poet. He is a person who is naturally mentally healthy and resilient, and who frequently experiences moments in which the usual hypertension vanishes, and he is suddenly amazed and delighted to realize how interesting everything is. What happens in such moments is that he begins to hear the voices of silence. He perceives that the world is rich with meanings that he would ordinarily overlook. I italicize meanings because this is the heart of the matter. The meanings that we perceive when our normal hypertension vanishes are really there. They are not an illusion, they are not purely subjective. It is true that the word interesting has a subjective ring, I decide what is interesting and what isn't. But it has an objective meaning nevertheless. As Sherlock Holmes studies the documents of a case and murmurs, "Most interesting, Watson," his meaning could be expressed as more complex than appears on the surface. The sense of meaning that arises in us when hypertension vanishes is a recognition of complexity, of interestingness. If we think of human evolution as a process of increasing complexification, to use Teilhard de Chardin's expression, then it becomes clear that it also means increased hypertension, and that this in turn means an increasing tendency to overlook meaning. It is important to grasp that the meanings that Ouspensky began to see in woods, rivers, and mountains were not a matter of imagination, or surrender to emotionalism. Graves' lunar knowledge is a reality of which poets become aware in the moments of stillness. In the Celtic legend of Gwaun, cited by Graves, the boy Gwaun is employed at stirring a cauldron which contains a magic knowledge brew. 3 drops fly out and burn his finger, and when he thrusts it into his mouth, he suddenly sees the meaning of all things, past, present, and future. In the legend of Siegfried, as set to music by Wagner, drops of dragon blood fall on the hero's hand, burning him. He thrusts it into his mouth, and is immediately able to understand the song of the birds and the forest murmurs. In both cases, the magic brew has the same effect, of inducing the deep inner silence that allows a new perception of meaning. If we agree, then, that the muse poet or the magician is a person whose mind is able to relax and grasp these deeper levels of meaning, we must also recognize that this is a two-way affair. The meaning is really there, external to his own mind, and his power to tune into it is only the beginning. An even more interesting point arises. I have compared man to a car with 2 drivers, the conscious personality and the subliminal impulses. In civilized man, the role of the subliminal driver is relatively automatic and repetitive compared with that of the conscious driver. He is little more than a maintenance engineer controlling sleep, memory, and the functions of the stomach and the bowels. It is the conscious mind that writes symphonies, plans the conquest of space and builds civilization. But in the magical societies of the remote past, the subliminal driver was just as important. When he took over, it was not merely for the purpose of inducing sleep, but of widening that other kind of knowledge, intuitive knowledge of the meanings that surrounded him like forest murmurs. The magician or mystic aimed at getting somehow deeper into nature, of extending the grasp and power of the subliminal mind. Sleep was not a passive condition in which the body recovered from the day's fatigues, but an instrument of investigation, sometimes even an essential preliminary of magic. In ancient Ireland, the choosing of a new king involved the sacrifice of a sacred bull, on which a druid was gorged until he fell asleep. During sleep, incantations were recited over him, and he would receive revelation of the rightful claimant to the throne. C.H.R. Hayes, In the Beginning, Early Mart and His Gods. To the modern mind, such a ceremony immediately suggests fraud practiced upon gullible savages. But there are recorded instances of sleep magic that are less easy to explain. In Pattern of Islands, Arthur Grimble, who was land commissioner in the Gilbert Islands of the South Pacific, describes the magical ceremony of the calling of the porpoise. Grimble was told that he should eat porpoise flesh to increase his girth. That led him to inquire how he might come by a regular supply of the rare meat. The long and short of an islander's reply was that his own kinsmen in Kuma village, 17 miles up lagoon, were the hereditary porpoise callers of the high chiefs of Butaritari and Makinmeme. His first cousin was a leading expert at the game. He could put himself into the right kind of dream on demand. His spirit went out of his body in such a dream. It sought out the porpoise folk in their home under the western horizon and invited them to a dance, with feasting, in Kuma village. If he spoke the words of invitation aright, and very few had the secret of them, the porpoise would follow him with cries of joy to the surface. In due course, Grimble was taken to Kuma, where all the dishes necessary for a feast had been laid out. The fat, friendly porpoise caller retired to his hut, and for several hours all was silence. The porpoise caller rushed out of his hut and fell on his face, then stood up clawing at the air and whining on a queer high note like a puppy's. Then words came gulping out of him, Tyrake. Tyrrells. Arise. Arise. They come, they come. The villagers all rushed into the water and stood, breast deep. Then the porpoises came in. They were moving towards us in extended order with spaces of 2 or 3 yards between them, as far as my eye could reach. So slowly they came, they seemed to be hung in a trance. Their leader drifted in hard by the dreamer's legs. He turned without a word to walk beside it as it idled towards the shallows. The villagers were welcoming their guests ashore with crooning words. As we approached the emerald shallows, the keels of the creatures began to take the sand. They flapped gently, as if asking for help. The men leaned down to throw their arms around the great barrels and ease them over the ridges. It was as if their single wish was to get to the beach. The hypnotized porpoises were then slaughtered and eaten. It might be mentioned, in passing, that animals are easily hypnotized. Black describes this in Mind and Body, and adds that the phenomenon was described in print as long ago as 1636, when Schwenter observed that if the head of a chicken is pressed to the ground, and a chalk line is drawn from its beak, the bird will remain transfixed until aroused by a loud noise. The hereditary porpoise callers of the Gilbert Islands are an example of the development of lunar knowledge, and the whole story emphasizes a vital point. We are accustomed to thinking of sleep as an uncontrolled and uncontrollable state, in which we lose whatever powers of action and thought we normally possess. Most of our dreams are forgotten on waking. But J. W. Dunn pointed out in his celebrated book An Experiment with Time, 1927, that we can, with a certain amount of effort, learn to recall dreams. He trained himself to do this by keeping a pencil and paper by the bedside and noting them down every time he woke up in the night. The result was his discovery that dreams often contain precognitive glimpses of events that will happen later. This will be discussed in Part 3, Chapter 3. The magic of the porpoise callers is a further step in this direction, as was that of the Druids. This also explains the importance attached to dreams by primitive tribes, and why the moon goddess is the patroness of magical cults. It may also explain why the white goddess was regarded as a destroyer as well as an inspirer. Psychedelic drugs, which have the effect of immobilizing the illogical mind, and putting the subliminal powers in the driving seat of personality, can produce revelations of beauty or of horror. The mind that opens itself to subliminal meanings has shed its defenses, thrown away its insulation, its shock absorbers. Daylight consciousness has the refuge of common sense, of objective reality, but in subliminal states, the dividing line between reality and one's personal fantasies becomes blurred, and without a certain knowledge and discipline, the mind is at the mercy of its own tendency to morbidity. Graves comments correctly that the nightmare is one of the cruelest aspects of the white goddess. This should be qualified, although Graves may not agree, by saying that the danger arises from the ignorance of her devotees, not from any destructive tendency in the goddess herself. Another interesting question arises from Grimble's account of porpoise calling. The comment, if he spoke the words of invitation aright, and very few had the secret of them, the porpoise would follow. If it is the power of the dreamer's subliminal self that somehow hypnotizes the porpoises, why should the exact form of the words matter? This question obviously involves the whole field of magic rituals and incantations. The answer is almost certainly, it matters only to the magician, who must believe in the objective validity of what he is doing. Our problem is that we contain two minds, and the conscious mind is so accustomed to its masculine role of dominance that it frequently interferes in the delicate workings of the feminine subconscious. E. H. Visiak, another poet with an abnormally active subconscious mind, describing in his autobiography how he worked in a telegraph office and learned to send Morse signals with a key. I was over-anxious, and fell into a vicious, cramped way of sending. To send properly was delightful. Instead of aching muscles, there was a sensation of free play in manipulating the key, an effortless, flexible cooperation with springing mechanism. One day, while I was practicing, my wrist started moving with this delightful freedom. The superintendent was looking at me in surprise and satisfaction from his desk. I had a glimpse of his benevolently gleaming spectacles, and the power, or knack, whatever it was gone, never to return. Life's Morning Hour, John Baker, 1968. Visiax cramp is the hypertension we have been discussing, the conscious mind persistently interfering with the activity of the subconscious robot that deals with these mechanical matters. Now, the subconscious mind can be trained to respond to certain formulae or symbols. A lover of Wagner only has to hear a bar of the Liebestod to feel his hair prickle. The Hindu saint Ramakrishna could be sent into a state of samadhi, ecstasy, by hearing the name of the Divine Mother. In The Waste Land, T.S. Eliot deliberately uses quotations that have become highly charged with meaning in another context, including quotations from Wagner libretti. Graves states that only true muse poetry can produce this prickling of the hair that A. E. Housman declared to be the test of good poetry, and in a general sense, he is obviously right. But the floodgates can be made to respond to any open sesame, if one takes the trouble. Teenagers of the 50s experienced the authentic prickle when they saw photographs of the late James Dean. A tune reaches top of thepos status by being played over and over again until it arouses a ritual response. Hitler finally had his audiences trained to a point where a certain rise in the tone of his voice could start the emotional orgasm. The symbol, or form of words, that causes the response is, to some extent, arbitrary. I have read a critic who asserted that Keats's lines, "The moving waters at their priest-like task / of pure ablution round earth's human shores lost their magic when the word cold was substituted for pure in the second sentence." I personally find the line equally effective either way, and conclude that the critic's response, or lack of it, was a matter of habit response. The inference is that the exact wording of the invitation was of more importance to the porpoise caller than to the porpoises. It controlled the release mechanism of the power that invited the fishes to the banquet. The wrong wording might have warned the porpoises by releasing his sense of guilt at the deception, or otherwise arousing his conscious censor. One might summarize this by saying that the conscious mind has the thick skin of a rhinoceros. It is powerful but insensitive. The subconscious mind has one skin too few. It is dangerously sensitive. It needs the masculine conscious mind as a woman needs a husband, for his strength and sense of purpose. And the conscious mind could not subsist without the feminine element, the secret life. But the ideal relation between the two is achieved only when the conscious mind is concentrated upon a single purpose with total commitment. Hence the masculine preference for dangerous sports, mountain climbing, driving racing cars, since the total concentration demanded brings about the union of conscious and subconscious mind, and a new accession of strength. Seduction is similarly motivated. In sexual conquest, the male consciousness becomes one-pointed, while the union with the female stirs depths of instinctive purpose. But the development of mere willpower is basically futile. It is only the spearhead of purpose. The true direction for consciousness lies in knowledge expansion, a wider and wider grasp of the relations of the actual world, to illuminate and supplement the lunar insights of the subconscious. This is why the development of solar knowledge by Western man must be accepted as a true evolution. In spite of its one-sidedness, it need not remain one-sided. All this is to say that magical systems, the Hebrew Kabbalah, the Chinese Book of Changes, the Tarot Pack, the Key of Solomon, the Egyptian and Tibetan Books of the Dead, should not be regarded as primitive and unsuccessful attempts at science, but as attempts to express these depths of lunar knowledge in their own terms. The Egyptian and Tibetan Books of the Dead, called in their own languages Perd Emhru, Emerging by Day, and Bardo the Doll, are designed to be read aloud to the dying person in an attempt to give the subconscious self a certain control over its strange experiences. To Western ears, this sounds absurd, until we recognize as rational the notion of controlling the sleeping self and its impulses. Then we understand that what the ancient Egyptians and Tibetans were trying to do is not childish and illogical, but a step ahead of any knowledge we possess in the West. Experiments in deep trance hypnosis are perhaps the nearest we have come to it. Anyone who wishes to test this can do so by making an effort to achieve a certain control over his dreams, for example, sleeping on his back to induce a nightmare, and then setting out to control the nightmare and prevent it from reaching its normal climax. The Chinese Book of Changes or I Ching is one of the most interesting, and certainly one of the most accessible, of these lunar knowledge systems. It is also unique in being free of harmful aspects. Close study of it can do nothing but good. The I Ching began as a series of oracles, 64 of them, written, according to tradition, by King Wen, founder of the Zhou dynasty, more than 1,000 years before Christ. These 64 oracles were later expanded with images and commentaries on individual lines. The meaning of this will emerge in a moment. Confucius and various other scholars wrote commentaries on all this, and the result is the bulky text published in a modem definitive translation in 2 volumes in 1951. Translated into German by Richard Wilhelm, then into English by Carrie F. Baines, with a foreword by Jung. On its simplest level, then, the I Ching can be regarded as a fortune-telling book like Old Moore's Almanac, and no doubt this aspect of it explains the remarkable popularity it has achieved in recent years. But this fortune-telling aspect is based upon a system, and the study of the system is more rewarding and revealing than consulting the oracle. This system is founded upon the simple opposition of light and darkness, or the positive and negative, called here yang and yin. From what has already been said in this chapter, we can immediately hazard the guess that this light and darkness are not supposed to be identified with primitive good and evil, but with the solar and lunar principles. In other words, yin is not another name for negative qualities and principles, but for the dark other side of the mind. Yang is represented by an unbroken line, yin by a line with a break. Each of the 64 oracles is made up of 6 of these lines, piled on top of one another like a sandwich. This happens to represent hexagram 56, Lu, the Wanderer. Each of the 64 hexagrams has a title. Anyone who is mathematically inclined will be able to see how 64 hexagrams sprang out of yin and yang. If you start off by drawing 2 lines side by side, one yin, one yang, and then see how many combinations you can get by piling new lines on them, sandwich fashion, you will see that the 6 lines can be arranged in exactly 64 different patterns. I start with 2 lines. Now when I add a second line to each, 4 combinations become possible. And when I add a third line, 8 combinations are possible. In short, I double the number every time I add a new line to the sandwich. But why 64 hexagrams in the first place? The answer would seem to be that King Wen decided that there were 8 fundamental symbols, as follows. Chin, the creative, heaven Kn, the receptive, earth Kn, keeping still, mountain Kn, the abysmal, water Chen, the arousing, thunder Sun, the gentle, wind. Tui, the joyous, lake Li, the clinging, fire. On first acquaintance, the student is inclined to wonder why the set should contain both water and lake, which seem to duplicate one another, until it is observed that the symbols go in pairs: heaven, earth, water, fire, mountain, lake, thunder, wind. These are also pairs of opposite qualities, the creative and the receptive, the violent, thunder, and the gentle, wind, the quiescent, mountain, and the joyous, lake, the clinging or constricting, fire, and its opposite, the abyss, emptiness, water. Each of these qualities is represented by a trigram, 3 lines, and therefore each of the 64 oracles is made up of 2 of the symbols. King Wen apparently meditated upon these 64 combinations of symbols, and interpreted each one as an archetypal situation or condition in human life. For example, if the hexagram represents earth above, at the top of the hexagram, and heaven below, the 2 can be seen as pressing against one another with equal force, heaven trying to move upward, earth trying to move downward, and perfectly counterbalancing one another. King Wen therefore called this hexagram peace, or harmony. On the other hand, if heaven is above and earth is beneath, the 2 move away in opposite directions, without creative contact, and this situation is seen as representing stagnation or standstill. This interpretation reveals that we are dealing with the creative drive of the conscious mind and the receptive quality of the subconscious, for when these draw apart, there is, in fact, a condition of vital stagnation. This may sound fanciful, or simply glib. I can only say that a close acquaintance with the I Ching and its symbols soon begins to reveal a remarkable inner consistency, and that such meanings become obvious. At first the landscape is strange and disconcerting, soon it becomes familiar, and everything is seen to be logical. One of the first great minds of the West to recognize this was Leibniz, who himself cherished a strange dream of creating a universal calculus in which all the truths of philosophy and mathematics should be expressible. He noticed that the way in which the hexagrams are built up constitutes a binary mathematical system, that is, a system that, instead of using the numbers 1 to 10, and then repeating them, uses only 1 and 2. The binary system is the basis of modern calculating machines and electronic computers. Leibniz was no doubt mistaken in assuming that King Wen, or the later commentator Xiao Yung, knew about binary mathematical systems, but his instinct was correct in seeing the I Ching as a distant cousin of his universal calculus. It was Leibniz who was unscientific. His notion of a mathematical symbolism that could express all truth is absurd. Even ordinary language, which is far more flexible, breaks down over quite simple concepts that involve feelings. The I Ching is a net woven of altogether finer mesh. The oracle can be consulted either by means of yarrow stalks, or by throwing down 3 coins. The yarrow stalk oracle takes a long time. It involves dividing up 50 stalks in various ways, beginning by dividing the heap arbitrarily into 2, and then reducing each heap by subtracting groups of 4 sticks from it. The process is too long to describe here, and it would serve no purpose. The coin oracle is simpler. 3 coins are thrown down. If there is a preponderance of heads, either 3 or 2, a yang line is formed. If a preponderance of tails, a yin line is formed. This is done 6 times, forming a hexagram, which is then looked up in the I Ching. The question to which an answer is required is supposed to be held firmly in the mind throughout this procedure. The psychologist C.G. Jung justifies all this by a principle that he calls synchronicity, that is, the assumption that accidents and coincidences are, in some way, linked with the unconscious mind, an assumption we have already considered in this book. The answer to the question is known to the subconscious mind. This is the assumption used to explain all prophecy and clairvoyance, and the chance fall of the coins or division of the yarrow stalks can somehow record this knowledge. It is significant that one of the founders of the psychoanalytic movement, whose professional life had been a continual preoccupation with the subconscious and its symbols, should come to accept such a notion in his 70s. It is said that Confucius also came to the study of the I Ching late in life, and once expressed regret that he did not have another 50 years to devote to it. For the real question about the I Ching is not whether it is successful as a crude oracle or fortune teller, but whether, like the myths of the White Goddess, it embodies real lunar knowledge. But before discussing this aspect of the I Ching, as a book of wisdom, I should state that its oracles often possess a word accuracy that is profoundly disturbing. The story is told of the ruler Li, of the 7th century BC, who had usurped power, and who consulted the oracle to know whether his son, Qing Sheng, would succeed him as king. The result was the 20th hexagram, contemplation, or seeing into the distance. The judgment sounds at first baffling. Contemplation. The ablution has been made, but not yet the offering. Full of trust they look up to him. But both this, and the image that follows, emphasize the way of law and ritual. The judgment speaks of the moment in the religious ceremony when the libation had been poured, but the sacrifice has not yet been made, in which everyone is lost in contemplation and filled with reverence. The image speaks of the king of old who visited the people and gave them instruction. Again, this profoundly Chinese notion of the right relation between ruler and ruled. The usurper Li might already have begun to feel twinges of conscience as he read these lines. There was more to come. If a yin or yang line is obtained by throwing 3 tails or 3 heads, rather than only 2, it is called a changing line. It tends to change into its opposite. In this case, the yin line in the 4th place was the changing line, and this transformed the hexagram into stagnation, or standstill, whose judgment reads, "Evil people do not further." The perseverance of the superior man. The great departs, the small approaches. The totality of the judgment here is clearly unfavorable. The priest who interpreted this oracle for King Li went on to point out that the title of the hexagram also means seeing into the distance. The hexagram is associated with a watchtower placed on hills, and that this meant that if the prince continued to rule, it would not be in this country, Chine, but elsewhere. The story says that the priest specified the state of Qi, because its rulers were descendants of the priests of the Holy Mountain, also implied in the hexagram seeing into the distance. The annals conclude the story by stating that, in fact, Li was himself deposed by his neighbors in the next state, but that the descendants of his son eventually became rulers in Qi, as foretold. See Helmut Wilhelm, Change, 8 lectures on the I Ching. It is worth studying the 2 hexagrams, 12 and 20, in the light of this story. They are too long to discuss in detail here, but many other indications of the fate of Li and Ching Chung can be read into them whether one accepts the story or not. It provides insight into the way the oracle is used. In Man and His Symbols, edited by Jung, there is a lengthy account by Joland Jacobi of the analysis of a repressed, over-intellectual introvert named Henry. Henry was eventually persuaded, much against his will, to try throwing the 3 coins and consulting the oracle. What he found in the book had tremendous impact on him. Briefly, the oracle to which he referred bore several startling references to his dream, and to his psychological condition generally. The hexagram was number 4, youthful folly, and contained a warning against entangling oneself in unreal fantasies and empty imaginings. The judgment also forbade consulting it a second time. But 2 nights later, after a dream in which he saw a sword and helmet floating in empty space, he opened the book casually, and came upon the 30th hexagram, Li, which has weapons, particularly helmets and swords, for its symbol. This is the kind of coincidence for which many students of the I Ching will vouch, and the effect is usually psychologically shattering. In Henry's case, it was the gradual coming to terms with his subconscious forces, of which the I Ching became the symbol, that completed the cure. In the light of what has been said already in this chapter, this is not difficult to understand. His basic psychological problem was a kind of solipsism, a feeling of being trapped in consciousness, with the consequent feeling of dissociation from the rest of the world, a constant sense of unreality. For the subconscious mind is the point at which man is truly connected to nature. The historian of occultism, A. E. Waite, has described how his years of study led him finally to the understanding that there is no true separation between man and the rest of the universe, and how a serious illness that kept him in a semi-conscious state for nearly a month turned this intellectual understanding into a deeply felt insight. This, to a lesser degree, is the effect the I Ching had on Henry. It also defines the real purpose of all studies of magic and the occult. We know, theoretically, that we possess a subconscious mind, yet as I sit here, in this room on a sunny morning, I am not in any way aware of it. I can't see it or feel it. It is like an arm upon which I have been lying in my sleep, and which has become completely dead and feelingless. The real purpose of works such as the I Ching, the Kabbalah, the Key of Solomon is to restore circulation to these regions of the mind. As to my own personal experience of the I Ching, it has certainly disposed me to treat it as perhaps the foremost of all such works. I first came across it in the period I have already spoken of, when I was living in Wimbledon. Obviously, the first thing that any would-be writer consults an oracle about is his future as a writer. He wants a long-range forecast. I took 3 pennies, and threw them down 6 times. Each time, there was a preponderance of heads, giving a hexagram made up of 6 yang lines, the first one in the book, with the judgment that reads, "The creative work's supreme success furthering through perseverance." In the hundreds of times I have consulted it since then, the coins have never given 6 unbroken lines. Obviously, I was disposed to be convinced. The only other time when I have seen the coins fall in this way was when the oracle was consulted for the first time by the writer Bill Hopkins. He said flippantly, "If it gives a good judgment, I'll believe in it. If it doesn't, I won't." The oracle fulfilled expectations and produced the first hexagram again. I clearly recall only one other instance of the book's accuracy from that time. In Wimbledon I consulted it about the old man we were living with, who was charming and extremely difficult by turns. The hexagram obtained was sung, conflict, with the judgment that reads, conflict. You are sincere and are being obstructed. A cautious halt halfway brings good fortune. Going through to the end brings misfortune. It does not further one to cross the great water. This told me exactly what I wanted to know, whether to get out of the place as soon as possible. A cautious halt halfway brings good fortune. Going through to the end brings misfortune. I couldn't think what was meant by the reference to the great man, but the text explains that the great man refers only to an impartial man whose authority is great enough to terminate the conflict. The only such man we knew was the brother of my wife's patient. Accordingly, we consulted him and explained the problem. He certainly succeeded in smoothing matters over for a short time. As to crossing the great water, we had considered moving across the Thames, back to North London, where I was working. The oracle proved to be right there too. Our move to Earl's Court, after the old man's death, brought a worsening of the situation. What most impressed me about this particular occasion was the last line, I had obtained 3 heads, therefore, the commentary applied, 9 at the top means. Even if by chance a leather belt is bestowed on one, by the end of the morning, it will have been snatched away 3 times. One of the old man's most infuriating habits was to give my wife presents when he was in a good mood, and then take them back again, or even give them to someone else. The lines in the I Ching apparently refer to being decorated by the king. A leather belt was the equivalent of a medal, but it certainly fitted our situation. In his preface to the I Ching, Jung describes how he consulted it about the question of the new edition which he proposed to introduce to the Western mind. The answer was Ting, the cauldron, which the commentary describes as a ritual vessel containing spiritual nourishment, i.e. the I Ching describes itself as such a vessel. The last line, which was a strong one, even prophesied the incredible success that the book has met with in America in the past decade, where it continues to sell almost like the Bible. The Ting has rings of jade. Great good fortune. Nothing that would not act to further. Carrying handles of jade signify that the vessel becomes something that is greatly honored. But for our present purposes, the most important of the lines obtained by Jung was this. A Ting with legs upturned. Furthers removal of stagnating stuff. One takes a concubine for the sake of her son. No blame. Jung interprets this to mean that the I Ching refers to itself as a cauldron that has long been out of use, i.e. kept upside down. But the important lines here are the ones referring to the concubine. A man takes a concubine when his wife has no son, Jung comments, so the I Ching is called upon when one sees no other way out. Despite the quasi-legal status of the concubine in China, she is in reality only a somewhat awkward makeshift, so likewise the magic procedure of the oracle is an expedient that may be utilized for a higher purpose. There is no blame, although it is an exceptional recourse. And although Jung does not dot the I's and cross the T's, this is clearly a deprecation of the I Ching's role as a fortune-telling device. It should be an exceptional recourse, not a party game. For the real and permanent significance of the book is not as an oracle but as a book of wisdom. The first thing noticed by anyone consulting the I Ching is its frequent references to the superior man. And its counsels, whether favorable or unfavorable, always include advice for the superior man on how to deal with the situation. And anyone who has ever consulted the I Ching in a time of crisis will vouch for the mentally refreshing effect of this approach. Life is many days, says Eliot. But human beings are usually trapped in the present, and respond to problems with attention and anxiety that treats every problem as a matter of life and death. Johnson once said to Boswell, who was complaining about some trivial anxiety, "Come, sir, think how little you will think of this in 10 years' time." And this indicates the significance of the title of the Book of Changes. As I live through the present, all the phenomena of life seem real, solid, of permanent importance. In reality, they flow like the surface of a river. The eye that looks out through my eyes will be unchanged in 10 years' time, but many of these permanent things around me will have disappeared. The Book of Changes was a great influence on both Taoism and Confucianism. And one might say that the bedrock of the I Ching consists of two fundamental concepts, one Taoist, the other Confucian. The Confucian concept is to be found in a saying of Mencius: those who follow the part of themselves that is great will become great men, those who follow the part of themselves that is small will become small men. The Taoist concept has already been touched upon in speaking of hypertension. Chuang-Tzu remarks that a baby can keep its fist clenched all day without getting tired, whereas an adult cannot keep it clenched for more than a few minutes. A drunken man can fall out of a cart without hurting himself. A carpenter whose workmanship was so perfect that it seemed supernatural explained that when he was about to undertake a difficult task, he reduced his mind to absolute quiescence, and guarded against any diminution of his vital powers. After a few days of such quiescence, he no longer cares about the importance of his task, making a musical instrument for the king. He goes into the forest, and his instinct selects the right tree. And in the making of the instrument, he makes no conscious effort but only brings his natural capacity into relation with that of the wood. All Taoist parables have this same content. A butcher who cuts up bullocks with perfect grace and accuracy explains that he does it in the same way, with total quiescence and total concentration, with the consequence that after 19 years his cleaver is still as sharp as ever. In Japan this is the fundamental principle of Zen, as readers of Eugen Herrigel's Zen in the Art of Archery will know. That is to say that the master of Tao or Zen places himself in the state that we have already discussed in relation to Powis. The conscious mind with its tensions is lulled, man's center of gravity shifts towards the secret life. A celebrated chapter of the works of Chuang-Tzu describes the process of sinking into quiescence as listening to the music of heaven and earth, listening to the wind or other sounds of nature, as if they were great music, totally absorbed in the thought of their deep significance. The mind begins to respond to the sound of the wind as if it were great music. This principle of Tao has been recognized by modern psychology. For example, Viktor Frankl, the founder of logotherapy, tells the story of a school play for which an actor was needed to play the part of a stutterer. A boy was chosen who stuttered badly, but when he got on stage, he found he couldn't stutter. Frankl calls this the law of reversed effort. Stuttering is the result of hypertension, a kind of stage fright, of attaching so much importance to an action that your conscious mind proceeds to interfere, like a stupid sergeant major, and spoils everything. Frankl's principle is simply to persuade your sergeant major to achieve the opposite effect by a process of deception, like Brer Rabbit persuading Brer Fox to throw him into the prickly briar patch, or Tom Sawyer persuading his friends to whitewash a fence by pretending that he is enjoying it immensely. The stuttering pupil wants to stutter on stage, the sergeant major proceeds to interfere, and the opposite effect is achieved. Chuang-Tzu's carpenter would work badly if he allowed himself to worry about the court. He spends several days soothing the sergeant major to sleep before he begins to think about the wood. Frankl cures cases of over-anxiety by telling the patient to deliberately try to do what he is so anxious not to do, thus releasing the pent-up emotions and allowing the robot in the subconscious to get on with the job in his own quiet way. Underlying all this is the recognition that man possesses enormous inner powers which he has allowed to become inaccessible through general hypertension and misuse of his mind. Chuang-Tzu's carpenter has simply chosen to contact the part of himself that is great in order to make the musical instrument. He could have chosen to follow the part of himself that is small, particularly if he is a good craftsman, and perhaps nobody would have known the difference. This is also what Graves means by the difference between muse poetry and classical poetry. The latter is fundamentally craftsmanship, created by the upper levels of the personality, well made but without inspiration. Human beings are the only living creatures who have this choice, of following the part that is great, or the part that is trivial. The difference depends upon the unique human faculty of imagination. When an animal is in a dull situation, it becomes dull. The fiercest of all birds, the hawk, becomes quiescent when a black bag is placed over its head. Man's superior consciousness means that he can see further, his sense of purpose stretches into the distance. But we are still 99% animal, few of us bother to develop this unique capacity. We drift along from day to day, becoming bored when things are dull, depressed when immediate prospects look poor, using our powers of foresight and imagination only when confronted by an interesting challenge, and allowing them to lie fallow in between. And this situation, we must admit, applies most of the time to all of us, including the Beethovens and Einsteins. Involvement is our common lot. But what makes us uniquely human are the strange moments of non-involvement. The pressure vanishes. Suddenly we are seeing life from a distance, as if we were gods, seeing it from above, from a bird's eye view rather than the usual worm's eye view. In these moments of optimism and affirmation, it seems absurd that we should ever have sunk into a condition of depression or defeat, for it is suddenly obvious that we are undefeatable and indestructible. Every compromise or retreat is seen to be the result of absurd miscalculation. I open casually a book on music and read an account of how the composer Gesualdo found his wife in bed with her lover, and killed her with his sword while his servants killed the lover, then went off to one of his castles and killed his second child, in case he was not the father. In a modern courtroom, his defense would be one of insanity. But was it insanity? If I try to place myself in his position, I immediately see that it was not insanity, only a blind involvement in the situation, like the involvement of a man wrestling with a boa constrictor. Caught in a whirlpool of emotions, he has to make an act of judgment. But most human beings would be incapable of making the correct judgment in such a situation. It is like asking a cabin boy to become captain of a ship in the middle of a storm and expecting him to make the right decisions. What Gesualdo did is not necessarily evil. It would be evil if he had decided in cold blood to kill his wife and child, but he was caught in a storm. His judgments were too immediate, too involved and, therefore, too violent. From the social and moral point of view, it might have been better if he had burst into tears and asked what he had done to deserve such a betrayal, but from Gesualdo's point of view, it would have been equally a defeat. Thinking about such a situation, one becomes aware of the human lack of detachment, our inexperience and immaturity in the complex problems of the human condition. But it should not be so. We have the breathing spaces when we can take a detached point of view. If it was of life or death importance that we learned by these moments of insight, men would quickly become something closer to being godlike. But most of us can drift through life without making any great moral decisions. And so the human race has shown no advance in wisdom in 3,000 years. This is the insight that lies at the heart of the I Ching, that man can choose not to drift and follow the small part of himself. The method of Tao, of contacting his subconscious powers by minute concentration upon particulars, opens the path to higher evolutionary levels. Anyone who simply reads and studies the I Ching while thinking about its symbols and ideas, and ignoring its powers as an oracle, becomes aware that this is its profoundest level of meaning. Like great music, it produces a state of sudden intense delight, of inner detachment, of breathing space. The reader who becomes absorbed in the I Ching begins to see it as a whole, and will probably become more skilled in using it as an oracle. Like water divining, this power can be developed simply by making the effort. He will also become aware that the book's power to foretell events is an unimportant byproduct of its real purpose. One final point that must not be overlooked. Richard Wilhelm points out that the primary meaning of yin is the cloudy, the overcast, while that of yang is banners waving in the Sunday. Could one devise more basic symbols of the central problem of human existence? Dullness and boredom versus the moments of vision. Chapter 3. The Poet as Occultist. The poet is a man whom faculty X is naturally more developed than in most people. While most of us are ruthlessly cutting out whole areas of perception, thus impoverishing our mental lives, the poet retains the faculty to be suddenly delighted by the sheer reality of the world out there. Do poets, in fact, possess a higher degree of occult powers than most men? At the time I was discussing the question of occult faculties with Robert Graves in Majorca, I also met the poet Louis Singer, a contemporary of Graves. Singer's attitude towards such matters seemed to be thoroughly skeptical, although he told me he had once conducted various investigations into spiritualism. I asked him for some account of his experiences. The result was a remarkable 15-page document that I shall have occasion to quote several times in this chapter. Singer, like Graves, was fortunate in possessing the poet's faculty of total relaxation. He speaks of concentration on nothing, allowing the mind to sink into a passive state. Seances failed to convince Singer of the reality of psychical phenomena, but he preserved an open mind, and made efforts to place himself in a receptive mood when alone. A medium had told him that he might expect a visit from her control, a spirit child, in his room. Now, in the quiet of my room, I awaited her visit with relaxed mind. Of course, nothing happened. I next decided to experiment with a candle. I lighted it and kept it under observation. The flame burned undisturbed. With mind relaxed I watched it, hoping against hope for one of those mystic breezes, but none came. However, suddenly I smelt a beautiful perfume that I had not observed before. In the state of passivity I smelt it without any doubt whatever. I rose and tried to trace it. There was nothing in my room to account for it. Finally I followed my nose. It led me from the top of the house to the basement where the bath was situated. There I found the cause, a piece of scented soap. Here then was my first concrete lesson. In the passive state, when the power of intellection is fully suspended, the senses become hypersensitive. Normally I could not have smelt the soap, abnormally I could. Here, then, is another example of the sharpening of a faculty beyond its normal powers by a kind of effort at quiescence, the urban counterpart of Corbett's jungle sensitiveness. It was as if his faculties were aware that some extra effort was being demanded of them, but they were not sure what it was. The sense of smell located a scent that it would not normally have bothered to register. Our nervous system contains small gaps, called synapses, whose purpose is to filter out unnecessary sensory stimuli. Otherwise we would be aware of every small change in temperature, every faint breath of wind against the face, and the powers of concentration would be greatly diminished. And this underlines a vital point. It was through concentration that Singer regained an abnormally sensitive sense of smell. These faculties, which must be placed in abeyance for practical purposes, were not intended to be permanently repressed. We ought to be able to call upon them at will. Then why can't we? Because we fail to develop the ability to concentrate and to still the mind, which would restore them. But perhaps the most interesting point that emerges from Louis Singer's account of his investigations into spiritualism is the way in which it produced certain definite results, even though his attitude remained tough-minded and critical. At the first seance he attended he convinced himself that most of the results were obtained by everybody's desire to be deceived. One of the sitters announced she could see lights, I too giving my consent as I was too polite to disagree. Another said she could feel a wind. Again agreement to which I assented. Then for a while, nothing. At last I felt it was my turn, so I remarked it was getting lighter. This met with concurrence. Indeed, one went so far as to remark upon the beautiful lights that played around me. I then suggested I felt a wind. So did everyone present. Later the trumpet miraculously floated into the air, the thin air, and a voice recognized by one sitter as a relative spoke. They were all certain it was not the medium's voice, excepting myself. To me there was not the slightest doubt it was the medium's voice, and not too cleverly disguised. All I gained from these seances was how suggestible people become under such conditions, and how gullible. Also, how exhausting, pleasantly exhausting, concentration on passivity can be. I cite this passage to demonstrate that Singer was, and is, unfitted by temperament to be a true believer. When a medium finally produced results that convinced him she was not faking, he had no hesitation in attributing it to telepathy. Nobody present had ever been in my room, or, for that matter, knew where I lived, yet she described my room in detail, and proceeded to give me advice. I wrote in bed. My hand got between the light and the paper, causing a shadow that strained my eyes. I was in danger of tripping going downstairs owing to the dilapidated state of my bedroom slippers. As to the house itself, she was able to tell me the number of steps leading up to the front door, and that it was the last but one from the end of the street. A house almost opposite had recently been redecorated. Except for the last, I did not know whether the other items regarding the house were true or false. I lived in Danvers Street, Chelsea, which runs into Paulton's Square. The houses are terraces without a break. When I returned home I found she was correct in every detail. The conclusions I drew from this séance were twofold. 1. Matters I had intended to remedy, e.g. the position of the light when writing in bed and the state of my slippers, communicated themselves to the medium without difficulty, as did the subconscious checks I used in locating the house and recognizing it. 2. Any questions that arose from intellection or scholarship could not be answered. Thus the question whether Jesus belonged to the Essenes went without reply. He discovered that he could influence the séance, not only by verbal suggestion but by telepathy. A circular dog's basket suggested to him the shape of a coracle. I have, together with most poets, a visual memory that not only is factual but also imaginative. I immediately visualized a coracle. The chairs were arranged in the customary circle, and by accident one too many was put into position. The medium instructed us to leave it. Some spirit might want to join the circle. It was left, and sure enough a spirit invisible to us occupied it. It was, the medium said, a drowned sailor. After this, I tried on more than one occasion to dictate what spirits should come through, using the method of visual projection. I was largely successful. It was at this point I began to toy with the idea of the group mind. Take the example of the coracle and the supposed drowned sailor. Presumably I, without speaking, communicated the idea of a vessel, a very unstable vessel, to the circle. This was seized upon by the medium and the others of the group, supplemented from their own experiences and built up into the drowned sailor. He tells other anecdotes of a similar nature, and of occasionally deliberately leading them on, to find how much they would swallow. His conclusion was, spiritualists are by and large the most credulous people I have ever met. They believe almost everything connected with so-called supernatural phenomena. Compared to their credulity, the faith that moved mountains seems like skepticism. Even so, he made observations of definite psychological effects that can only be explained by telepathy. One of the aims is to give power to the medium. Thus in a service, the congregation is asked to send out the right vibrations. In séances, this effect is achieved by allowing the mind to direct, or rather to beam on the medium. This is difficult to describe. One feels it going out of one. I developed this technique to some extent, and found that I could not only use it to induce trance condition in the medium, but also to end this condition. Louis Singer later joined a development circle, where the aim was for individual members to develop mediumistic powers. Singer was unsuccessful. I closed my eyes, emptied my mind, even at times dozed off, but trance, never. Even so, he was told by the medium that he had acquired spirit guides, one of whom was a Hindu guru. And when alone with a friend who was also associated with the circle, he decided to try to sink into a trance. I said, "Will you observe me, and I'll let the guru come through." She nodded and I closed my eyes and sank into a semi-trance. Suddenly I felt my belly sink until it seemed to meet my spine. After a short spell I opened my eyes to find Maud gazing away from me to the other side of the room. I felt annoyed. "What are you doing?" I demanded. "You agreed to watch me." "I was," she replied. "You came out of your body and were sitting on that other chair." He later developed mild powers of psychometry, the ability to pick up vibrations from objects handed to him. I also found I could see the guides, or secondary personalities, of people and symbolic pictures or future happenings, but not the distant future. How this came about I have not the slightest idea. I was not conscious of any change in my mind or personality. The only difference between now and formerly was that now I could reach out, metaphorically speaking, and grasp what had previously eluded me. The only incidents that could not be explained in purely telepathic terms were an attempt to duplicate an experiment described by J.W. Dunn in his Experiment with Time, in which Dunn visualized the face of his watch while lying in bed, and was able to tell the exact time. Singer goes on. On the mantelshelf in my bedroom was a clock with a white metal surround. One morning I had an appointment. I awoke. The room was in absolute darkness. I tried to repeat the Dunn experiment. I saw the clock in front of my eyes, and decided, as it were, that I could go to sleep for at least another hour, and I did so. When I woke up the second time, I again looked at the clock clairvoyantly, got up, removed the blackout blinds, and confirmed the accuracy of my vision. Now the strange thing was that the surround of the clock in the vision was pale gold. I then proceeded to analyze my vision as one would a dream. Animals and birds have a built-in time mechanism. They will turn up to the minute when food awaits them. Indeed, I myself can go happily to sleep, having told myself to wake up at such and such an hour, and wake at precisely that hour. Therefore it was not surprising that I saw the right time clairvoyantly. All that had happened was that my subconscious knowledge of the time had revealed itself in the projected image of the clock. As to the golden color of the surround, this could have been an optimistic symbol of the outcome of the experiment. But I must confess I found this explanation to be of doubtful accuracy when I discovered that the clock had been 10 minutes fast. He had seen the time actually shown by the clock, not the correct time. The inference is surely that whatever powers he developed were not dependent purely upon telepathic contact with other minds, but could also, so to speak, work directly upon matter. I have quoted this document at such length because it seems to me to be a perfectly balanced summary of the pros and cons of such experiments in the occult. Singer was a poet, although his disposition tended towards skepticism, and his attempts to develop his powers were, on the whole, successful. What is immediately noticeable here is that actual dose involvement in occultism seems to have the effect of making things happen, changing the whole life frame of the experimenter who may, up to that time, have been completely non-psychic. Louis Singer remarks, once one becomes involved in the psychic, there is a certain lack of communication with those who have not had similar experience. And he goes on to make the important observation, mysticism and spiritualism are arrived at, not by willing, but by unwilling. The will has to be abnegated before attainment can be possible. In other words, attainment is involuntary. The actions preceding attainment are instrumental in banishing the will entirely. However, this should not be taken too literally, for obviously one's capacities can be developed, which implies that there is some point in effort. On the other hand, it is also true that a certain passive, negative attitude towards one's own life often seems to induce accident proneness and a tendency to disturbing coincidences. This becomes very dear in reading Strindberg's late autobiographical writings, Inferno, Legends, The Occult Diary, for example. The normal, rational reader would like to believe that all the strange incidents and coincidences can have a natural explanation, and that Strindberg's paranoia is to blame. For example, he writes, "Some days ago, as I was going along the pavement, I saw an innkeeper before his door, loudly abusing a knife grinder who was standing in the street. I did not want to cut off the connection between the two, but it could not be avoided, and I experienced a keen feeling of discomfort as I passed between the two quarreling men. It was as though I had divided a cord which was stretched between them, or rather as though I had crossed a street which was being sprinkled with water." Legends. One's first reaction is to dismiss it as imagination, something purely subjective. But Gurdjieff, an altogether more reliable and balanced authority, told Ouspensky, "Have you noticed how, if a man passes quite close to you on a narrow pavement, you become all tense? The same tension takes place between planets." In Search of the Miraculous. Strindberg believed that his sufferings and misfortunes were due to an attempt at the practice of black magic. He claims that he had noticed his ability to exercise telepathic influence on absent friends. He was separated from his wife, and wanted to devise a method of bringing about a reconciliation. An unwholesome instinct suggested the idea of using his telepathic powers to make his daughter ill, not seriously ill, but enough to provide the excuse for a visit. He set to work with a photograph of her. He began to experience a feeling of foreboding, and when examining a nut germ under a microscope a few days later, saw that it had the shape of a child's hands clasped in supplication. A friend verified the remarkable resemblance. The attempt misfired. It was the two children of his first marriage who fell ill. A letter describing their illness bore the date of his attempts to exorcise the evil eye. From this date on, misfortune pursued him, and he was convinced that he had brought it on himself. The catalogue of his occult experiences is so strange that it is tempting to dismiss the whole thing as self-delusion. Incredible coincidences become commonplace, and he is convinced that these are all intended as signs and messages. His coat, placed over the shoulders of a friend, sends the friend into convulsions, and Strindberg believes this is because of his electric fluid. He dreams of an unusual-looking clock, and the next day, sees it in a shop window. He sees a mountain landscape in the corrosion stains on the side of a zinc bath, and later recognizes the identical landscape when he visits his wife's home in Austria. He suspects that he possesses the involuntary power of dematerialization, or becoming invisible. Friends looking for him fail to see him until he touches them and speaks to them. After separating from his third wife, Harriet Boss, he is convinced that her astral body visits him at night and masturbates him. He also possesses the involuntary power of leaving his body, or traveling clairvoyance, as it has come to be called. I have already cited two examples of this. On another occasion, he imaginatively transported himself to a scene in his past with such vividness that he actually found himself standing in a garden of his childhood, smelling various flowers and able to touch things. When his wife roused him from this trance by touching his shoulder, he became unconscious and collapsed on the floor. That is to say, his traveling clairvoyance seemed to work in time as well as space. In trying to decide how much of this is genuine, and how much due to his imagination, we again confront the basic problem, that in such matters, illusion and reality are so thoroughly confused that it is impossible to draw a line. The disposition to expect strange events seems to make them happen, and one can only accept that in a large number of cases, they really did happen. The truth is that we need to revise the simple rationalist approach to such problems. Everyone has met people to whom a particular type of accident or misfortune is always happening. It is almost as if they attract a certain kind of situation or event, and in many cases, one can see they did nothing, consciously, to bring it on themselves. One must simply accept that there are certain types of persons to whom certain types of things seem to happen. No rational explanation can cover this completely. An important point emerges connection with Strindberg. He was a loner. In the opening sentence of Inferno he says, "With a feeling of wild joy I returned from the northern railway station where I had said goodbye to my wife. My newly won freedom gave me a feeling of expansion, an elevation above the petty cares of life." Living alone, in a single room, in a strange city, produces a strange feeling of almost morbid intensity, like living inside a glass bubble, as anyone who has experienced it will vouch. The great classics of loneliness, Rilke's Notebook of Malta Lawrence Briggy, Knut Hamsun's Hunger, Sartre's Nausea, Soderbergh's Dr. Glass, Amiel's Journals, Barbellion's Journal of a Disappointed Man, all have this obsessive quality of intensity. Social man is distracted and self-divided. Man on his own generates a kind of single-mindedness whether he likes it or not. And single-mindedness is the first requisite for occult experience, when the powers of the subconscious begin to make themselves felt in consciousness. But in considering these strange experiences of Strindberg, the dividing line should not be drawn between things that really happened and freaks of imagination, but between events that he somehow willed involuntarily and events in which his subconscious mind played no active part. For example, he is insistent that the mountain scenery he saw in the zinc bath corresponded exactly with the mountains near his wife's home at Dornach, which he had never visited. The rationalist explanation would be that he recognized the scenery near Dornach as vaguely similar to images caused by oxidization of the zinc bath. Strindberg's own explanation would be that unseen powers, intent on guiding his destiny, arranged the whole thing to make him aware of their existence. The truth could lie between the two, that telepathic contact with his wife, who was in Dornoch at the time he was taking the bath, implanted the picture of the mountain scenery in his mind, and he saw it in the corroded zinc as one sees faces in a fire. Poets seem to provide a particularly rich field for research into the occult, and I have tried to argue that this is because Faculty X is at once the creative faculty and the occult faculty. Robert Graves even goes so far as to contend that all true poems are written in the fifth dimension, but one need not go so far as that, to see that poetry arises out of a certain inner stillness and unity. The historian and poet A. L. Rouse, who, like Graves, is a Celt, also provided me with notes on his own experiences of the paranormal in which this connection is perfectly clear. Rouse, like Strindberg, has always been a loner, as his autobiography, A Cornish Childhood, makes clear. His poetry is full of a quality of stillness, loneliness. The whole bay brimming with the silent sea, the call of a curlew, the creaking of a plough. Or evening, silence, and the questioning of birds. A bugle blows its erotic note over the city. Or the moon, the snow, the light of winter afternoons, as if one were seeing life go by. From under the sea. He writes, in notes entitled Telepathy and Such. A queer experience of my own comes under the same heading, presentiment, not telepathy. My undergraduate sitting room at Christ Church had heavy Victorian sash windows, each might well have weighed 25 or 30 pounds. One summer evening I was leaning out with the heavy window up, just above my outstretched neck, like a guillotine. When I thought, suppose if the thing should fall. I was unwell and, in a black mood, said, let the damned thing fall. In a second I forgot, and drew back my head quite casually. In a flash, that moment, the window fell. What frightened me was not so much that it fell as that I had challenged it to fall, tempted Providence. He goes on. Much about the same time, a period of duodenal illness and strain, in the dead of one afternoon, it suddenly came into my head that if I went all the way down from my rooms to the library I should see two young men in each other's embrace. I descended, crossed two quadrangles, entered the library, and there they were. I didn't know who they were, and have never been presented with such a situation since. I hope I behaved like a gentleman and withdrew quietly. Perhaps it was not very gentlemanly of me to have gone, but I acted on suggestion, almost like sleepwalking, and there the situation was. I dare say such experiences go back to our own earlier animal condition, when all the intuitive element in our makeup was much stronger, and that it has now shrunk very much, become feebler with the development of the upright position and the roof brain, the reasoning faculties of Homo, still not very, sapiens. Rouse's assumption that animal faculties include not only abnormally developed senses, but second sight, is one that is widely accepted. The Scottish poet Hugh MacDiarmid told me that his wife always knew when he was returning from long journeys, on one occasion as far away as China, because his dog would go and sit at the end of the lane about 48 hours before he would arrive home. Telepathy seems to be the obvious hypothesis here, except that on one occasion, the dog sat at the end of the lane before he knew he was returning home. I myself have seen the dog belonging to Eve Farson, wife of the writer Negley Farson, growling at a corner of her bedroom that had once held the basket of the previous dog, now deceased. Eve Farson told me that she had at first kept Albert's basket in that corner, but that his predecessor had driven him out of it so often that she decided to move the basket. And once again, one could explain this by positing some form of animal intuition or telepathy, perhaps even that Eve Farson herself communicated the knowledge of the previous dog to Albert. But no matter how often one calls upon the telepathy hypothesis, there always remain the incidents that cannot be made to fit. Rouse writes, in A Cornish Childhood I tell the story of my father's youngest brother, Charlie, killed in a mining accident in South Africa. Before leaving home the boy was forever fiddling with our kitchen clock, trying to make it strike, which it had ceased to do, and he couldn't mend it. One day at mealtime, the clock struck out loud, to the surprise of father and mother at table. It was at the time Charlie was killed, they found. They always called it inaccurately, for they hardly knew the meanings of words, a presentiment, or more properly, a token. And this underlines the problem that one encounters frequently in writing about the occult. The assumption of telepathy or faculty X can explain a great deal. Rouse says, I have found these phenomena far more frequent in periods of illness, perhaps when one's sensibility or receptivity is heightened, and when one's rational controls are lowered. But pure telepathy can hardly explain the striking of a dock. The next most likely assumption is that these strange faculties can, under certain circumstances, act directly upon matter, except that we are still dealing solely with human beings or animals and their subconscious powers, not with any unseen power outside man. This minimum working hypothesis seems to be borne out by a story told by Arthur Grimble in Pattern of Islands. The natives of the Gilbert Islands believed that when someone died, his spirit had to proceed to a sandspit at the northern end of the island of Makinming, a locale known as the Place of Dread. After visiting this halfway house, the ghost could then proceed to paradise, provided that certain rituals performed over his dead body were able to avert the attentions of Naka, the watcher at the gate, who tried to strangle the spirit in his net. Grimble persuaded the local constable to take him to see the Place of Dread. The man was, predictably, very nervous, and the visit was hardly a pleasure trip. On the way back, Grimble saw a man approaching, across the arc of a curving beach. I saw him appear round a point. I could follow every yard of his course as he came nearer. My eyes never left him, because my intent was pinned on his getting me that drink. He walked with a strong limp. He was a stocky, grizzled man of about 50, clad rather ceremoniously in a fine mat belted about his middle. I noticed that his left cheek was scored by a scar from jawbone to temple, and that his limp came from a twisted left foot and ankle. I can see the man still in memory. He totally ignored the greeting I gave him. He did not even turn his eyes towards me. He went by as if I didn't exist. Grimble called the constable, who was walking some way ahead, and asked him who the man was. The result was that the constable had hysterics, and rushed back home. Grimble followed him, and promptly complained to the native magistrate about the strange goings-on. They were able to identify the man with the limp. His name was N.A. Beria, and he had died at the time when Grimble saw him. His body lay at present in a nearby hut. Grimble's first impulse was to insist on seeing the body, to confirm that it was indeed the same man. Then, remembering that any interruption of the rituals might deliver the spirit into the hands of the watcher of the gate, he decided against it. The constable, who had also passed the limping man, had seen no one. Grimble very rightly doubts the existence of the watcher of the gate, or the importance of the Place of Dread as a halfway house to paradise. But the dying man had believed in it, which was enough to project his phantasm along the road to the north. It seems probable that he was still alive when Grimble saw him limping past, and that his thoughts projected his image. Everyone in the islands believed that spirits had to enter paradise via the Place of Dread, and this was enough to produce the phantasm. This is a tempting hypothesis, since it can be applied to most paranormal phenomena, from poltergeists to witchcraft. The notion that magic is a form of telepathy exercised by the group mind rather than by individual minds. But does it really simplify anything? How does group telepathy explain the prophetic powers of the I Ching? Or Mark Breden's precognition that his taxi was about to be hit by another one? Or any of the dozens of cases in Arthur W. Osborne's book The Future Is Now, of which this is a typical example? The report is by Mademoiselle Toulet, of the Comédie Française. It concerns the tragic end of the young actress, Mademoiselle Irene Musa. MLLE Musa was in a hypnotic trance when she was asked if she could see what awaited her personally in the future. She wrote the following: "My career will be short. I dare not say what my end will be. It will be terrible." Naturally, the experimenters, who were greatly impressed by the prediction, erased what had been written before awakening MLLE Musa from the trance. She therefore had no conscious knowledge of what she had predicted for herself. But even if she had known, it would not have caused the type of death she suffered. It was some months later that the prediction "my career will be short" was fulfilled. And indeed, her end was terrible. Her hairdresser had allowed some drops of an antiseptic lotion made of mineral essences to fall on a lighted stove. MLLE Musa was instantly enveloped in flames, her hair and clothing were set afire, and she suffered bumps so severe that she died in hospital a few hours later. Arthur W. Osborne, The Future is Now, with an introduction by Eileen J. Garrett, President of the Parapsychology Foundation Incorporated, New York, University Books. If such cases are to be explained in terms of telepathy and the group mind, then one has to include the notion that the past and future are also somehow accessible to the group mind, Jung's assumption about the I Ching. The thought that the Musa case suggests is one that must have occurred to many people, perhaps when they wake in the middle of the night, that our lives are a kind of gramophone record or film, whose end is, to some extent, predetermined. I say to some extent because we all have an undeniable sensation of free will in moments of crisis or great excitement. It is an idea that has occurred to many occultists, that life is basically some kind of game, whose precondition is that the players should suffer from amnesia, and then cope as best they can with the series of choices presented over 3/4 of a century. In that case, criminals could be regarded as the losers, those who have made the worst possible choices. The winners would be those who have come closest to overcoming the forgetfulness with which we begin the game. In The Mysterious Stranger, Mark Twain made the disturbing assertion that God got tired of being in a lonely, empty universe, and created the whole shadow show of life, in which he is the only real person, the others being robots, made to seem alive. The founder of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, teaches that men are gods who invented the world as a game, into which they descended, and then became victims of their own amnesia, so they became trapped in their game. It is unnecessary to point out that all the great religions hold the view that the essence of man and the essence of God are one and the same. I am God, cried Nijinsky, on the point of madness. In connection with these glimpses of the future, it is interesting to consider the views of another poet, W.B. Yeats, who also began by accepting telepathy as his minimum working hypothesis. Yeats's interest in the occult was stimulated by Mary Battle, the servant of his uncle George Pollux Fenn, who possessed second sight. Pollux Fenn would tell how several times, arriving home with an unexpected guest, he had found the table set for 3. One morning she was about to bring him a clean shirt, but stopped, saying there was blood on the shirt front and that she must bring him another. On his way to his office he fell, crossing over a little wall, and cut himself and bled onto the linen where she had seen the blood. In the evening, she told him that the shirt she had thought bloody was quite clean. Reveries. Later, in London, Yeats attended séances and magical conjurations, and joined the Order of the Golden Dawn, led by a strange Scotsman named MacGregor Mathers, whom Yeats met in the British Museum. It was Mathers, Yeats said, who convinced me that images well up before the mind's eye from a deeper source than conscious or subconscious memory. My italics. Yeats's friend, the actress Florence Farr, told of how she went for a walk with Mathers, and in a field of sheep he said, "Look at the sheep. I am going to imagine myself a ram," with the extraordinary result that the sheep ran after him. Yeats writes, he had given her a piece of cardboard on which was a colored geometrical symbol and had told her to hold it up to her forehead, and she had found herself walking upon a cliff above the sea, seagulls shrieking overhead. He gave me a cardboard symbol and I closed my eyes. Sight came slowly. There was not that sudden miracle as if the darkness had been cut with a knife, for that miracle is mostly a woman's privilege, but there rose before me mental images that I could not control. A desert and a black titan raising himself up by his 2 hands from the middle of a heap of ancient ruins. Mathers explained that I had seen a being of the order of salamanders because he had shown me their symbol, but it was not necessary even to show the symbol, it would have been sufficient that he imagined it. These symbols that Mathers traced on pieces of cardboard were from the Kabbalah, several books of which Mathers had translated, or adapted, under the title The Kabbalah Unveiled. The Kabbalah, of which more will be said later, is a body of ancient Jewish mystical teachings and commentaries on scripture, first written down in the 13th century. It asks, how can God, who is presumably perfect and changeless, have got mixed up in the creation of the world? And answers that he put forth 10 emanations, called Sephiroth, who actually did the work of creation. Inevitably, the Sephiroth and their creations are all represented by symbols, and these so-called Kabbalistic symbols are what Mathers used. Yates was by no means entirely convinced by Mathers, who was a strange, cranky figure. He says that when Mathers made some extravagant claim, his friends would make allowances as though he were a figure in a play of our composition. Autobiography, New York, Macmillan, 1956, p. 187, a polite way of saying that they excused everything by regarding him as a character. But Yates was baffled by the effect of symbols on the mind. It was long before I myself would admit an inherent power in symbols, for it long seemed to me that one could account for everything by the power of one imagination over another, or by telepathy. Essay on Magic in Essays and Introductions, London, 1961. Originally published in Ideas of Good and Evil. He was perfectly willing to accept telepathy, and even the power of projecting one's body elsewhere. He tells how, when in Paris, he was on his way out one morning to buy a newspaper, and passed the servant girl, newly arrived from the country. He was thinking, as he passed her, that if such and such had happened, he would have hurt his arm, and he envisaged himself with his arm in a sling. On returning, his host and hostess said, "Why, the bone servant has just told us you had your arm in a sling." He also writes, "One afternoon, about the same time, I was thinking very intently of a certain fellow student for whom I had a message, which I hesitated about writing. In a couple of days I got a letter from a place some hundreds of miles away where the student was. On the afternoon when I had been thinking so intently I had suddenly appeared there amid a crowd of people in a hotel and seeming as solid as if in the flesh. My fellow student had seen me, but no one else, and had asked me to come again when the people had gone. I had vanished, but had come again in the middle of the night and given him the message. I myself had no knowledge of either apparition." Essays and Introductions. This is similar to cases already cited, and explains why Powys was apparently surprised when Dreiser rang him up to announce his apparition. Yates's explanation of such phenomena is consistent with what has already been suggested here. He says that the greater energies of the mind seldom break forth but when the deeps are loosened, that is, he attributes it to some strange loosening of the subconscious. He agrees that Florence Farr's vision of the clifftop might easily have been telepathy, if not pure imagination. And yet there seemed a certain amount of evidence that the symbols produced definite mental images quite apart from the minds involved. It was the symbol itself, or, at any rate, not my conscious intention, that produced the effect, for if I made an error and told someone to gaze at the wrong symbol, they were painted upon cards, the vision would be suggested by the symbol, not by my thoughts. So the symbols often seem to be strangely independent of the minds involved. He speaks of a young Irish woman who thought the apple of Eve the kind you can buy at the greengrocer's, but in her trance she saw the tree of life with ever-sighing souls moving in its branches instead of sap, and among its leaves all the fowls of the air, and on its highest bough one white fowl wearing a crown. On arriving home, Yates consulted Mather's Kabbalah unveiled and read, "The tree is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, in its branches the birds lodge and build their nests, the souls and the angels have their place." He states that he came upon this passage by cutting the pages for the first time, so that it could not have been telepathic transference of his own mental image. Again, a West of Ireland bank clerk in whom he induced a trance saw the tree in a walled garden on top of a mountain, observed the souls sighing through its branches and saw apples with human faces, from which came the sound of fighting. The image from the Zohar, a book of the Kabbalah, is here supplemented by an image of the Purgatorial Mount of Dante, with its walled paradise on top, the sounds of battle. Another girl heard the clashing of swords from inside the trunk, obviously represents what will happen if the apples are eaten. Yates accounts for all this by speaking of the anima mundi described by Platonic philosophers, a kind of racial memory independent of embodied individual memories, though they constantly enrich it with their images and their thoughts. Almost everyone who has ever busied himself with such matters has come, in trance or dream, upon some new and strange symbol or event, which he has afterwards found in some work he has never read or heard of. Examples like this are as yet too little classified, too little analyzed, to convince the stranger, but some of them are proof enough for those they have happened to, proof that there is a memory of nature that reveals events and symbols of distant centuries. Mystics of many countries and many centuries have spoken of this memory. And he defines the real danger of this lunar knowledge. It is perhaps well that so few believe in it, for if many did, many would go out of parliaments and universities and libraries and run into the wilderness to so waste the body, and to so hush the unquiet mind that, still living, they might pass the doors the dead pass daily, for who among the wise would trouble himself with making laws or in writing history or in weighing the earth if the things of eternity seemed ready to hand? Aldous Huxley makes the same point in speaking of the effects of mescaline in the doors of perception, that in a world in which everyone took psychedelics there would be no wars, but no civilization either. Yeats, then, takes the next logical step in the argument, a step taken some years later by Jung himself, that there is a racial memory, which works in terms of symbols. This racial memory can be reached by hushing the unquiet mind, by reaching a certain depth of inner stillness where it becomes accessible to the limited individual memory. Yeats goes even further, and suggests that magical cures used by primitive peoples may produce their effect by somehow touching these subliminal depths. Such magical symbols as the husk of the flax, water out of the fork of an elm tree, do their work, as I think, by awaking in the depths of the mind where it mingles with the great mind, and is enlarged by the great memory, some curative energy, some hypnotic command. They are not what we call faith cures, for they have been much used and successfully, the traditions of all lands affirm, over children and over animals, and to me they seem the only medicine that could have been committed safely to ancient hands. And he concludes, I cannot now think symbols less than the greatest of all powers, whether they are used consciously by the masters of magic, or half unconsciously by their successors, the poet, the musician, and the artist. Here, then, is a theory of magic that covers all the phenomena described so far in this book, from simple telepathy to the strange complexities of the druidic tree alphabet and the incarnations of the white goddess described by Graves. It is important to understand that an enormous amount of our human experience is really a response to symbols. I speak in Origins of the sexual impulse of an underwear fetishist who stopped the car when he was driving with his wife, went into a garden, and removed a brassiere and panties from a clothesline. He laid these on the ground, and proceeded to go through the motions of copulation with them. Response to the symbol of forbiddenness, another woman's underwear, was obviously stronger than his response to the actuality of his wife beside him in the car. This is the peculiarity of human beings, that a symbol can gain a hold on the imagination and cause a more powerful response than the actuality that it represents. Control over our deeper powers comes from symbols rather than from straightforward acts of will. 10 minutes before writing this, I was feeling drowsy. Having eaten a large breakfast, I opened a book of colored photographs, and saw one of a wide yellow beach and a deep blue sea, which instantly produced a sense of coolness, of expansion, as if I had accidentally touched some valve and let the pressure out of a tire. Symbols can evoke a response even when I am bored and tired, and my senses have lost their interest in reality. Since this has been happening over 2 million years of evolution, is it implausible to suppose that certain symbols have found a permanent place in the depths of the human psyche? A youth who responds to the picture of a naked woman is responding as symbolically as the fetishist who is excited by her underclothes. Why should it be scientific orthodoxy to accept the instinctive effect of a sexual symbol on the human imagination, and deny those of a religious symbol whose power over the human imagination may be equally deep-rooted? It is interesting to note that when Yeats came to produce his own attempt at a symbolic system, the moon became his central image. 16 years after he had written his essay on magic, published in Ideas of Good and Evil, Yeats married a Miss Hyde Lees, and 4 days after their wedding she began to produce automatic writing. In an essay published in Per Amica Sile Ntia Luni, Yeats had asked whether it might not be possible to prick upon the calendar the birth of a Napoleon or Christ. The unknown communicator who used his wife's hand attempted to answer this question by producing a system of symbols, based upon the 28 phases of the moon, and upon two types of men, those who gain power from their combat with circumstance, and those who gain strength from the combat with themselves. The system is very nearly as complex as that expounded in Graves' White Goddess, and a good deal more arbitrary. Or at least, it seems so. The men who belong to each of the 28 phases each have 4 sets of characteristics. 1. The will, that is to say, what sort of person they are basically, the hero, the sensuous man, the obsessed man, etc. 2. The mask, the face he creates to show the world, which is often the opposite of his true character. 3. The creative mind, that is to say, his natural creative tendency, intellectuality, emotionality, self-dramatization, simplicity, etc. 4. What Yeats calls the body of fate, which means simply the man's destiny, what the law of the stars decrees for him, so to speak. The mask and the creative mind each have 2 possibilities. They can express themselves truly or falsely. For example, Yeats gives as his typical man of phase 12 Nietzsche the forerunner. The mask he creates to expose to the world is self-exaggeration when true, and self-abandonment when false. The true expression of his creativity is subjective philosophy, and the false expression is conflict between 2 forms of self-expression. This sounds obscure until one tries substituting James Joyce for Nietzsche, then the meaning can be seen. The forerunner whose mask is self-exaggeration, Stephen Dedalus and Shem the penman, and whose creativity expresses itself ideally as intense subjectivity. In Finnegan's Wake, this subjectivity becomes deliberate obscurity of expression, the conflict between the desire to reach an audience and the desire to be secretive and esoteric. All this sounds more complicated than, in fact, it is. The central idea of the book is very simple, that these 4 characteristics, or faculties, as Yeats calls them, go through various stages of fulfillment, like the phases of the moon. So that, for example, when one turns to phase 20, the concrete man, and discovers Shakespeare, Balzac, and Napoleon given as examples, it all slowly begins to make sense. The true form of the mask is fatalism, very apparent in all 3, and its false form, superstition. The true form of the creative mind is dramatization of the mask, and once again, this is easy enough to grasp in the plays of Shakespeare and novels of Balzac, the dramatization of fatalism, and occasionally of superstition. Its false form is self-desecration. The fate of the concrete man is enforced success of action, that is, a kind of success that drags him along like a slave behind a chariot and may overwhelm him. The simplest way to understand a vision is to begin in this way, by studying his examples. It is easier to grasp the significance of a phase in terms of Parnell or Oscar Wilde or Shelley than by studying its place in the lunar cycle. These various phases also relate to certain periods of history, which throw up a certain type of dominant figure, Christ, Napoleon, Pascal, Byron. Whether the reader chooses to accept all this literally is a matter of the individual temperament. Yeats himself ends the introduction by explaining, disconcertingly, that he does not regard all this as true, but as a stylistic arrangement of experience comparable to the cubes in the drawing of Wyndham Lewis. But a painter imposes his own emotional vision upon reality, because reality is all things to all men, and he experiences a compulsion to show what it is to him. Similarly, Robert Graves answers the question whether he believes poets to be literally inspired by the White Goddess by saying that, as with the question of whether the Hebrew prophets were directly inspired by God, you can accept it either as metaphor or as fact. And Graves' assertion that his task in writing the White Goddess was to provide a grammar or poetic myth for poets echoes Yeats's ghostly communicants. We have come to give you metaphors for poetry. But what is important is to recognize that the White Goddess and a vision are closely allied to the I Ching and the Kabbalah. They are attempts to organize lunar knowledge, our intuitive sense of meanings behind reality, into some kind of system. To dismiss these attempts as superstition or imagination is to completely miss the point. The kind of knowledge we use to get through a day at the office is logical, conscious knowledge. But we also live on a more intuitive level, and this intuitive knowledge could be compared to the nerves in its sides by which a fish can sense changes in the temperature and pressure of the water. When I am tired and depressed, these intuitions cease to work and I become accident-prone. When I am healthy and optimistic, I sense the ebb and flow of life around me like a fish. A poet in a state of intense receptivity may feel as though he is a spider in the center of a web, receiving vibrations from all parts of the universe. There is a sense of hidden laws, of rules of the game that are not the laws of chance or of physics. Did the system of a vision come from disembodied spirits, speaking through his wife, or was it the product of Yeats's subconscious mind, after half a century of occult studies? The question is not important. Think of the book as a net that attempts to trap lunar intuitions that evade the nets of reason, and to induce the feeling of being a spider in the center of a web or a fish in its stream. I am willing to believe that Yeats was completely honest in his description of how a vision came to him, but even if it could be proved that he was stretching the truth, it would make no difference to the value of the book. What does it matter who wove the net, if it catches the fish? All human beings share a common craving, to escape the narrowness of their lives, the suffocation of their immediate surroundings. This, as Einstein says, is why men want to escape from cities, to get into the peace of mountains at weekends. The narrowness of our lives makes the senses close up, until we feel stifled. This also explains why Ouspensky found a strange flavor of truth in books on Atlantis and magic. It is important for us to feel that there is another kind of knowledge, quite different from the logical laws that govern everyday existence, strange realities beyond the walls that surround us. Art, music, philosophy, mysticism are all escape routes from the narrowness of everyday reality, but they all demand a large initial outlay of conscious effort. You have to sow before you can reap. In comparison, magic or occultism is a simple, direct method of escaping the narrowness of everydayness. Instead of turning outwards, to the world of the great composers or philosophers, the student of the occult turns immediately inward and tries to reach down to his subliminal depths. This explains why the earliest and simplest forms of magic are symbolic. Not only have symbols a strange power to appeal to the subconscious mind, they are also easy to grasp and to meditate upon. This explains the enormous influence of the I Ching over so many centuries. It also explains the popularity of the most important Western system of symbolic knowledge, the tarot, which must now be considered. One of the oddest things about the tarot pack is that there seem to be no legends concerning its origin, although an 18th century philologist, Count de Gobelin, declared that it is fundamentally an ancient Egyptian work called the Book of Thoth. But this was before the Rosetta Stone enabled scholars to read Egyptian hieroglyphics, and it must be admitted that subsequent investigation has unearthed no sign of the tarot pack in ancient Egypt. The Egyptian notion may have arisen from the known fact that the tarot was used by gypsy fortune-tellers in the 15th century. But the notion that it was invented by the gypsies is contradicted by evidence that it was known in Spain, Germany, and France at least a century earlier. A painter named Gringener made a pack of tarot cards for the insane Charles VI of France in 1392, of which 17 still survive in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. But according to de Givry, in his Anthologie de l'Occultisme, 1931, there are records of the tarot in Germany in 1329, a century before the gypsies appeared in Europe. That a work like the tarot pack should have no known origin, even a legendary one, may not seem surprising, until one studies the pack. It consists of 78 cards, and can really be divided into two packs, one of playing cards similar to our ordinary pack, except that they have pictures as well as numbers, and 22 cards containing various typical symbols of the Middle Ages, the juggler, the high priestess, the hermit, the pope, the wheel of fortune, and so on. And these symbol cards remain unchanged through the ages, and their order remains the same. If the pack had been an arbitrary invention of gypsy fortune-tellers, one might expect it to exist in many versions. Count de Gobelin, writing before the French Revolution, declared, for example, that a picture representing the hanged man, a man hanging upside down by one foot, is obviously a mistake of early playing card manufacturers, that the design originally represented Prudence, a man standing on one foot, and reaching out cautiously for a place to put the other, a man with a suspended foot, so to speak. But the 1392 tarot of Charles VI shows a man hanging upside down by one foot, as in all later designs, and this was long before there were such things as printers of playing cards. Then what does the Hanged Man card mean? I have several reproductions of it in different versions, and all have certain things in common. The man hangs from the crossbeam of a gibbet, tied by one foot. The other leg is bent, and its lower part crosses the other leg at right angles, making a Tau cross. Oddly enough, the face has no expression of suffering, and there is a golden halo around his head, which, in the Charles VI pack, is simply his hair. Eliphas Levi, an imaginative occultist of the 19th century, based the 22 chapters of his Dogme et Ritual de la Haute Magie on the 22 trump cards of the tarot, and has a short section in the 12th chapter, The Hanged Man is the 12th card, explaining the Hanged Man as a symbol of Prometheus, whose feet are planted in heaven and whose head only touches earth, the free and immolated adept, the revealer menaced with death. This is all very well, but the Hanged Man's feet are not in heaven, and neither does his head touch the earth. A. Waite, a fellow Hermetic student of Yeats's, becomes unusually exalted on the subject in his own book on the tarot, explaining darkly that we may exhaust all published interpretations and find only vanity. He goes on to explain, he who can understand that the story of his higher nature is embedded in this symbol will receive intimations concerning a great awakening that is possible, all of which reveals that although he dismisses Levi as an ignoramus on the subject, he knows no more himself. Ouspensky has a weird and imaginative chapter on the tarot in A New Model of the Universe, in which he writes prose poems about each of the 22 trump cards. He leaves the Hanged Man until last, and then becomes prophetic and biblical. And I heard a voice which spoke to me. Behold, this is the man who has seen the truth. New suffering such as no earthly misfortune can ever cause. And so on for half a page. And in spite of mentions of the Garden of Eden, the Sphinx, and the Abyss, the mystery still remains. What is the card supposed to represent? Why upside down by one foot? In The Wasteland, T.S. Eliot has a reference to the Hanged Man, and explains in a note that he associates him arbitrarily with the hanged god of Fraser's Golden Bough. However, a reference to the relevant chapter in Attis, Adonis, Osiris reveals that the various gods of mythology who have been hanged were hanged in the normal way, not upside down. Basil Rakoczy, in his book Fortune Telling, explains that the Hanged Man is a disciple who has been hung upside down at a certain stage in his initiation. Gold tumbles out of his pockets. This shows, says Rakoczy, that he has not really given up the world, and is in great spiritual danger. The card is a timely warning. There is only one objection to this imaginative interpretation, that some of the earliest tarots do not show gold tumbling from his pockets, or even show him holding a bag of gold. And if he has just been caught out breaking his initiate's oath, why is he looking so cheerful? In The White Goddess, Graves mentions that the tarot pack is derived from the 22 letters of the full tree alphabet, and that the Hanged Man is associated with its 7th letter, D for doer, which represents the oak. This might be interpreted as affording some slight clue, since Graves mentions that the word doer means door, and that the word for oak in many European languages means door. The gibbet on which the Hanged Man swings certainly looks like a door. And unfortunately, there is no further clue as to why the Hanged Man hangs upside down. I dwell upon this problem because such speculation is the best possible introduction to the tarot pack. It so obviously means something. Whoever created it or constructed it meant something quite definite by its symbols. And perhaps one day a historian may discover that some early tribe of gypsies originated in a country where the local duke punished malefactors by hanging them upside down by one foot. But at the moment, the mystery remains impenetrable, and one can only stare with bafflement at the cards, and try to let the intuition work upon them. This is, in fact, by far the best way of getting to know the tarot pack, simply to stare at its cards as a child stares at colored pictures in his favorite book. Tarot packs of earlier centuries are usually in clear, bright, primary colors, so that they can be studied like illustrations in a child's picture book. It helps greatly if the student has a strong sense of the Middle Ages. Half an hour browsing through a volume like Joan Evans's Flowering of the Middle Ages is an excellent preparation for study of the tarot. The mind should be full of images of Gothic cathedrals, of medieval stained glass, which may be the inspiration for the glowing colors of the tarot, of small towns surrounded by fields, and artisans at their everyday work. Without this kind of preparation, the skeptical modern mind is likely to attach its own associations to cards like the Pope, the High Priestess, Pope Joan, and the Devil. It also enables one to sense when certain images extend further back than Renaissance, or even the Middle Ages. The Moon card, for example, shows a dog and a wolf baying at the moon while from a river, or sea, behind them a lobster climbs onto the land. The moon has a woman's face, and is shedding dewdrops. In the background of the picture, on either side, stand two menacing towers. Somehow the whole picture is out of keeping with the solid world of Chaucerian burghers and knights on tombs with their hands folded in prayer. It is true that this is one of the few examples of tarot cards that have changed form radically. The Charles VI pack shows two very Chaucerian astronomers looking at a moon without a face, but this is not to say that the dog and wolf card may not be equally old. Here, very clearly, is a card whose origins go back to pre-Christian times, and that is probably associated with the White Goddess. But for the most part the tarot is profoundly medieval in conception, and profoundly Western. It begins with a juggler. A 17th century tarot makes him look thoroughly villainous, and ends with a fool, or beggar, a man in torn clothes. In between, there is a world of emperors and popes and hermits, and cards symbolizing strength, temperance, justice, and death. Aliette, one of the commentators on the tarot, disliked the idea of beginning with the juggler, and changed its place to number 15. As to A. E. Waite, he prefers to change the juggler into a magician, having the countenance of divine Apollo, with smile of confidence and shining eyes, instead of the villainous-looking confidence trickster of the 17th century. He also prefers to end his exposition of the greater arcana, the 22 trump cards, with the World, a card showing a naked woman surrounded by symbols of the four evangelists, instead of the Fool. In general, Waite's tarot, with the cards redrawn by Pamela Smith, is a romanticist and sentimentalist version, although the cards never depart far from early originals. The obvious test of any commentator on the tarot is his understanding of the two cards representing the sun and the moon, whether he grasps the distinction between solar and lunar knowledge. Waite does not. Ouspensky comes altogether closer, although this seems to be an imaginative guess rather than true insight. Apart from the greater arcana, there are also the 56 cards of the lesser arcana, the four suits that have become the ordinary playing cards of today, with its rods, or wands, cups, swords, and shekels, or pentacles, changing into clubs, hearts, spades and diamonds. It is worth observing, in passing, that we have here two rod-shaped objects, wands and swords, and two circular objects, cups and money, and since one of the commentators mentions that wands and money were used in medieval methods of divination, it would not be inaccurate to see them as related to the yarrow stocks and coins of the I Ching. Each suit has a king, queen, knight, and knave, as well as cards numbered from 1 to 10. Almost certainly, the four suits were meant to represent the four social classes of the Middle Ages: the clergy, chalices, the merchants, money, the nobility, swords, the peasantry, rods. Although some authorities feel that the lesser arcana constitutes a completely different set of cards, with nothing in common with the trumps, they certainly have in common a puzzling symbolism. Each card bears a picture. It may show a series of cups forming a rainbow, or a body pierced by 10 swords, or a man oppressed under the weight of 10 rods. In Waite's tarot, the Five of Wands, for example, shows a group of youths in a field, apparently fighting or playing a war game. In The Hollow Men, T.S. Eliot has the lines, "Crossed staves in a field behaving as the wind behaves no nearer." This is clearly a reference to Waite's interpretation of the Five of Wands, where, after speaking of youths brandishing staves, he adds that this is mimic warfare, sham fight. In this sense it connects with the battle of life. Waite's Five of Wands becomes a symbol for Eliot's feeling of the futility of the constant motion that constitutes human existence. On the other hand, Gerard N. Cos, who published a commentary on the tarot under the pseudonym of Papoose, interprets the Five of Wands as obstacle overcome by assiduity, victory. Papoose sees the King of Swords as an evil man, Waite sees him as a symbol of stern justice. The lesser arcana of the tarot is, as already mentioned, the source from which modern playing cards are derived. These can also be used for divinatory purposes, and it is interesting to see how closely the meanings of the two packs correspond. It is evidence that the basic tradition of cartomancy, divination by cards, has hardly changed since the 14th century. The Ten of Cups, for example, has a picture of a happy family, and its meaning is contentment and human love. The meaning of the Ten of Hearts, its corresponding card in the ordinary pack, is home. Here are a few more correspondences. Ace of Coins, felicity. Ace of Diamonds, an engagement. Five of Swords, loss. Five of Spades, a funeral. Three of Coins, trade. Three of Diamonds, social activity. Five of Wands, mimic warfare. Five of Clubs, a lawsuit. Ace of Cups, house of the true heart, content, abode. Ace of Hearts, love, marriage. Four of Coins, possession, a legacy. Four of Diamonds, a legacy. When one considers how much individual commentators like to impose their own meanings, it is remarkable that the correspondences remain so close. Papoose's tarot, for example, makes a bid for wide popularity by making the cards tell a story. Cups, Hearts, is obviously a love story, with the ace signifying the beginning of love, the two, obstacles deriving from one of the couple, 3, both have fallen in love, 4, a third person provokes opposition, 5, the obstacle is over, and so on. In his explanation of the money cards, he actually reverses the meaning of the Four of Coins, a legacy, which, he claims, signifies a loss. The method of consulting the cards, both the tarot and the ordinary pack, has also remained relatively unchanged. A card is chosen to represent either the person asking the question, or the question itself. In the case of the tarot, tradition represents Wands as blonde and energetic, Cups as having light brown hair and a lazy temperament, Swords as dark brown and energetic, Coins as dark and indolent. This card is placed in the center of the table. The remaining cards are then shuffled and cut 3 times by the questioner. What follows depends upon the method favored by the fortune teller. Cards may be taken one after the other from the top of the pack, face downwards, and placed in a certain order round the first card. These indicate various influences at work, the general atmosphere of the inquiry, what forces are in opposition, what is the ideal solution, what has gone past, what is in the immediate past, what is in the immediate future, and so on. The simplest and quickest way of using the tarot is to use the greater arcana, the 22 trump cards, and simply get the questioner to name 5 numbers below 22, shuffling the remaining cards between each call. The cards are laid out in the form of a cross. The one in the center represents the synthesis. The card to the left is the affirmation, forces working in favor, and to the right, the negation. Above, the discussion of the problem, below, the solution. The synthesis card, in the center, should be looked upon as a combination of the other 4. It may seem a long step from Yeats's belief in the subconscious power of symbols to this complicated manipulation of cards. In fact, the reader with a logical turn of mind could hardly be blamed for seeing the whole thing as an amusement for the empty-headed and the gullible. But to dismiss the whole thing on these grounds would be to throw out the baby with the bath water. As with the I Ching, consultation of the tarot depends upon the assumption that the subconscious mind may have more to do with chance events than years on the surface. It seems to know things that are not apparent to consciousness. In certain moments of peace, or of fatigue, these intuitions can communicate themselves to consciousness, or they may do so quite erratically, for no particular reason, as in A. L. Rouse's sudden intuition that two young men were at present embracing in the college library. If we can accept that the strange events that haunted Strindberg during the second half of his life were not entirely imagined, but were somehow set in motion by the force of his own obsessions, then it is not a long step to accepting that the fall of cards may be influenced by the same obsessions. It also follows that any set of objects could be used for fortune-telling: a watch, a bottle of hair oil, a bar of chocolate, a broken mirror, provided that each object held a definite significance for the fortune-teller. Divination by dominoes and dice is almost as popular as cartomancy, and many primitive tribes use bundles of sticks or beads or teeth. The underlying assumption is that the materials used are no more than the clay which is molded by the hands of the subconscious sculptor. Auden, in a poem called The Labyrinth, writes, "The center that I cannot find is known to my unconscious mind. I have no reason to despair, because I am already there." The chief problem is to establish a link between the conscious and subconscious mind. The creator of the tarot set out to do precisely this. The symbols of the tarot serve a double purpose: to act as a kind of alphabet, by means of which the subconscious can spell out its meanings, and to stimulate the subconscious by means of their own inherent vitality, rather as a punched card can stimulate an electronic computer. A two-way traffic is intended. Undoubtedly the most dubious part of card divination is the element of chance. The logical mind finds it hard to swallow that cards taken by chance from a shuffled pack can have any real significance. Strindberg believed that supernatural agencies were trying to show him things when he was struck by some strange coincidence or omen, and this is the real assumption that underlies all divination. It would be interesting to devise new methods of consulting the tarot that would allow the subconscious mind more direct intervention, for example, placing the questioner in a hypnotic trance and then allowing him to choose a number of cards from a pack of upturned cards, or perhaps persuading the questioner to attempt self-hypnosis. What needs further investigation at the moment is the relation between symbols and the subconscious mind, and the point at which cybernetic feedback begins to occur between the two. There is one respect in which the tarot might seem inferior to the I Ching. I have explained that although the I Ching is a book of divination, it also tries to raise the mind above questions about its fate, to make the mind active and self-controlled rather than passively worrying about what the future holds. And this underlines the fundamental difference of approach between the tarot and the I Ching. The East is naturally more impersonal, more philosophical, than the West. The Oriental mind thinks naturally in terms of spirit and nature, heaven and earth, fire and water. It gazes into the distance. The Westerner lives in a more personal world, with the Savior acting as intermediary between himself and heaven. The symbols of the tarot are more complex, more personal, and more violent than those of the I Ching. At first glance the tarot seems more preoccupied with foretelling disaster than the I Ching, which is more interested in teaching the superior man how to become master of his destiny. Closer study shows that this difference is less important than it appears on the surface. The ominous symbols of the tarot, the hanging man, the tower struck by lightning, death, and the devil, are intended less as omens of disaster than as shocks to jar the mind out of the triviality of everydayness, to induce concentration upon essentials. The Pope, the Last Judgment, the Hermit all focus attention upon heaven, as, in another way, do the cards representing the star, the moon, and the Sunday. At the time when the cards were new to Europe, these symbols all had a deep emotional impact, which they have lost since the Reformation. But, as T.S. Eliot pointed out in speaking of Dante's poetry, there is nothing to prevent the modern mind from entering the medieval frame of reference and being as deeply moved by it as Dante's contemporaries were. When the tarot is grasped in this way, with an effort to understand the inner reality of its symbols, it can be seen as the exact Western equivalent of the I Ching, a lunar knowledge system conveyed in terms of interrelated symbols. Part 2. A History of Magic. Chapter 1. The Evolution of Man. If the history of magic is to be understood, we must begin with a discussion of evolution. For if David Foster is right, the evolution of life is not an accident, it has been shaped and guided by forces that possess intelligence and purpose. Magic also assumes the existence of such forces. On the other hand, science insists that the universe can be explained entirely in mechanical terms. If we can show this to be untrue, then we have provided the case for magic with the most solid kind of foundation. In 1794, Goethe attended a meeting of the Natural Science Society, and there met a man whose works he disliked intensely, the poet Schiller. But as they left the building together, Schiller made a remark that caused Goethe to regard him more sympathetically. He said that he wished that scientists would not make everything so fragmentary and disconnected, because it made them hard to follow. Goethe agreed enthusiastically. There is another way of apprehending nature, active and living, struggling from the whole into parts, and he proceeded to expound his view of nature as God's living garment. He ended by explaining his theory that all plants had developed from one original plant. Schiller shook his head. That's not an empirical experience. It's just an idea. In a sense, Schiller was right. Goethe's Erbpflanze was just an idea. But what Goethe was protesting about was not the method of science, but its preconceptions, with the scientist as a glorified accident investigator. An analogy will make my point clear. The psychologist J.B. Watson believed that all human activities, from sexual intercourse to writing symphonies, can be explained in mechanical terms. Imagine a criminologist investigating a murder case from the Watsonian point of view. A man has insured his wife for a large sum of money, then poisoned her. The psychologist is not in any way concerned with the rights and wrongs of the case, or even with the man's sanity, for to speak of sanity or insanity implies freedom of choice. The criminologist investigates it as he would investigate any other accident, let us say, a bridge that has collapsed during a storm. It is purely a matter of various pressures. In court, the prosecutor asks him, "But don't you believe that the defendant might have chosen not to murder her?" The criminologist shakes his head. There is no such thing as choice. Can a bridge choose not to fall down when the wind pressure is too great for it? But don't you see that throughout his teens, this man deliberately chose the path of least resistance, until his character became completely corrupt? What you have just said is meaningless. You may as well say that water is corrupt for choosing to flow downhill. The prosecutor sees the man's life as a series of choices, bad choices in which he has never thought of anything but his own immediate pleasure or gain. It seems clear to him that with a different series of choices, and perhaps a certain amount of help, the man might have become a decent citizen. In other words, the prosecutor sees the man's life as a series of possibilities, any one of which might have been realized. The Watsonian psychologist does not even think in terms of possibilities, any more than he wonders why a mountain is not a valley. To him, the fact of the crime, the fact of the criminal, are the realities, and he studies these as a geologist might study a mountain. Such an attitude may call itself the scientific method, but it is obviously not the real thing. It is too dogmatic. Poets, such as Blake and Goethe, have always objected to this narrow view of science, pointing out that the human mind doesn't work like that. It works by a series of intuitive leaps, not by this negative, cautious plodding. It is possible to stick too close to facts. If I examine a painting through a microscope, I shall learn about the texture of the paint, but nothing about the artist's intention in painting the picture. And I cannot learn about this intention while I stick to the microscope. I must stand back and see it as a whole before I can understand it. In 1931, H. G. Wells produced, in collaboration with Julian Huxley, a book called The Science of Life, which can be taken as a typical example of this kind of science. And since it offers a sketch of the evolution of life on Earth, it provides a clear-cut contrast to the approach on which this book is based. Wells is very positive that there is no mystical life urge, and no purpose behind evolution. Life is a chemical process that somehow originated in the warm seas of the Precambrian era. It differs from other chemical processes in being somehow self-propagating. It is hard to imagine a chemical process managing to keep itself going indefinitely, although we can imagine, let us say, a snowball getting bigger as it rolls downhill. But when it reaches the bottom of the hill, it stops. A forest fire will spread until it reaches the end of the trees, then it stops. Wells is asking us to accept that life is a kind of forest fire that goes on indefinitely, or a snowball that can roll up hills as well as down. From this accidental beginning, evolution continues by accident. The horse's speed, Wells points out, is a response to the increasing speed of its devourers. And conversely, no doubt, the devourers had to increase their speed to catch up with the horse. The fast horses survived and bred more of their kind, the slow ones died out. And this is the way that evolution has progressed for 500 million years. The method is wasteful but infallible. It depends only on physical laws, not on the will of the individual. Of course, a horse may learn to run faster because it wants to escape jackals, but it cannot pass on its speed to its children, at least, not genetically. Now, this process of accident may strike the non-scientific reader as unnecessary. My own experience teaches me that life is a purposive process. When I first try to roller skate or play a trumpet, it seems impossible that I can ever control such a difficult process. It is all I can do to maintain my balance, or get a single squeaky note out of the trumpet. What then happens is that I concentrate, I increase my mental pressure, just as I might tighten my grip on a revolver I am about to fire. And slowly I become master of the difficult process. If I make no effort at all, blowing aimlessly into the trumpet and hoping for the best, I shall never learn to play it, or it may take years instead of weeks. As soon as I have observed the enormous difference between purposeful concentration and aimless drifting, I find it hard to believe that life has reached its present stage by drifting. Eddington said that if a tribe of monkeys pounded aimlessly on typewriters for thousands of years, they would eventually write every book in the British Museum, but we may find that equally hard to believe. It seems obvious that a monkey would not produce an intelligible sentence, by accident, in a year of strumming on a typewriter, and there is therefore no reason to suppose it would produce 500 million intelligible sentences in 500 million years. And we may also find it hard to believe that life has evolved from the amoeba to Beethoven in 500 million years of accidental selection. Wells's type of argument depends upon a kind of dogmatizing skepticism, a pose of refusing to believe anything that cannot be tested and verified. But what he chooses to believe seems oddly arbitrary. He states flatly, the molten earth, after throwing off the moon, cooled down gradually. Recent examination of moon rock seems to indicate that the moon came from elsewhere. Wells is not to be blamed for not knowing this, but he is to be blamed for the dogmatic tone in which he declares the moon broke off from the earth. Why is he so dogmatic? Because it would be fanciful to assume that the moon came from outer space. It is more likely that it was thrown off by the earth. This makes it a fact. We are all hard-headed scientists here, and there's no mystical nonsense about us. But a likelihood is not the same thing as a fact, and an argument that proceeds by a series of hard-headed likelihoods may be as wrong as the wildest guesswork. Moreover, it may miss the whole point, as the microscope misses the point of a painting. Wells admits that he has no idea of where life came from, but it is most likely that it is a chemical process that started in the sea. And since he knows no more about the origins of life than anyone else, it follows that he does not know whether there is a mystical life urge or whether evolution is purposive. But in the name of hard-headed skepticism, these also become facts. He knows that individuals and races can be highly purposive, but he is not willing to allow purpose to play any part in evolution because our vital characteristics are determined by the genes, and the genes are determined by random shuffling, like a pack of cards. But it seems odd that if my hand and my brain can both be made to obey my sense of purpose, that another part of my body, the genes, should be totally beyond my control. In fact, how can I be certain that the genes cannot be affected by the vital forces of my will? Wells would reply, we have no evidence that they can be, and evolution can be explained purely in terms of natural selection. That, again, makes it a fact. And so, starting from the chemical picture of life as some sort of self-renewing process, we build up a logical and scientific view of history that explains religion and magic in terms of superstition. The end result is man as we know him today, trapped in his technological civilization, a victim of forces greater than himself, doing his best to avoid an atomic war. Wells, it is true, took an optimistic view of human evolution, but he called his final postscript to his short history of the world mind at the end of its tether. The picture remains depressing only so long as we accept that the scientific method that Wells admired so much is really as reasonable and honest as it looks. It is determined to do without teleology, the notion of purpose. Why is science so opposed to purpose? Because it has suffered so much from it in the past. The savage who believes that the eclipse of the moon is a sign of God's anger is actively blocking the progress of science, for he has closed the question. The churchmen who burned Giordano Bruno and made Galileo recant were blocking the progress of science. Science has reason to be wary of teleology. But while admitting that a non-purposive science may discover many valuable truths, we may still point out that there is no sound scientific reason for actually outlawing the idea of purpose. Let us consider an alternative to Wells's account of evolution. We may agree that it is just conceivable that life is some sort of chemical process that started in warm seas. But when I think about a chemical process, for example, if I drop a piece of iron into hydrochloric acid, and watch it fizz and dissolve, it seems somehow quite different from a vital process, for example, the way a piece of cheese becomes maggoty. I cannot help thinking of life as a principle of organization inside the purely chemical process that is involved when cheese becomes maggots. In fact, I know that the maggots develop from bacteria in the air. If the cheese is kept in a sterile vacuum, it will remain sterile. It is difficult for me not to think of life as a process that comes from outside the chemicals involved, and which imposes its own organization on them. There is, as I have already said, an immense difference between an accidental process and a process upon which I concentrate my sense of purpose. There is even an immense difference between doing something absent-mindedly and really concentrating on it. Life is inseparable from the idea of purpose. It is true that I can easily think of a living creature without much purpose, a cow chewing the cud, Oblong yawning on his stove, but this is because they are enjoying a breathing space from purpose. Earlier effort has paid for their relaxation in advance. The simplest living organisms have to fight continually for existence. Life increased in the warm seas, and developed its own kind of purpose, instinctive purpose, and its own kind of senses. And as the tiny organisms developed into fishes, birds, mammals, and insects, they also developed their most important instinct, the community sense. And it is arguable that this community instinct, like the homing instinct and the premonition of danger, was telepathic. In African Genesis, Robert Ardrey mentions an example that seems to me a conclusive argument against total, uncompromising Darwinism, the flatted bug. He was standing with the anthropologist L.B.S. Leakey, looking at a coral-colored blossom like lilac. Leakey touched the twig, and the flower dissolved into a swarm of tiny insects. A few minutes later the insects resettled on the twig, crawled over one another's backs, and once again became a coral-colored blossom, a flower which does not exist in nature. Some of the insects were green, some were half green and half pink, others were deep coral. They arranged themselves so as to look like a flower with a green tip. Now Darwinian selection can explain most examples of imitation in nature, for example, the stick bug, which even has thorns on its back. Random mutation produces a creature that looks rather like a twig, and it survives better than its brothers who look more appetizing. And as birds continue to eat the non-imitative bugs, nature polishes up the resemblance. But how can that principle be applied to a whole community? Natural selection works in terms of individuals. We cannot imagine a whole community created by some mass accident of the genes, and then learning, accidentally, to imitate a flower. But if we assume that the flatted bug community is, in a sense, a single individual, a single mind, the problem becomes less complicated. And if we make this assumption, then we must also drop the idea that the genes cannot be influenced by telepathy. The alternative is to imagine thousands of flatted bug communities teaching themselves to imitate flowers, but being wiped out in the next generation as their children fail to inherit their coloring, until one day nature kindly takes a hand and allows the trick to become inheritable. Darwin himself was not entirely convinced that acquired characteristics cannot be inherited. The entomologist Fabre asked him to explain the case of the French Amonophilous wasp, which provides food for its grubs by stinging a caterpillar in its nerve center and paralyzing it. Fabre argues that the wasp must be totally accurate with its sting, for if it stings too deep, it will kill the caterpillar, and if it fails to sting deep enough, the caterpillar will wriggle around and crush the grubs. Fabre points out that the wasp must have learned this trick the first time, and then somehow passed it on to its children, otherwise, there would have been no children. Darwin was inclined to agree. Wells, in The Science of Life, accuses Fabre of exaggeration, and describes the wasp's accuracy as a rough and ready reflex of no great complexity, basing his criticism on the American variety of Amonophilus, but this makes no fundamental difference to Fabre's argument that the species could not have survived without somehow passing on the trick in the first generation. Again, we might ask, how did man develop the thickened skin on the soles of his feet? Obviously, by walking on them. But why have all men this same characteristic? Do we suppose that there were once men with thin skin on their soles, but they stepped on thorns and died out? That seems unlikely, since having thin soles would not be a great evolutionary disadvantage. On the contrary, it might cause its possessors to become thinkers rather than hunters. Is it not more sensible to assume that man wanted thick soles as a matter of general convenience, and influenced his genes to give him thick soles? In his Gifford Lectures, The Living Stream, Sir Alister Hardy, who was professor of zoology at Oxford and a respectable Darwinian, cites an even odder phenomenon. A flatworm called microstomum has developed a unique defense system. It eats the polyp hydra for the sake of its stinging capsules, called nematocysts. When the hydra has been digested, the stinging bombs are picked up in the lining of the flatworm's stomach, pasted through to another set of cells, which now carry them, like builders' laborers carrying bricks, to the flatworm's skin, where they are mounted like guns, ready to fire their stinging thread. It is a curious feature that the stinging capsules do not explode when the flatworm eats the hydra. What is even stranger is that the flatworm does not eat the hydra for food, but only to steal its bombs. Once the flatworm has enough bombs mounted in its skin, it will not touch a hydra, even if starving. The behavior of the microstomum is enough to give an orthodox Darwinian gray hairs. How the flatworm learned the trick, and then passed it on to its children, by accidental selection, is only the first of the problems. Dr. A. W. Kepner was driven to postulate a group mind among the cells of the body to account for the internal behavior of the microstomum. After discussing various similar problems, Sir Alister Hardy takes the immense step of suggesting that telepathy can, in fact, influence the genes, although he is careful to emphasize that this is only guesswork. The analogy he uses, remarking that it is only an analogy and not part of the hypothesis, is of a painter selecting colors for a painting that is going to be reproduced thousands of times. He may decide to keep varying the colors, the DNA genes, to try to obtain the maximum effect. Sir Alister postulates a group mind among the animals of a species, and the group mind plays the part of the painter. But a painter selects his colors with a view to the overall effect. In short, we are back with the notion of purpose, and, even more important, with the notion that the group mind can directly affect the DNA code. What all this amounts to is that the accidental selection that Wells insists upon leaves too much unexplained. No one doubts that accidental selection is a major force in evolution. But then, no one doubts that various kinds of accident play an important part in the lives of city dwellers. I may accidentally meet a man who gives me a bad cold, or changes the whole course of my life. This does not mean that everything I do, from getting up in the morning to going to bed at night, is without purpose. On the contrary, the accidents take place against a general background of purpose. And the same goes for evolution. None of the examples discussed above presents the slightest problem for the telepathic theory of evolution. We suppose that life is basically purposive. It organizes matter for its own ends, and its aim is to become more complex, more free. To begin with, it concentrated on developing telepathic forces, the same forces that enable the flatted bug to understand its place in the blossom. These forces also enabled it to pass on important discoveries to the genes. This instinctive mind, the group mind, has many levels. On one level, it organizes a group of flatted bugs into a flower and makes sure that some of them are green and some are half green and half coral, and some completely coral. On another level, it organizes the cells of the flatworm's stomach to carry stinging capsules to the outer skin. For all we know, the flatworm may be able to order the cells to carry the stinging capsules, just as I am now ordering my fingers to type this page. In organisms as simple as the flatworm, instinctive connections may be more direct. And this speculation emphasizes, in turn, that all kinds of processes are now taking place in my own body, although I am apparently unconscious of them. Kepner's postulate of a group mind among the cells of the body applies on every level of life. The skills developed by birds and animals indicate that life has come a long way towards its objective, power over its material form. But while the homing instinct of birds, the flower-building instinct of flatted bugs, the sixth sense of dogs are very remarkable achievements, they are, in a way, dead ends. For their purpose is mere survival. After nearly 500 million years of evolution, life's chief characteristic was cruelty, baby wasps eating a live caterpillar, a snake eating a live frog. And the power of telepathic communication with its own kind did not involve any sympathy with other species. For all its psychic faculties, life remained narrow and vicious. It had to take the next great step, the most dangerous step yet. It had to discover new ways to conquer the world of matter, which operates by its own complex laws. It had to learn to understand these laws, to grasp them as generalizations. The increasing complexity of the forms it was learning to handle meant that it needed a hierarchic structure. The boss of a small business can keep in touch with everything himself, but if the business becomes very large, he needs a whole structure of managers, under-managers, foremen, shop stewards, and so on. The boss's job is to take an overall view, and leave all the routine jobs to his deputies. Every human being is, in effect, the boss of a giant corporation. But he is the boss. He may not know everything that goes on all the time, but he has an overall idea. And there is nothing to stop him from visiting any office or workshop in the combine. If he wants, he can even take off his coat and repair one of the machines. He no longer has the immediate control that the flatworm has over the cells of its stomach, but if he really needs it, he can get it. If he needs to recover the power of telepathy, or subconscious premonition of danger, jungle sensitiveness, he can reactivate this faculty by an intense effort. But here is the central point. His chief danger is a kind of amnesia. The complexity of the business may strain him so much that he spends all his time worrying ineffectually in his office, staring dazedly at balance sheets and statistics, and wishing he was still just a small family business. He forgets how much real power he possesses. When he reaches this stage, becoming stale, it is important for him to get down on the shop floor and roll up his sleeves, to recontact his simpler, more instinctive self. And this is a point whose importance goes far beyond this discussion of the occult. We are considering the most important law of human nature. Man is at his best when he has a strong sense of purpose. When my consciousness is doing its proper work, grasping some of the immense complexity of the universe, and calculating how to increase its control and power, its energy flows into the subconscious, and arouses all the forces of the subconscious mind. When conscious purpose fails, everything else slowly breaks down. Why has man developed consciousness? I suggested the answer in my foreword. He may have lost his animal powers of telepathy, but he has also lost his color blindness. When he delights in the contrast of a blue sky with green fields, or the colors of the clouds at sunset, he is operating at a higher level of vitality than any animal can achieve. And his sense of beauty is the direct outcome of his evolutionary urge. It is related to the power of grasping and mastering complexity. If I look at an old Tudor house set in green lawns and flower beds, with the river at the foot of the garden, my sense of beauty is actually a sense of complexity and order. The more wide awake I feel, the more I take in these chimneys, gables, oak beams, leaded windows, bright flower beds. They give pleasure because they give a sense of the mind's power to control its environment. I may see an equally complex scene from the window of a train, slag heaps, factory chimneys, slum houses, and although it is equally complex, it does not produce pleasure because it seems evidence of the human failure to control the environment, of people who have let life get them down. On the other hand, I may look at a piece of natural scenery that is equally chaotic, with jagged rocks, bare hills, a stormy sky, but because I feel no need to control it, it strikes me as beautiful, for I can savor its complexity. The sense of beauty, then, is a sense of complexity, and of power over it. Neither is sufficient without the other. A neurotic sees the complexity, but he feels overwhelmed by it. He lacks purpose. When Alexander the Great cried for fresh worlds to conquer, he possessed the sense of purpose but lacked the sense of complexity. He felt he had come to the end of the world. Now, ideally there should be a continual feedback. Increased complexity should produce an increased sense of purpose, an increased appetite for life. And the increased appetite for life should stimulate the mind to broaden its limits, to grasp new complexities. What happens in practice is that human beings, even the greatest, reach a certain point where they lose courage. They don't want any more complexity, and their appetite for life also slackens. But it is possible to imagine a human being who has passed this danger point, whose mind reaches out endlessly for new complexities, and whose sense of delight is stimulated to achieve new levels of purpose by the new complexity. If man's mind could reach this point, like the critical mass in an atomic explosion, he would become godlike. Think of a schoolboy going for a swim in the river on a hot afternoon, the way the senses feel drunk with the blueness of the sky, the cool smell of the water, the kind of excited ecstasy with which he changes into his swimming costume, somehow afraid that the water will run away before he gets to it. This kind of excitement and affirmation is peculiarly human. The senses reach out eagerly to the world, as if to embrace it. Man often feels this same ecstasy of affirmation as he confronts the universe, sheer delight in its complexity, and the desire to plunge into it with a splash. But, like the schoolboy, he gets tired, the excitement fades. And this failure is purely a lack of self-discipline. An adult can increase his mental stamina by deliberate training, so that, for example, he can listen to a complete Wagner opera without exhaustion. And this should make clear why we differ so much from the lower animals. No animal possesses that capacity for reaching out ecstatically to grasp the universe. Their instincts are sharper than ours, and they are closer to nature. But they can never know that supreme delight of the imagination taking fire and becoming drunk with its own visions. That is what human evolution is about. But man had chosen a hard, uphill road. It is true that this power to understand the world brought tremendous results. For example, when he learned that wild grass could be sown and cultivated, that wild animals could be tamed and bred for their meat and their skins, life became immeasurably easier. Professor K. A. Wittfogel has estimated, in his book on Chinese economic history, that agriculture can feed between 20 and 50 times as many people as hunting. That means that man has between 20 and 50 times as much leisure. But on the other hand, this new, highly conscious life was narrow and hard, and rather dull compared to hunting and warfare. Romantic modern writers like to declare that peasants are closer to nature than city dwellers, but that is not entirely true. A man like John Cooper Powys has a mystical bond with nature because he has the leisure to think and use his imagination. But the Bronze Age peasant worked too hard to be able to cultivate his imagination. And so, although the plough had, in a sense, freed him from his dependence on the day's hunting, it had confined him in a new prison, his home, his fields, his cow barn. What happened was inevitable. The men who retained a high degree of their old psychic faculties were rare. Psychic ability springs from a kind of inner stillness, during which the mind becomes clear, like a pond in which the mud is allowed to settle. The men who possessed this faculty became doctors, priests, Oracles. This is as true today as 5,000 years ago. A recent report on the Occult Indians of the Mexican Sierra Madre, whose religion is a survival of the pre-Columbian age, describes the shaman, Ramon Medina, who is also, significantly, the tribe's principal artist. Visiting the village of San Andres, the shaman sensed death, and walked to a locked house, where the corpse of a murdered man was discovered in the roof. Norman Lewis comments that the body was discovered through what is completely accepted in this part of the world, even by Franciscan missionary fathers, as extrasensory perception. The Survivors, The Sunday Times, April 26, 1970. This power revealed by the shaman could be developed, like water divining, by anybody. They are a perfectly normal part of the makeup of living creatures. But we are unaware of our potentialities, in spite of the increasing interest in parapsychology. One of these potentialities was revealed by the researches of Dr. J.B. Ryan at Duke University. A gambler suggested that the parapsychology team investigate the gambler's superstition that the fall of a dice can be influenced by the human mind. 18 series of tests were conducted over no less than 8 years. And when this vast amount of statistics was examined carefully, a curious result was discovered. When people were first tested, their score was always a great deal above chance. On the second run, the score fell radically, and in the third run, more radically still. In other words, the mind could best influence the fall of the dice when it was fresh and unbeard. Repetition of the same old routine gradually blunted its power of psychokinesis, PK for short. The figures for these tests, published in 1943, were overwhelming and conclusive. At first, it might seem that Ryan's results contradict what I have just said, that such powers can be deliberately developed. But the contradiction is only apparent. What the tests do seem to prove is that when the mind is fresh, wide awake, and interested, its powers are considerable. Repetition blunts them. But what is boredom? It is a kind of discouragement, a slackening of the will due to a feeling that it's just not worth it. What Ryan's results show clearly is that man's psychic powers are greatest when his will is aroused, and fall off radically when it slackens. And if we assume a certain psychic element in accident proneness, this would also be explained by the result. Perhaps the most important part of this result is that the scoring falls off so fast after the first run. Ryan remarks that when they examined the figures for 123 first runs, there were 134 hits above chance. In the 123 second runs, this had dropped to a mere 19, and in the third runs, to only 4. This tells us something of vital importance about human beings. Our powers literally crumble and collapse under boredom. Our human tendency to defeat proneness, to will less drifting, has more serious results than we can imagine. It diffuses our powers. In modern civilization, most people are involved in boring routine jobs that seldom stir the will, and certainly not the imagination. The result is inevitable. We are like 4-engine aeroplanes running only on one engine. And our natural psychic powers are damped almost to extinction. But this observation is less depressing than it sounds. For what actually causes the tremendous falling off in our powers? Boredom, defeat proneness. But what is defeat proneness? It is basically a frame of mind induced by ignorance. One thinks of the story of the man who hung all night from the edge of a cliff, and when the daylight came, realized there was only a 3-foot drop below him. Once he can see clearly, the fear vanishes. In the case of human beings, the defeat proneness is due to that separation from our subconscious origins. We are stranded in consciousness. Place a man in a completely black and silent room, and within a few days he will go insane, or at least suffer extreme mental strain. Why? For the same reasons that Ryan's PK results fell off so radically after the first test. The will crashes into collapse when it is blinded, and the collapse is out of all proportion to its cause. A little boredom causes total demoralization. But the more man learns to shine a searchlight into his lower depths, the more he can understand his actual strength, and the less he is liable to this panic collapse. Once again, we have to recognize that his most urgent need, at this point in evolution, is to reanimate his sleeping psychic powers. In this respect, primitive man had one great advantage over modern man: he knew that he possessed them. If, therefore, he wanted to develop them, it was simply a question of the best possible method. The insight must come first, the method follows. In the remainder of this chapter I want to examine both these aspects, the insight and the method, more closely. It must be understood first of all that there is no basic difference between mystical experiences and experiences that belong to the realm of magic or the occult. Because his consciousness has evolved too fast, man has lost contact with his real identity. When his inner pressure is low, when he is in a state of boredom or aimlessness, he is aware only of the most superficial level of his identity. The more deeply he feels, the more of himself he is aware of. This is why Yeats says, "When a man is fighting mad, something drops from eyes long blind, he completes his partial mind. For an instant stands at ease, laughs aloud, his heart at peace." The important line here is, he completes his partial mind. The fundamental problem of human beings was stated with beautiful clarity by L. H. Myers at the beginning of his novel The Near and the Far. Young Prince Jolly stands on the battlements of a palace, which he has been traveling all day to reach, and looks at the sunset on the desert. As he does so, he reflects that there were two deserts, one that was a glory for the eye, another that it was weariness to trudge. Deep in his heart he cherished the belief that someday the near and the far would meet. Yes, one day he would be vigorous enough in breath and stride to capture the promise of the horizon. The promise of the horizon, that is the problem, not only for poets and mystics, but for every human being. And our problem is that we have to live with reality constantly under our noses, like a bull in front of which the matador constantly dangles his cloak, never allowing it to see more than a few feet. It is not quite true to say that we are permanently trapped in the present, for we are always getting those breathing spaces, these moments when the heart seems to expand with relief and delight. The odd thing is the strange inability of consciousness to maintain this insight. It is as if some simple element was missing that allows consciousness to become frayed and tangled. When I was at school, we used to learn to make hosiery on machines with banks of needles. Once the machine was knitting the fabric, a heavy weight had to be hung on the bottom of the fabric to prevent it fouling the needles. If one forgot about the weight, and allowed the fabric to reach the floor, the wool immediately climbed up the needles, and within seconds the knitting was a tangled mess. Similarly, when human consciousness idles in neutral, it narrows and loses all sense of values. When this happens, man ceases to reach out, to experience the desire to expand. The sense of worthwhileness fades. And when that happens, any kind of negation and stupidity becomes possible. It might be said that the essential difference between a man of genius and an ordinary man is that the man of genius has a greater power to focus steadily upon his real values, while the ordinary man is always losing sight of his aims and objectives, changing from hour to hour, almost from minute to minute. A criminal is a man in whom this process of devaluation has slipped further. Why do I spend so much time emphasizing the inefficiency of human consciousness? Because once this is understood, we catch a glimpse of the potentialities of an efficient consciousness. The great mystics, saints and initiates of the past were simply men who had realized a few of these potentialities. But they were groping instinctively, in a kind of semi-darkness of intuition, like men trying to find their way in a fog. Modern man has the possibility of understanding the mechanism of consciousness, and marching directly towards his objective, with the will flexed to its maximum efficiency. Man's trouble is not his inability to achieve the kind of concentration necessary for maximum use of his powers, but his unawareness of what can be achieved by such concentration. And this recognition leads to a formulation of central importance. Occultism is not an attempt to draw aside the veil of the unknown, but simply the veil of banality that we call the present. The basic mechanism for doing this is very simple. I am normally bound up in myself. If I have nothing in particular to do, I may simply allow my mind to ramble vaguely, to think of some gossip, try to recall the words of a popular song, I may brood on some worry or resentment, or about a program I saw on television last night. I choose what I use my consciousness for. You could say that consciousness is like a box, and I decide what to put in the box. Now, suppose I am on a walking tour in the Lake District. I see impressive scenery, but I see it through a kind of veil, a veil of myself and my trivial preoccupations. I am allowing the scenery to become associated with mediocre vibrations. But consider what happens if the scenery I am looking at happens to be associated with a deeper vibration. For example, suppose I am looking at the moors around Haworth Parsonage, and they make me think of Wuthering Heights and the tragedy of the Brontes. What happens as I experience the sudden vibration of seriousness? Simply that I am rescued from my closed-up, personal, worm's eye view of life. I am reminded that it is bigger, more exciting, more important, more tragic, than I had realized. Or rather, I knew this all the time, but had allowed myself to forget it. All art does its work in this way, by rescuing us from our self-chosen triviality, to which we are so prone. It is like a deep organ note that makes my hair stir and a shiver run through me. I pull back from life, like a camera taking a long shot with a wide-angle lens. I quite simply become aware of more reality than before. It is obvious that I can either resist my own tendency to sink into triviality, or accept it and take it for granted. What Shaw calls the period of moral awakening, which occurs in most intelligent people in their early teens, or even sooner, is a deliberate effort to leave behind the triviality of childhood and to focus the mind on greater issues, art, science, music, exploration. The vibration of seriousness is accompanied by an inner tightening, as if slack cables had suddenly taken a weight. This tightening may occur through a certain effort of the will or imagination, or it may occur spontaneously, that is, without any apparent conscious effort, in sexual excitement, for example. And it must be emphasized that this inner tightening, the vibration of seriousness, is the aim of all religious, mystical, and occult disciplines, for when it occurs, man feels his sense of power increase. It is a sad thought that most people take their triviality for granted, accept that they will remain fundamentally unchanged for the rest of their lives. The first and most important step towards self-transformation is to grasp intellectually what I have explained in the preceding pages, that man was not intended for a lifetime of the worm's eye view, any more than a bird was intended to spend its life on the ground. We have a natural faculty for pulling back, for seeing things through the wide-angle lens, for switching on to more serious vibrations. For human beings, boredom and depression are abnormal, a failure to grasp their natural powers. My powers are wasted so long as my vision is narrow and personal. They are like a boxer who cannot get any force behind his punches at close quarters. And when my will has become passive through close-upness, I fall into a dreamlike state in which illusion and reality are intermingled. I become trapped and tangled in my own narrow values, instead of remaining open to values that are greater than myself. For human beings are intended to connect with values outside themselves and to become unaware of themselves as personalities. Having defined the object of the quest, the next question is the method. If the major human problem is a certain diffuseness and tendency to make mountains of molehills, clearly the answer must lie in the realm of concentration. This has always been the fundamental religious discipline. But there is an important point to be grasped here. Concentration is exactly like learning mathematics at school. It can be a highly disagreeable exercise that provokes nothing but negative emotions. If I hate mathematics, this is almost certainly because I am badly taught, and because I have a certain inner resistance to the subject. A good teacher will get the students so interested and excited that all fear disappears. The famous teacher Trachtenberg, who devised his system in a concentration camp during the war, could turn the worst pupils into enthusiastic mathematicians. And this was because his rules are so simple and easy to remember that students lost their fear of the subject, and took a certain pride in their ability to leap hurdles. Concentration should also be an entirely pleasurable exercise, pursued for the sheer joy of it. For when it is done correctly, it induces an immediate feedback of delight, that same sense of heightened vitality that is experienced in the sexual orgasm, or when a crisis is suddenly overcome. What must be grasped here is the aim of concentration. Consider the opening scene of Faust, in which Faust has worked himself into a state of defeat and despair. The reason is dear, his thinking has become arid and purposeless, and he has sunk into a state of lowered vitality in which further effort brings no feedback. When he is about to commit suicide, the Easter bells ring, suddenly reminding him dearly of his childhood, and call him back to life. He recalls the time when heaven's love rushed at me like a kiss, and says, "An inconceivably sweet longing drove me to roam through woods and fields. And with 1,000 burning tears, I felt a world rise up in me." He is back in contact with external reality. He has broken his way out of the glass bubble that surrounded him. It can be seen immediately that if Faust had decided to throw off his suffocating despair with an effort of concentration, the crucial question would be what he concentrated on. The Easter bells immediately directed his efforts to reality. Without them, he might have made enormous efforts and only exhausted himself. If a traveler is dying of thirst in a desert, it is important that he direct all his remaining energy in the direction of the nearest oasis. T.S. Eliot has a similar passage in the 6th section of Ash Wednesday, after describing fatigue and resignation. "Though I do not wish to wish these things. From the wide window towards the granite shore, the white sails still fly seaward, seaward flying, unbroken wings. And the lost heart stiffens and rejoices in the lost lilac and the lost sea voices. And the weak spirit quickens to rebel for the bent goldenrod and the lost sea smell." Here again we have the Easter bells experience, in this case triggered by the smell of the sea and of goldenrod, and the surge of delight and power, unbroken wings. This capacity to evoke sheer ecstasy is present in us all the time, but it needs to be understood before it can be controlled. The surge of power that makes the lost heart stiffen is a power that leaps out to meet the sense of reality. This same glimpse can also be achieved through crisis. Graham Greene's whiskey priest in The Power and the Glory experiences total certainty only as he is about to be shot by a firing squad. Then he suddenly realizes that it would have been quite easy for him to have been a saint, and he felt like someone who has missed happiness by seconds. Quite. It is almost funny. We spend our lives peering at things so close up that we simply fail to grasp their obvious meaning. A kind of laziness drags us down. There is no hurry. Plenty of time. You, who are now reading these words, feel precisely that. There is tomorrow and the day after. But try to focus what happens to the whiskey priest in front of the firing squad. With the terrible shock he knows that he is going to die, now, within seconds. His inner being revolts, his energies surge like a tidal wave. He makes a more powerful effort than he has made in his whole life. He is like Sinbad the sailor hurling the old man of the sea from his shoulders. For a second, he experiences freedom, and then realizes with despair that he could have made this same effort in any of the billion or so seconds of his previous life. He has wasted his life in a kind of dream. We are all in this position, all human beings. If you can clearly focus this realization, you have grasped what the Church means by original sin. We, you, and I, are infinitely stronger than we ever realize. This is what concentration should be focused on. It can be nothing more than another form of dreaming. It can also be an attempt to burst the bubble of dreaming. There is a certain danger in taking the whiskey priest episode as a starting point for concentration, the danger of a negative outlook. There is no harm in using the imagination to invoke a sense of panic, if the panic succeeds in its effect of breaking the bubble, establishing contact with reality. But if it fails, it can only increase the oppressive anxiety. The basic method involved here is perfectly ordinary learning, like learning to ride a bicycle or memorize a poem. Every peak experience, to use Abraham Maslow's phrase, every surge of contemplative objectivity, shows the mind its own ability to grasp reality by reaching out. The only way to acquire a skill is to keep repeating the attempt until you have learned the knack. Now, it is true that most healthy people have peak experiences fairly often. But they fail to make a determined effort to build on them. They take them for granted, and allow themselves to slip back into their dull, non-expectant state of mind, the old plodding attitude towards existence. An altogether more sensible approach is to recognize that every time you can induce the Faustian flash of pure affirmation, you are a step closer to being able to do it at will. The closer together the experiences occur, the quicker you can learn. Bear in mind that you are trying to pull back from your worm's eye view, to get the wide-angle shot of the world. Bear also in mind that Faust, for all his intelligence and perception, is convinced that he has the soundest reasons for despair, until the Easter bells remind him of what reality is really like, blowing away the depression like mist. The trick is not only to take advantage of every flash of optimism, to attempt to amplify it into a peak experience, but also to grasp that this is an objective exercise, a skill like reading a newspaper, and that it can be practiced at any moment when you have nothing else to think about, on a bus, a tube train, walking along a corridor, drinking tea. This explains the attraction of drugs, particularly psychedelics, for intelligent people. They have an intuition that if a peak experience could be summoned at will, or maintained for half an hour, it would quickly become possible to learn to recreate it without drugs. There is a fallacy here. Most drugs work by reducing the efficiency of the nervous system, inducing unusual states of consciousness at the expense of the mind's power to concentrate and learn. You only have to try to memorize a short list of foreign words when you are slightly drunk to realize this. The mind is usually absorbent, like blotting paper. When you are under the influence of alcohol, it turns into a sheet of glossy paper with no power to absorb. Drugs work by temporarily paralyzing certain levels of the mind, like a local anesthetic, thereby reducing its energy consumption. Worse still, they inhibit feedback effects. When Lady Chatterley feels the park surging beneath her feet like the sea, this is a feedback effect of her intense concentration on her sexual activities, an ecstatic 100% concentration that pumps up enormous subconscious energies from her depths. It is these energies that continue to surge and spread as she returns home. The Kabbalah describes the creation of the world as being a total concentration of energy into a single luminous point. Captain Shotover's 7th degree of concentration in Shaw's Heartbreak House is related to it. All drugs, without exception, produce the reverse of concentration, a relaxation of the mind. In the case of the psychedelics, the nervous system is short-circuited, so that nervous impulses cease to follow their own track, and spread sideways, creating a series of feelings. It is like opening the lid of a grand piano and running your fingers over its strings, producing an effect like a harp. But these feelings have nothing to do with the clear focusing upon reality achieved by the whiskey priest. Drugs, then, are the worst possible way of attempting to achieve contemplative objectivity. They increase the mind's tendency to accept its own passivity instead of fighting against it. But any of the more normal peak experiences are an ideal starting point. Sexual intensity is one of the most powerful, since it produces, in effect, a momentary burst of the Easter Bell's insight, a flash of the power which is a normal human potentiality. This was recognized in India and Tibet by the Tantric yogis, who deliberately utilized sexual ecstasy to create new habit patterns of intensity, for that is what it amounts to. In more recent years, a German iron master named Karl Kellner was initiated into Tantric yoga in India, and founded the Ordo Templi Orientis, Order of Oriental Templars, on his return to Germany in 1902. This order was founded entirely upon the secret that sexual ecstasy can be used by human beings as a stairway to new levels of power. Kellner taught a westernized form of Eastern Tantra worship, which concentrates its attention on the female aspect of the deity under various names and forms: Devi, Radha, Kali, Durga. As Christian ritual involves bread and wine, Tantric ritual involves wine, meat, ash, grain, and sexual intercourse, called Maithuna, and the worship of Durga and Kali, the fierce forms of the goddess, are often associated with violent sexual orgies. This is known as the left-hand path. The right-hand path, called Dakshinakari, is relatively gentle and restrained. It worships the milder goddess Devi. In all forms of Maithuna, the suspended orgasm is practiced, the important thing is to use the sexual intensity as a ladder to ascend to still greater heights of intensity, focusing upon the illumination rather than upon the sexual pleasure. In due course Kellner persuaded the English magician Aleister Crowley to become head of the English branch of the Oriental Templars, and for the remainder of his life Crowley placed great emphasis on sexual magic, taking to heart the tantric belief that sexual and magical powers are basically the same thing. Unfortunately, his addiction to heroin and later to gin counteracted the positive effects of his sexual magic. I used Crowley's See Part 2, Chapter 7, as the basis of Caradoc Cunningham in my novel The Man Without a Shadow, also called The Sex Diary of Gerard Sorm, and there is an account of a tantric sect in The God of the Labyrinth, in America, the Hedonists. W. Holman Keith's Divinity as the Eternal Feminine, New York, Pageant Press, 1960, is an interesting attempt to create a westernized version of sexual worship. A letter that accompanied my copy of the book indicated that a group in America have put its theories into practice. I shall deal with Crowley more fully in a later chapter. But it may be commented here that Crowley's chief drawback as an adept was an intense self-preoccupation that was the opposite of what I mean by the wide-angle lens. In this important sense, H. G. Wells or Albert Einstein were closer to adeptship than Crowley. In occultism, as in science, intellect and disinterestedness are the cardinal virtues. Let me summarize the conclusions of this chapter. Although the science of the 19th century called itself organized common sense, it was actually based on Descartes' method of doubting everything that could be doubted, and hoping that what was left over would be truth. It decided to make do without the concepts of will and purpose. At the time, this made no serious difference to physics, biology, or even psychology. Today, it is beginning to make an important difference. I have tried to outline a scientific view of life in which will and purpose are not excluded. In essence, this view of man was outlined by F. W. H. Myers, one of the founders of the Society for Psychical Research, towards the end of the 19th century. Myers suggested that consciousness could be regarded as a kind of spectrum. In the middle of the spectrum are the powers we know about, sight, hearing, touch and so on. Below the red end of the spectrum there are organic processes which we somehow control without being conscious of doing so, like the microstomum transporting the hydra's bombs to its skin. But beyond the violet end of the spectrum lie other powers, of which we are almost totally ignorant. Similarly, Aldous Huxley once made the suggestion that if the human mind has a basement, the Freudian world of instinct and repressions, why should it not also have an attic, a superconscious to balance the subconscious? The powers of the superconscious are within reach of the human will, provided it is fresh and alive. As soon as habit takes over, or what I have called elsewhere the robot, they dwindle. In the same way, general passivity, or defeat-proneness or depression will blunt them, just as they also blunt the powers at the lower end of the spectrum. In a case of one of Maslow's patients, she became so bored with a routine job that she even ceased to menstruate. All disciplines aimed at increased use of these powers depend upon a high level of optimism and will drive. Which brings me back to my initial assertion that a science, or knowledge system, which has no place for will or purpose is an obstruction to human evolution, and at this particular point in history, a dangerous nuisance. Chapter 2. The Magic of Primitive Man. In his book Man, God, and Magic, the entomologist Ivor Listener proposes an absorbing thesis, that our primitive ancestors believed in one God, and that they gradually degenerated, through the evil influence of tribal magicians or witches into worshippers of many gods. He argues this from primitive cave paintings, which seem to show the sacrifice of bears and reindeer. Certainly, primitive man's interest in bears is still one of the great unsolved mysteries of anthropology. They were huge and very dangerous, with enormous strength, claws like razors and despite their bulk, incredible speed. To primitive peoples, from the North American Indians to the modern Ainu of Japan and Oricon of northern Siberia, the bear is believed to possess supernatural powers, and may be ritually sacrificed as a messenger to the gods. The bear was one of the most dangerous creatures of the ancient world, yet Neanderthal man went out of his way to hunt it when there was plenty of other prey. The suspicion that there was some magical or religious significance in bear hunts seems to be confirmed by the discovery of a cave in Drachenloch, Switzerland, stacked with the skulls of bears that seem to have been ritually sacrificed. Similar finds have been made in other remote caves, bear skulls placed on altars, or even on a rough-hewn representation of a headless bear. This is indubitable evidence that Neanderthal man, between 70,000 and 80,000 years ago, possessed a religion. It is a startling thought. These creatures lived in caves, and were nomadic. They knew about fire, and could make spears by burning sticks to a point, otherwise they had no arts and no culture. Cave art and primitive sculpture belong to the epoch of his Magdalenian successor, Cro-Magnon man. The Neanderthalers lived hard, violent lives, and to judge by their remains, most of them died young. Yet they worshipped a god and made sacrifices to him. Listener argues that primitive people were monotheistic on the evidence of their sacrifices. For example, the skeleton of a deer was found in an Arctic lake, held down by a lump of rock, with evidence pointing to ritual sacrifice. But, argues listener, the modern Tungus of this area would not sacrifice in this way because each lake and hill has its spirit, and a carcass would offend the lord of the lake. Man probably abandoned this form of sacrifice by submersion when he began to believe that there was a lord of the forest, a lord of the mountains, a lord of the water. How did the change come about? Through the increasing influence of magic and magicians. We know that Cro-Magnon art, as found in the caves at Lascaux or Monte Span or Altamira, was not art in our modern sense, but part of a magic ritual, still practiced today by primitive peoples. The pygmies of the Congo draw in the sand a picture of the animal they intend to hunt, then fire an arrow into its throat. Tungus carve an animal they intend to hunt, Yenisseis make a wooden fish before going fishing, and so on. The pygmies leave the picture of their quarry, with the arrow in its throat, until they have caught the animal, then they rub some of the animal's blood on the picture and withdraw the arrow. They believe that this ritual establishes some kind of mysterious contact between the hunter and the hunted. Now the animal cannot escape. No matter how fast it runs, or where it hides, the hunter moves towards it inexorably, guided by fate. It is the animal's destiny to become his prey. The scientific attitude to these activities is that they are primitive superstitions, merely a sign of ignorance of cause and effect. If they happen to be successful, this is only because they create a feeling of success in the hunter. It is self-hypnosis. I would argue that this view may completely miss the point. The hunter's mind becomes totally concentrated on his prey by the ritual, activating the same powers that led Rhine's subjects to such high scores when they first tried influencing the fall of dice. What I am suggesting here, and throughout this book, is that whenever man has a strong sense of the value of something, he activates his powers, the powers that lie beyond the violet end of his mental spectrum. Man has developed to his present stage by learning to do many things mechanically. He learns some difficult skill with a conscious effort, and then passes it on to his subconscious robot, which learns to do it efficiently and automatically, riding a bicycle, speaking a foreign language. But to do a thing automatically means that you do not need to concentrate on it, and man's increasing use of his robot has meant that he makes less and less use of his faculty of intense concentration. This explains why modern man is inclined to disbelieve in powers beyond the violet end of the spectrum. He hardly ever uses them. However, these powers operate whenever his sense of values is deeply touched, that is, when he really feels concern about something. After all, the purpose of these faculties is the same as the purpose of all our other powers, to make life run smoothly, to avert catastrophe. The Journal for the Society of Psychical Research records a typical case, March 1897, in which a clergyman's wife sent her little daughter to play in the railway garden, a walled garden near the railway embankment. A few minutes after her departure I distinctly heard a voice, as it were, within me, say, "Send for her back, or something dreadful will happen to her." At the same time I was seized with violent trembling, and great terror took possession of me. The child was brought back, safe and well, and later that afternoon, an engine and tender jumped the rails and killed 3 people in the railway garden. The phenomenon can work the other way, as can be seen in a case quoted in Phantasms of the Living by Gurney, Myers, and Podmore. A Mrs. Bettany described how, as a child of 10, she saw a vision of her mother lying, apparently dead, on the floor of her bedroom. She was on a country walk at the time, and fetched a doctor. They hurried to the bedroom, and found her mother lying on the floor in the position she had seen in the vision. She had had a heart attack, but was saved by the intervention of the doctor. Corroboration of her experience by her father is also published. I distinctly remember being surprised by seeing my daughter in company with the family doctor, and I asked who is ill. She replied, "Mama." She led the way to the white room, where we found my wife lying in a swoon on the floor. It was when I asked when she had been taken ill that I found it must have been after my daughter had left the house. The account does not add whether there was a strong bond between mother and daughter, but there undoubtedly was. Primitive magic was no more than the use of these powers. It was, in the most basic sense, sympathetic magic. Listener emphasizes that the shamans of Siberia, where the word originates, were not witch doctors or magicians, but something closer to mediums. The Manchurian word samarambhi means to excite oneself, while samdambi means to dance. The shaman excites himself into a divine frenzy or ecstasy through drum beating and dancing, until he passes into a trance, when his spirit is supposed to have left his body. In his trance he makes the sounds of various birds and animals. He is supposed to be able to understand their language. The anthropologist Mirka Ilyad describes shamans as specialists in ecstasy, and cites an impressive list of attestations to their powers, including thought reading, clairvoyance, fire walking, and discovering thieves with the aid of a mirror. Listener describes the tribal ceremony. A fire burns on the ground. Framed against the night by the red glow of the flickering flames, the shaman begins to move rhythmically, drumming, dancing, leaping and singing. The little bells on his robe tinkle, his iron ornaments clatter, and the Tungus sit there in the dim light, their attention riveted on his every move. The shaman's excitement communicates itself to the circle of spectators, and the larger the audience, the stronger the empathy between them and him. They all know each other, being interrelated and members of the same clan. Drawn together by the combination of night and firelight, they allow the monotonous rhythm of the drums to waft them irresistibly away from the everyday world. The excitement mounts, leaping like a spark from one man to the next, until all are near ecstasy and each is at once performer and spectator, doctor and patient, hammer and anvil. Man, God, and Magic, translated from the German by J. Maxwell Brown John, London, Jonathan Cape, 1960. Listener adds, I can only confirm Shiro Kogarov's assertion that those assembled around a shaman experience a satisfaction infinitely deeper than we ourselves do after a musical or dramatic performance. This is an interesting comment. For after all, what is the purpose of music, of all art? It is an attempt to counteract the effect of the robot, what we might call the diffusion effect, since it is the opposite of concentration. Human beings have this strong tendency to drift into a state of indifference, and so waste consciousness that might be valuably employed. And indifference is like falling asleep. In fact, my sense of values has gone to sleep. Any crisis or challenge serves as an alarm clock, to jerk me out of my boredom. But if I listen with total concentration to a Mozart piano sonata, the same effect is achieved. It channels my emotions and mental energies and prevents the diffusion effect. If the human mind has this innate tendency to devalue reality, then we can immediately grasp the importance of a set of intensely held beliefs, i.e. values, and b. the kind of concentration and concern demanded by primitive magical ceremonies. A Catholic may be transported by the Mass, but he still knows that it is a symbolic ceremony, that if a pathologist was called in he would quickly verify that the bread and wine have not become flesh and blood. Even so, he is transported, because the Mass concentrates the mind upon a reality more important than the here and now, and this mental act, of putting the present firmly in its place, raises the spirit. The savage believes completely that the shaman's soul has taken leave of his body and is now journeying in heaven or hell. The shaman of the Alta Ians has a young birch tree, with notches cut in it, placed in front of him. These represent the various heavens, and as his spirit ascends from one to the other, he describes them in detail from his trance state. He believes implicitly everything the shaman tells him from his trance. The result must be far more deeply moving and emotionally exhausting than any Wagner opera. The shaman himself has achieved his priesthood through the most terrifying ordeals, an initiation through pain. Fierce rubbing of his face with an abrasive substance is intended to remove the old skin, and even the second skin is rubbed away, symbolizing total rebirth. An Eskimo shaman may have to spend 5 days in freezing water. Sometimes, the spirit of a dead shaman takes up its abode in the body of his successor. Then the new shaman undergoes intense agony and the belief that he has been totally hacked to pieces and devoured by spirits. He sees all this in a trance state, and listener states that bloodshot patches appear on his body, his clothes sometimes become stained with blood, and gouts of blood discolor his couch of freshly stripped birch bark. An older shaman has undergone this dismemberment 3 times. The aim of this initiation is to shake the mind awake, to crystallize the will. For the chief problem of human beings is passivity, the triviality of everydayness. If you watch television all evening, or read too long, you feel a freezing of your mind, it congeals, your eyes become capable only of a blank, dull stare. The same is true, to a lesser degree, of all routine existence. The problem is to stir the mind out of its lethargy, to make it reach out further. This is why all asceticism begins with stern self-restraint, sometimes self-torment. The 13th century German mystic Sissa wore a leather shirt studded with tacks whose points were turned inwards, and for 8 years he carried on his back a wooden cross studded with pointed nails. Mystical enlightenment came to him suddenly at the end of 16 years of suffering. In parenthesis, it is interesting to note that the legend of the northern Siberians declares that the spirits of shamans are born in a large tree, in nests of varying sizes, and a large bird like an eagle lays iron eggs which turn into shamans. The legend bears a curious resemblance to the tree of life, which Yeats describes as a universal symbol. Listener argues convincingly that cave drawings of Paleolithic man, some of them 20,000 years old, represent shamans performing magical operations, men wearing the masks of birds or skins of bison or deer antlers. Wands or batons found in the caves resemble the drumsticks of the modern shaman. No drums have been found, but this is understandable. This, then, is listener's picture of the life of Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon men, based upon 17 years of research. In certain ways, they were more primitive than any primitive tribes in the world today. They lived in caves or, later, tents of skin, and they wore animal skins. They worshipped God, and the shamans were their priests. Like the Hebrews of the Old Testament, they sacrificed animals to their God. Like any modem priest, the shaman's functions were wholly benevolent. He diagnosed and treated illness, and performed spells to aid the hunters of the tribe. And then, roughly 60,000 years ago, changes began to occur. As man became more civilized, it became inevitable that magic should become more important, for man is a creature who craves knowledge and belief, and magic represented his chief form of both. New cults began to spread. At Willendorf in Austria, at Vestonis in Moravia, at Savignano in Italy, at Lespieau in France, tiny female statuettes have been unearthed by archaeologists. The name Venus has been applied to them. They certainly seem to represent some goddess cult, perhaps the white goddess herself. Many of them are fat, with enormous breasts, which has led to the suggestion that they might be magical aids to pregnancy, but others are slim. At Brno, a male figure has been found. The artist has concentrated on the body, the face is hardly ever suggested. And then, just as surprisingly, primitive man stopped making figures of human beings. Why? Because they were magical. If you could kill a bison or a reindeer by making its image and performing magical operations, the same applied to human beings. It had become dangerous to represent the human form. The age of magic had begun. If you could kill animals by magic, why not your enemy? And as man became increasingly obsessed with magic, the number of his gods and demons increased. And in the dawn of recorded history, about 3000 BC, the civilizations of the Nile Valley, the Indus Valley and Mesopotamia are riddled with ideas of gods, demons, and sorcerers. Sometime in this 4th millennium BC, the human race took its most tremendous leap forward so far, a leap so remarkable that one is tempted to credit the imaginative speculation of Arthur C. Clarke in his 2001 that more intelligent beings from outer space have periodically taken a hand in mankind's development. The Stone Age lasted until sometime between 4000 and 3000 BC, and man used stone knives, flint spearheads, stone or wooden plows. And then man discovered the use of metals. We do not know how it happened. Perhaps someone threw a piece of copper ore into a fire and discovered that a bright, hard metal had flowed out of it. The edges of the metal could be made far sharper than the edges of flint, and were better for skinning animals. At about the same time, some unknown genius, perhaps the legendary Tubal-Cain, discovered the many uses of the wheel, both for transport and for making pots. Building bricks were invented. Sailing ships were built. Oxen were harnessed to the plow and the cart. Civilization as we now know it, technical civilization, came into being. The invention of writing came a few hundred years later, at least, that is the period from which the written records date. Mankind has never known such a comparable advance, unless we count the scientific advance of our own epoch. What caused this sudden surge of achievement was the emergence of large communities. Man was now the most successful creature on earth, and his numbers had increased. He had known the use of agriculture since about 10,000 BC. But the earth was still covered with forests and deserts. The best places to live were river valleys, or beside the sea. Man crowded together on the banks of the Nile, the Indus, the Tigris, and Euphrates, the Yellow River, in conglomerations of tents, mud huts, and shacks made of woven reeds. City life brought the advantages and disadvantages with which we are so familiar, disease and crime, and also trade and art. It brought division of labor and time to think. It destroyed once and for all the primeval innocence of the hunters. It emphasized the basic hostility of man to man. In nature there is a law of letting alone. There are few animals that kill for the pleasure of it. A woman collecting sweet berries might hear a bear snuffling around, but she knew it would not attack her unless it was afraid for its cubs. And at nightfall the antelope and the lion drink together, side by side. Hunters from different tribes, meeting one another in the forest, might salute one another and pass on, unless one group had invaded the territory of the other. In the city, a new law of hostility prevailed, and to call it the law of the jungle is unfair to the jungle. One does not have to believe in Rousseau's noble savage to believe that man's fall from grace came with city dwelling. It is common sense. Some cities might be prosperous and secure, with good land and a strong ruler, but they would be the exceptions. Most cities would be little more than large groups of human beings living together for convenience, like rats in a sewer. The consequence is obvious. Man ceases to be an instinctive, simple creature. Whether he likes it or not, he has to become more calculating to survive. He also has to become, in a very special sense, more aggressive, not simply towards other men but towards the world. Before this time, there had only been small Neolithic communities, whose size was limited by their ability to produce food. If the population increased too fast, the weaker ones starved. It encouraged a passive, peaceful attitude towards life and nature. Big cities were more prosperous because men had pooled their resources, and because certain men could afford to become specialists in metalwork, weaving, writing and so on. And there were many ways to keep yourself alive, laboring, trading or preying on other men. Unlike the Neolithic community, this was a world where enterprise counted for everything. It would be no exaggeration to say that the rat race began in 4000 BC. The more man expanded his activities, the more gods he needed. When he began to sail the seas, he needed to make sacrifices to the sea god. When he set out on a journey, he needed to feel himself under the protection of the god of travelers, and so on. Every new enterprise needed a new god. Man was out to gain control of his environment. And his chief means of achieving this control was still magic. In all this ferment and uproar there would be little opportunity for that intense concentration of mind that distinguished the earlier shamans. All religion and occultism that spring from this intense concentration tend to be simple and mystical. They are a recognition of vistas of meaning out there, of powers that man can plug into if he directs his mind towards them with strong conviction. All the great religions, Judaism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, Mohammedanism, are simple in this sense. In the hands of the common people, the non-religious 99%er, they soon lose this simplicity, this clarity of vision, and develop hordes of angels, gods, and demons. This raises another point of central importance to magic, how central was not understood until the emergence of Freud. Primitive people are characterized by a kind of Puritanism. The shaman of the Huical Indians, Ramon Medina, told Norman Lewis that any Huical who had sexual relations more than 10 or 15 times a year was regarded as a debauchee. Their attitude towards sex, he explained, was based upon the tribe's divine ancestor, the deer, which limited its sexual activity to a brief yearly season. Besides, sexual indulgence wastes vital powers. This statement may be more accurate than it sounds. Sexual intercourse in itself may not waste vitality, but there is an association between self-discipline and survival qualities. A Huical boy who was bathing in the freezing river at dawn was reproved by Medina for self-indulgence. 3 in the morning was the correct time for bathing. Such dousings fostered the natural sexual coldness that the Huicals appreciated in their womenfolk, adds Lewis. Tribal women reflect the virtues demanded by their menfolk: placidity, fidelity, good housekeeping. In contrast, the city dweller tends to be sexier. The natural outlets of male dominance are hunting and fighting. If these are reduced, an interest in sex naturally replaces them, for the penetration of the female is an act of supreme dominance. The act of making love to a placid, domesticated girl would be less satisfying to this urge than making love to a girl who is more glamorous, independent, challenging. Where a type of human being is demanded by circumstances, it soon appears. Urban culture produced the glamorous courtesan, the siren, the woman for whose attention dominant men compete. It becomes a virtue to present men with a challenge. Leonard Cottrell repeats from a Chinese chronicle the story of Emperor Wu's concubine, who was noted for being sullen and difficult to please. She liked the sound of tearing silk, so bales of it was torn in front of her. To gratify her whim, the emperor lit the beacon fires which summoned his warlords to defend the country against barbarians. Armies arrived at the palace of the emperor, only to be told that it was all a joke. When she saw the expression on the faces of the lords, the girl laughed, for the first time in her life, according to the story. Like most ancient stories, this one carries a moral. When the barbarians did invade, the beacons were lit, but no one came, and the emperor was killed and his city destroyed. Leonard Cottrell, The Tiger of Chin, Chapter 4. The counterpart of the siren was the Don Juan. The Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh, 1,000 years older than Homer, begins by describing how the insatiable sexual appetite of the warrior and king, Gilgamesh, leaves no virgin to her lover, neither the warrior's daughter nor the wife of the noble. His fellow citizens recognize, with Freudian penetration, that he is sublimating a powerful urge to conquer and beg the gods to create a man strong enough to be his downfall. They create the man-god Enkidu, who first has to be humanized by a courtesan who attends to his sexual education. She was not ashamed to take him, and she made herself naked and welcomed his egoms. His eagerness is so great that he makes love to her for a whole week, at the end of which time he is much enfeebled, and his former companions, the beasts of the forest, fail to recognize him. He is also shrunken in stature. Again we have the notion of primitive peoples that sex is a depressant. Later, when Enkidu and Gilgamesh have fought, and then sworn friendship, Enkidu finds the gay, debauched life of the city degrading, a drain on his powers, and he and Gilgamesh set out in search of adventure. And when they return, and the goddess Ishtar, the Babylonian Venus, tries to seduce Gilgamesh. He rejects her. His heroic energies have been diverted into their proper channels, and he no longer cares for this unmanly business of seduction. The whole poem is a protest of the old tribal morality against the sexuality of the town. And its analysis of Gilgamesh's satyriasis has a penetration that suggests that the original Sumerian author was a shaman. The shamans were also poets and storytellers. Iliad points out that a shaman has a vocabulary of 12,000 words, 3 times that of the rest of the tribe. I have argued in this book that man was not really made for civilization. As an aggressive, highly energetic creature, he finds it difficult to adjust himself to its restraints. He responds to lack of challenge with boredom and a tendency to become slack and demoralized. The sexual instinct remains as powerful as ever, and has to bear an increased weight of frustrated dominance. The result: hypersexuality and sexual perversion. Gilgamesh, one of the earliest of written records, sounds almost as decadent as Petronius or Martial, where it deals with sex. Except in one respect: homosexuality has not yet appeared. But it is remarkable that homosexuality, rare or non-existent among primitive tribes, seems to have figured in the history of Western civilization ever since men began to live in cities. Experiments conducted by the psychologist John B. Calhoun, in which rats were made to live and breed in overcrowded conditions, showed that rats developed homosexuality when crowded into slums. The same, interestingly enough, may be said of incest. Primitives have strong incest taboos. The Occult believe that a man who has intercourse with a relative or with someone outside the tribe will become sterile. The taboo on extratribal relations is understandable enough, the desire for racial purity. But why a taboo on incest? The anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss made his reputation with a book called The Elementary Structures of Kinship, 1949, in which he advances the interesting theory that incest is tabooed among primitives not because they are afraid of racial enfeeblement, but because savages are obsessed with the notion of gifts. Giving, he says, is an essential social lubricant, a way of fostering community spirit and avoiding war. The natural, selfish response of the male would be to keep pretty daughters and sisters in the family, a private harem. Women were property, to be kept or disposed of as the male thought fit. But this would be a source of social tension, says Lévi-Strauss, for the rest of the tribe would feel it unfair that the most attractive girls should be the property of their fathers and brothers. And so the women became the most valuable objects of tribal barter. They were given as gifts to men of other families, who in turn gave their own women. And so women ensured harmony within the tribe, and incest gradually became a taboo. Lévi-Strauss's view is that the incest taboo reveals a kind of natural Christianity in savages. It is better to give than to receive. I mention this view because it is now generally accepted, and it seems to me demonstrably false. There is no evidence that primitive man was naturally incestuous and reformed out of a desire to keep his neighbors friendly. But if he was, what happened about the ugly daughters, who were not, so to speak, social currency? Were they kept in the family harem? And why should giving away a pretty daughter lessen the tribe's envy? She still had only one husband. If this was the motive for getting rid of her, it would be more sensible to make her the general property of the males of the tribe. But the real objection, if our line of argument is correct, is that it is far simpler to assume that primitive man knew instinctively that incest would weaken the tribe's genetic purity even more than marriage with strangers. Every child takes half its genes from its father and half from its mother. It may receive a recessive gene from one parent, short-sightedness, or some other defect, but the chances are that this will be counteracted by a healthy gene from the other. If blood relatives mate, the chances are higher that the child will get 2 recessive genes, so that in the long run, incest will breed feebler specimens than normal mixed marriages. If we are right to accept that the genes are somehow influenced by a group mind, then the group mind has an excellent reason for creating an instinctive aversion to incest in tribes whose existence depends upon their racial vitality. When man began to live in cities, the incest taboo was weakened. The brother-sister marriages of the ancient Egyptian rulers have no relevance to this argument. because they were the result of a belief that the kings and queens were gods and therefore not able to mate with ordinary mortals. But according to Suetonius and Tacitus, some of the Caesars indulged in incest purely for pleasure, a piquant variation to stir appetites that had become jaded through too much sexual indulgence. Now, primitive magic was basically the use of man's hidden powers to influence the hunt, or perhaps the battle. Grimble's description of the calling of the porpoises is a perfect example of primitive shamanism. Under the new, urban conditions, it inevitably became more closely connected with sex. Sexual frustration became increasingly common in the cities. The lords could enjoy their harems, the young nobles could pursue famous courtesans, the poor man still had his overworked wife and large family, and he only had to turn his head to see bare-breasted girls passing in the street. Men were inclined to die younger than women, so there were many sexually frustrated widows. This is reflected in the story of Ishtar's pursuit of Gilgamesh, as in the story of Venus and Adonis, or even of Joseph and Potiphar's wife. Bronislaw Malinowski spent years observing the Trobriand Icelanders, and noted the magic rites connected with the launching of a canoe. Their purpose was to protect the crew from flying witches who would wreck the boat and eat the bodies of the sailors. Here one can see plainly the sexual origin of the fear of witches. It was believed that if a girl wanted to prevent her lover from becoming unfaithful, she should bake a cake containing her menstrual blood. Having eaten it, he would become impotent with other women. The young man who wanted to bewitch a girl had to induce her to drink a potion in which his semen had been mixed. These magical beliefs persist today as far apart as Sicily in America's deep south. What happened to magic, as it became urbanized, was that it became infused with a strong element of nonsense. Cornelius Agrippa, the 16th century mage, declared that women should drink the urine of mules as a contraceptive, because mules are sterile. This would obviously be as effective as most love potions. On the other hand, it would be incorrect to assume that sexual magic was fundamentally no more than crude superstition. Sex is one of the few human functions that has not been successfully automatized by the robot. If I am tired, a beautiful view or a Mozart symphony may fail to stir my interest, but a glimpse of a strange girl taking off her clothes will. That is to say, sex has a certain inbuilt defense against the loss of value perception caused by fatigue or close-upness. This means that it has, so to speak, a hotline to my subconscious mind. Civilization robbed man of many of his deeper powers, but sex remained unaffected. If anything, it became stronger. The subconscious powers can still be unleashed by sex. It now seems fairly certain that poltergeist phenomena, poltergeist means rattling ghost, are caused by unconscious sexual disturbances in pubescent girls and boys, particularly girls, Rainer C. Johnson writes. One of the most striking features of the poltergeist phenomena is that in an overwhelming majority of cases a young person seems to be the unconscious agent of the effects. In 95% of cases it is a young girl, in 5% a boy or youth, says Price. Moreover, sexual change or shock seems to be frequently associated either with the beginning or the cessation of the phenomena. Puberty and adolescence are thus the periods favorable to the effects. Price informs us that Eleonora Zugun's power vanished overnight with the first appearance of the menses, that the Schneider brothers were brilliant about puberty, but the effects waned as adolescence advanced. Conversely, that Stella C's power became marked with sexual maturity, that in the case of Esther Cox, the phenomena which lasted a year were initiated by nervous shock following attempted sexual assault, and that moreover they attained their greatest strength every 28 days. Price also tells of an interview with the husband of Frida W., a young Austrian medium, who informed him that at the height of his wife's sexual excitement in their early married life, ornaments would sometimes fall off the mantelpiece in their bedroom, also that during menstruation, mediumship did not occur. The Imprisoned Splendor, London, Hodder and Stoughton, 1953. Johnson also cites a case of a similar nature that was analyzed by Dr. C. A. Meyer, Jung's assistant. At the height of the analysis, the patient, in a trance, imagined herself to be penetrating deeper and deeper into a city, which symbolized her problem, presumably sexual, although Johnson does not say so. At the moment she reached its center, there was a loud report, and a Gothic wooden bench split from end to end. Robert Graves commented to me that many young men use a form of unconscious sorcery in seducing girls. This is also consistent with the view I am advancing, that since man has become a city dweller, there is a strong connection between his latent psychic powers and his sexuality. Sex can arouse a degree of willpower and intensity that can seldom be found in other departments of civilized life. One only has to see dogs, sleeping out in the worst weather around the house of a bitch in heat, to grasp something of the force of the instinct. Bartók also catches something of it in his ballet The Miraculous Mandarin, in which a prostitute lures a mandarin to her room, where he is attacked by two roughs. They smother him, stab him, and finally hang him, but he refuses to die until his sexual desire has been satisfied. The mandarin is portrayed as a silent, impassive man, whose desire is expressed only by his burning eyes, a man driven by an enormous will, the archetypal image of the mage. It is this association of magic with sex that really created the concept of black magic. And this was the second stage in the degeneration of the magical art. Let us summarize the history of magic, as it emerges from all this. Primitive man still possessed the supersensory instincts of the lower animals, telepathy, intuition of danger, a sixth sense to guide him to green pastures where the hunting was good. After more than 1,000,000 years of evolution he had lost most of these powers, for he had, compared with other creatures, become a highly rational being. But the tribal shamans knew how to nurture their powers, and used them for the good of the tribe. Some 60,000 years ago, Cro-Magnon man appeared, the highest type of man so far. Magic played a larger part in his life than in that of earlier man. Magic was Stone Age science, and he was the most intelligent creature to yet appear on Earth. The inevitable occurred. The white, sympathetic magic of the shamans turned into something more personal. Sorcery came into existence. Sorcery must be dearly distinguished from ordinary magic or witchcraft, which is simply the use of extrasensory powers, that is, telepathy and water divining are simple forms of witchcraft. Sorcery is the attempt at the systematic use of such powers by means of spells, potions, rituals and so on. A simple distinction would be to say that witchcraft is fundamentally passive, sorcery fundamentally active. But perhaps the most important distinction is this. Witchcraft and magic depend upon higher levels of consciousness, a wider grasp of reality than man normally possesses. In this they are closely related to mysticism. Sorcery may depend upon supernormal powers, but it sets out from everyday consciousness, the everyday personality. The characteristic of the everyday personality is its will to power, the desire for money, possessions, sexual conquest, position. The mystical urge, on the other hand, transcends all these. A poet enchanted by the freshness of an April shower experiences strange longings, something bursting and struggling inside him, a feeling of the richness and mysteriousness of the universe that makes the ambitions of ordinary men seem stupid and mistaken. It might be argued that all men are driven by these urges to self-transcendence, even the politician telling lies to win an election, even the Don Juan telling lies to persuade a girl into bed. That is true. The essential difference is that the poet somehow rejects himself. He is not interested in his personality and its aggrandizement. He would like to become as innocent as clear water. The distinction is important, for it will be raised repeatedly in the course of this book. The difference between a magician and a sorcerer is that the magician is disinterested, like a poet or scientist. The sorcerer wants personal power. Sorcery came into being 60,000 years ago, but while men lived simple lives in small villages, it remained an unimportant offshoot of shamanism. With the coming of cities, and the growth of mankind's sexual obsession, it outstripped shamanism and took on an independent existence. From now on, magic and sex remained in close association. It explains the violence of the persecution of witches in the Christian era. But there is reason to suspect that another important event played a part in changing the history of mankind in the 4th millennium BC, the Flood. In the early 1920s, a joint British and American expedition, under the leadership of Leonard Woolley, went to investigate the mound of Tel al-Mukhayyar, which lies midway between Baghdad and the Persian Gulf. It was the site of the ancient city of Ur, of the Chaldees. The Chaldeans were traditionally the founders of astronomy and astrology. Nebuchadnezzar and Belshazzar were Chaldean kings. The whole decade of the 20s was rich in archaeological discoveries, dating back to the period of the discovery of writing, 3000 BC. The treasures discovered were as beautiful and exotic as those discovered in the tomb of Tutankhamun in 1922. But in the summer of 1929, as the digging was coming to an end, Woolley decided to penetrate below a hill that contained the graves of Sumerian nobles, which Woolley called the graves of the kings of Ur. They discovered clay tablets older than those in the tombs, tablets dating from the discovery of writing. As they continued to dig down, they found more Sumerian pottery, resembling that already found. Plainly, Sumerian civilization had been stable and unchanging over a long period. And then, to everyone's surprise, they reached a layer of pure white clay. It was over 8 feet thick. And on the other side of it, they found more pots and fragments of buildings. The pots were now handmade, not shaped on a potter's wheel. They were back in the culture of the Stone Age. The Stone Age was divided from the Bronze and Iron Age by evidence of a flood. Calculations indicated that the flood took place about 4000 BC, the date of mankind's great change to city dwelling. In the 1870s, a scholar named George Smith was working in the British Museum, examining some of the clay tablets with cuneiform writing that had been found at Nineveh by Rassam, Austin Layard's assistant. These tablets were part of the library of the bloody King Sennacherib of biblical fame. It was Smith who realized that some of the tablets were part of an ancient poem about a hero named Gilgamesh. I have already mentioned the early part of this epic, one of the greatest works in world literature, how the gods were persuaded to create Enkidu to chasten Gilgamesh, and how the two became friends. Gilgamesh and Enkidu journey to the Cedar Mountain, now known to be between Syria and Asia Minor, and fight with its guardian, the giant Humbaba, whom they kill. On their return, there occurs the episode of Ishtar's attempted seduction of Gilgamesh. When he rejects her, she persuades the gods to send a celestial bull to destroy the city of Uruk. Gilgamesh and Enkidu manage to slay the bull. Ishtar then sends a mysterious disease that kills Enkidu. Gilgamesh is desolated, and suddenly aware of his mortality. He decides to go and consult a man who has been given immortality by the gods, Utnapishtim. He journeys to a strange mountain guarded by scorpion men, and penetrates to its heart, a sort of Arabian Nights garden. The goddess Siduri tells him that all men are born to die, but finally consents to help him meet Utnapishtim. And it is Utnapishtim who narrates to Gilgamesh the story of the flood, how he had been warned by the god He that the world was to be destroyed by water, and how he escaped the destruction by building an ark. The gods decided to make him immortal as a consequence. There is little more of the Epic of Gilgamesh, the remainder has not been discovered. On Utnapishtim's advice, Gilgamesh finds a plant of eternal life at the bottom of the sea, but a snake steals it while he is asleep, and he returns to Uruk sad and empty-handed. Victorian England was astonished when Smith published his translation of the flood story from Gilgamesh. Certain tablets were missing, and the London Daily Telegraph provided Smith with £1,000 to go and look for the missing fragments. It was a 1,000,000 to 1 chance that he would find them. Amazingly enough, he did, after a mere 5 days. Some of the incredible coincidences that have occurred in archaeology are enough to make the most skeptical person believe in the fates. Smith unearthed most of the Gilgamesh poem as we know it today. Unfortunately, little more has been found, although there have been fragments in the older language of the Sumerians, indicating that the poem records traditions of the previous millennium. Legends of a flood are widespread throughout world mythology, a flood accompanied by volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, and waterspouts. In Greek legend, Deucalion, son of Prometheus, was the sole survivor, together with his wife Pyrrha, of a flood through which Zeus destroyed the world. The reason given is the same as in the Bible, that the race of mankind had grown utterly corrupt. Ovid tells the story. So does the Hindu Rig Veda, which has Manu building his ark, and alighting on a mountaintop when the flood is over, like Deucalion and Utnapishtim. Flood legends are found in the Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Quiche Indians of South America, and among North American Indians. Any reader who doubts the universality of flood legends should look under Deluge in the Index of Baloo's Bible of the World, where he can choose among 6 different versions, including Persian, Chinese, and Hindu. It is possible, of course, that each of these legends refers to a different flood. It seems unlikely that both China and North America were flooded at the same time. But it is interesting to speculate, could there have been any event in the Earth's history catastrophic enough to cause flooding of large areas of the whole globe? A strange German engineer named Hans Hoher-Beijer, 1860–1931, was convinced that he had the answer, and he numbered Hitler among his followers. Even today, the Hoher-Beijer world ice theory has thousands of adherents. In Morning of the Magicians, published in 1960, Louis Pauwels declares that he still has 1 million followers. Hoher-Beijer said that it was due to the moon, to the capture of the present moon by our Earth. Our moon, according to Hoher-Beijer, is the 4th that the Earth has captured. It was once a small planet that came too close to the Earth, in its inevitable spiral closer to the Sun, and became its satellite, creating havoc on the surface of the planet Earth in the process. The world ice theory, well Tyler, takes its name from Hoher-Beijer's belief that the universe began when a huge block of cosmic ice somehow encountered a sun. There was a tremendous explosion, which is still continuing. That is why astronomers observe that our universe is expanding, says Hoher-Beijer. Inevitably, there is no such thing as empty space, because an explosion would diffuse its matter all over the universe. What we call empty space is actually filled with rarefied hydrogen and fine ice crystals. His great idea originated in the days when he was an engineer, and saw molten iron falling accidentally on snow, causing an explosion. He had a sudden powerful conviction that this was how the universe began. It will be interesting to see how the Hoher-Beijer cult will survive the moon landings, for he declared that the moon is covered with a thick layer of ice to a depth of many miles. According to Hoher-Beijer, the Earth's 3 previous moons have been comets covered with ice that came too close to the Earth. A day came when they fell on the Earth, for they spiral closer to the Earth as the needle on a gramophone record approaches the center. These giant catastrophes explain the epochs in the Earth's evolution, the great ice ages, and so on. Before we dismiss Hoher-Beijer completely as a madman, it is as well to bear in mind that scientists still have no explanation of some of these changes in the Earth's climate. In the past 20 million years, an age of heavy rainfall, the Miocene, was succeeded by 12 million years of droughts and deserts, the Pliocene. Then came the Pleistocene, a strange, explosive period with tremendous variations of climate, including 4 great ice ages, which lasted for 1 million years. In African Genesis, Ardrey has an amusing chapter describing the various theories that attempt to account for the 4 ice ages of the Pleistocene, the last of which, worm, extended from the time of Neanderthal man to a mere 11,000 years ago. They include comets, the tilting poles of the Earth, sudden bursts of solar radiation, and Ardrey's own theory that the solar system revolves through a gas cloud every 200 million years. All the theories can be disproved. And so we still have no definite idea of what has caused the great ice ages of the Precambrian, the Permian, and the Pleistocene. Hoher-Beijer's moon hypothesis is as likely as any, particularly since it now seems likely that our moon is a foreign body, captured from outer space. It is true that Hoher-Beijer dates the capture of our present moon, which he calls the planet Luna, at about 12,000 BC, but then, he is quite certain that the capture of Luna caused the flood. The point is argued in one of the most delightful of crank books, Atlantis and the Giants, by the late Professor Denis Sauret, 1957. Sauret, a follower of Hoher-Beijer, seizes on that strange phrase in the story of Noah. There were giants in the earth in those days. There is plenty of geological evidence that giants did once exist. In the mid-1930s, the anthropologist G.R.H. von Koenigswald was shown a tooth from the Guangxi cave deposits of China, late Tertiary, that seemed to be that of a giant ape, twice the size of the present gorilla, More teeth were later discovered, proving that this was no freak. Then, in the late 30s, near the Javanese village of Sangiran, skull and jaw fragments of human giants were discovered, men twice the size of present-day man. Von Koenigswald described it all in a remarkable book, Apes, Giants and Man. It was only the intervention of the war, when von Koenigswald was interned by the Japanese, that prevented the discoveries from being a worldwide sensation. Von Koenigswald's Meganthropus is about 500,000 years old. According to Sorey, a moon gradually approaching the Earth would produce giants, for it would counteract the Earth's gravitational force. Men, and all living creatures, would become bigger and live longer. They would live longer because there would be less gravitational wear and tear, heart failure due to overweight, etc. Hence the legends of Methuselah and other long-lived patriarchs in the Bible. He even uses this hypothesis of longevity to explain Fabre's puzzle of the Amonophilous wasp. If creatures were much more long-lived in those days, the wasp had time to learn to sting the caterpillar in the right places. I have pointed out that the telepathic theory of evolution provides a better explanation. The approaching moon would also cause the tides to be sucked into a band around the equator, for they would not have time to retreat. A strange line of maritime deposits running from Lake Omeo, in the Peruvian Andes, and extending for nearly 400 miles southward in a curve to Lake Coipasa, are cited as evidence of this equatorial tidal bulge of thousands of years ago. A great civilization of giants came into being at Tiahuanaco, near Lake Titicaca, 12,000 feet high in the Andes. Their ships encircled the globe, on the tidal bulge. This, says Sorey, explains the resemblances in human culture all over the earth, the cromlechs of Malekula, the megaliths of Brittany and Stonehenge, the resemblances between legends of Greece and Mexico. There is one slight inconsistency in this theory, which may be overlooked in view of its exciting nature. If the flood of 4000 BC was caused by the capture of our present moon, not by the explosion of the previous moon as it fell on our Earth, then why should there have been giants on the Earth in those days? If the Earth had no moon to lighten its gravitational pull, there would more likely have been dwarfs on the Earth. Or were the giants, perhaps, survivors of the earlier giant races? Sorey declares that the Rwanda tribe of Africa, who sometimes grow to a height of 8 feet, are survivors of the giants. Sorey makes at least one point with which we can agree wholeheartedly. Citing the anthropologist John Layard, who wrote a classic book on the great stone megaliths of Malekula, he suggests that the weather magic of the Malak Ulan primitives may not have been pure imagination, as Fraser and Durkheim believe, but that the power of the human psyche over nature may have been far more developed in these savages. And in the important essential he agrees with listener. Sorey writes, "For some time it has been fashionable to believe that civilized society has evolved from primitive savagery. This fashion is now on the wane. We are more disposed to believe that man, as man, emerged very quickly and reached almost at once a state of high intellectual and spiritual development. Then a series of calamities, both moral and physical, overwhelmed him, and those calamities caused a rapid degeneration in different parts of the earth. And this underlines the problem in dealing with crank books like those by Sorey, Hoerbiger, and Hoerbiger's English disciple H.S. Bellamy. They are crank books, because in spite of the impressive weight of evidence they offer, much of it irrefutable, they begin by taking a long leap into pure assumptions. Hoerbiger's obsession with cosmic ice has not, so far, been borne out by space probes, and seems unlikely to be. He does not base his theory on some unexplainable fact that sets him guessing, as Einstein based the theory of relativity on the negative result of the Michelson-Morley experiment to test the presence of the ether, but seems to start from a kind of poetic inspiration, not unlike Graves' flashes about the tree alphabet. On the other hand, his belief that our present moon is an alien from outer space seems to be an inspired guess. And the work of his disciple Bellamy in Moon, Myths, and Man, showing the remarkable similarities between various moon catastrophe myths and world mythology, is valuable in its own right. The attitude taken by Martin Gardner, in his delightful classic Fads and Fallacies in the Name of Science, that all this is totally absurd, is hardly justified. The science that Gardner uses as his yardstick is the dogmatic 19th century science that we have already discussed in connection with H.G. Wells. Sorey may leap from fact to fact in the most unorthodox manner. He points out that the ancient Egyptians said that man was taught the art of writing by the gods, then asserts that these gods were actually the highly cultured giants of the pre-Luna phase. But this kind of imaginative guesswork, supported by odd pieces of evidence like the Kwangsi giant and the Meganthropus of Java, may be eventually more fruitful than the cautious skepticism of scientists. This is why Ouspensky had his desk drawer full of books on magic and Atlantis, and why he found a strange flavor of truth in them. Man achieves his power over reality by withdrawing from it and recharging his vital batteries by flights of imagination. Otherwise he becomes stale and dehydrated. His attitude towards reality becomes short-sighted and violent. There is a flavor of reality in the study of magic and the occult, for it stimulates faculty X, which is man's direct sense of reality. I would suggest, then, as a fruitful hypothesis which might well be true, that round about the year 4000 BC, the Earth captured its present moon. It may or may not have had earlier moons, we have no way of knowing, since writing was not invented. The capture of the satellite caused an immense upheaval, volcanic eruptions, and tidal waves. A large part of mankind was destroyed. And the tremendous catastrophe had far-reaching psychological effects on the survivors. For thousands of years, man had been a farmer rather than a hunter. He lived in small, secure village communities where there were few changes from century to century. For, as Gerald Hawkins remarks in Stonehenge Decoded, primitive tribes do not necessarily welcome radical ideas, they are quite capable of resisting an innovation even if it is demonstrably beneficial, and of putting to death the would-be innovator as a sorcerer. Significant change sometimes depends on force, p. 35. The flood was an immense shock, stimulating the deepest springs of the will to survive. The security of centuries was at an end. The survivors moved together into river valleys. As in all times of devastation, human hyenas roamed the country, making travel unsafe, raiding what small communities had survived. The city was mankind's instinctive response to the disaster, a huddling together for comfort and protection. And, if we are correct in regarding the moon as the cause of the disaster, then they stared at the new planet in the sky, which glowed red through the disturbed atmosphere, and saw it as an object of terrible significance, a god. Man is a creature with an apocalyptic view who responds best to violent challenge. He had become accustomed to the green peaceful world that succeeded the last ice age, which began 55,000 years ago, a world in which he was becoming the most dominant creature, now that the mammoths and saber-toothed tigers were extinct. Without the catastrophe he might have continued to live as a nomad or farmer for another 5,000 years like his descendants, the Aborigines of Australia and New Guinea. The flood shook him out of his sloth. It is Hoerbiger's belief that it was the flood that destroyed the continent of Atlantis, and this is therefore a convenient place to speak of these legends. The Atlantis myth is derived solely from Plato, who tells the story in two dialogues, the Timaeus and Critias. Plato's Critias, a real person, explains that his family are in possession of documents written by the statesman Solon, who obtained his information from the priests of Egypt. It certainly looks as if Plato inserted the substance of these documents into the two dialogues in order that it should be preserved. Otherwise, the myth seems to serve no particular purpose in the dialogues. It is not intended as a parable or illustrative fable. An Egyptian priest tells Solon that the Greeks are like children as far as historical knowledge goes. They remember only one flood, when there have been many. One of the greatest of these was the one that destroyed the vast continent of Atlantis, which lay beyond the Pillars of Hercules, Gibraltar, and was as large as Libya and Asia together. The destruction was timely, for the Atlanteans had decided to attack Egypt and Athens. All this happened about 9,000 years before Plato. Plato adds that Atlantis held sway over many islands, which makes it sound as though it were a group of islands instead of, or as well as, a continent. The modern interest in Atlantis began in 1882, when an American called Ignatius Donnelly brought out Atlantis, the the antediluvian world, a remarkable work that can still provide hours of fascination. Donnelly asserts that Atlantis was a huge continent lying in the Atlantic Ocean, and that its kings and queens became the gods and goddesses of all later mythologies. It was the origin of the Garden of Eden legend. And it was destroyed about 13,000 years ago, a date that agrees roughly with Plato and Hoher-Bijr. Donnelly's book examines the flood legends of the world, and the coincidences of a universal culture that Sore later drew upon. Donnelly was followed by a serious and learned student of anthropology, Lewis Spence, who wrote half a dozen books on Atlantis. He enters many strange fields to prove the existence of the submerged continent. For example, he declares that the lemmings of Norway, tiny rodents, sometimes migrate en masse, swimming into the Atlantic. They reach a certain point, swim around in circles and then drown. The same is true of flocks of birds, says Spence. Madame Blavatsky, of whom we shall speak later, took full advantage of the Atlantis legend and incorporated it into her mythology, all dictated by hidden masters living in Tibet. She declared that the Atlanteans were the fourth root race of our planet, which is destined to have 7 such races. We are the fifth, and the third were called Lemurians, who lived on another lost continent, Lemuria or Mu. Over 2,000 books and articles have now been published on the subject of Atlantis. A theme common to many of them is the notion that the inhabitants of Atlantis destroyed themselves through their use of black magic. This is inconsistent with Plato's view, but is sufficiently widespread to be worth mentioning. The most recent, and most sane, attempt to solve the problem of Atlantis is that of Professor H.E. Galanopoulos. His theory is based upon a simple fact that was overlooked by earlier writers, that all the figures given in connection with Atlantis are too great. Plato himself expresses doubts whether the Atlanteans could have dug a trench 10,000 stades, 1,135 miles, long around the royal city. The ancients were admittedly capable of enormous works. The Great Wall of China is 1,500 miles long, but on the other hand, a trench of that length would stretch around modern London, Greater London, 20 times. The royal city of Atlantis would be 300 times the size of Greater London. This is obviously absurd. But if these figures are reduced by 10, they become altogether more reasonable. The plain on which the royal city is built becomes 300 by 200 stades, that is, about 34 by 22 miles, an altogether more reasonable size for a city. Similarly, the date given by the Egyptian priest, 9,000 years before Plato, and therefore about 11,500 years ago, may have been acceptable to Donnelly, Spence, and Hoher-Bijr, but archaeological evidence indicates that the culture of that period was still Paleolithic, Old Stone Age. Modern man had not yet appeared, and the occasional mammoth, hairy rhinoceros, and saber-toothed tiger were still to be found. The earliest civilization, that of Egypt, lay 6,000 years in the future. But if one knocks off a knot, making it 900 years before Plato, the date becomes altogether more reasonable. Athens existed as a fortified town in the Bronze Age, about 2000 BC, and there was a high level of civilization in nearby Crete in 1600 BC, which at that period was peopled by Minoans. The sea between Greece and Crete is full of islands, which were once part of Greece itself. The most southerly of these islands is Santorini, which was once circular in shape and some 5 or 6 miles in diameter. Around 1500 BC, there was a tremendous volcanic explosion that ripped apart the island and turned it into little more than the remains of a gigantic crater. Modern Santorini consists of 3 islands. The largest, Thera, is shaped like a crescent moon. All 3 islands are covered to a considerable depth with pumice and volcanic rock. The tremendous explosion must have produced a tidal wave like that following the eruption of Krakatoa in August 1883. Greater, in fact, because the Santorini explosion was about 3 times as large. The eruption of Krakatoa is estimated to be the greatest explosion that has taken place on Earth. Rupert Furneaux's book on it states that it was equivalent to 1,000,000 H-bombs, although one cannot help wondering where on earth he got the figure. 100-foot waves swept over islands, killing 36,000 people and washing away whole towns. If the explosion of Santorin was 3 times this size, then one can begin to understand the Atlantis legend. Crete must have been almost depopulated and its navy destroyed. The explosion seems to account for the mysterious destruction of the palaces at Knossos and Phaistos at about this time. Greece must have been equally hard hit, and here, possibly, we have the origins of the Deucalion flood legend, although I am inclined to date it 2,500 years earlier, at the same time as the deluge that destroyed Ur. Professor Galanopoulos argues convincingly that Crete was actually the royal city, while Santorin is the metropolis described by Plato. The empire of Atlantis extended over the many islands of the Aegean. Plato describes the island of the metropolis as having circular canals and one deep channel connecting them. The present-day remains of Santorin show traces of this channel. But why did Plato multiply all his figures by 10? Professor Galanopoulos has an equally ingenious hypothesis to explain this. A copyist priest simply mistook the Egyptian symbol for 100, a coiled rope, for that signifying 1,000, a lotus flower. He points out that today it would be easy to mix up the English and American billion, one meaning a million, the other only 1,000 million. No doubt Donnelly and Hoher-Beijer would reject this solution of the puzzle with disgust. It is more romantic to believe in a vast Atlantean continent whose people were highly civilized when the rest of Europe was inhabited by Cro-Magnon hunters. Robert Graves also rejects it in his essay The Lost Atlantis, included in the Crane Bag, 1969. His own suggestion, which, he says, is supported by Greek historical tradition, is that Atlantis was to be found in Libya, in the low-lying coastal plain that stretches inland behind the shallow Gulf of Sirte. 4,000 years ago, a great part of this region was flooded by salt water from the Mediterranean, but by Solon's day the main surviving evidence of the catastrophe was a group of salt lakes, the largest of them called Lake Tritonus, lying near the foothills of the Atlas. These lakes have since shrunk to salt marshes, but the evidence accumulated by Professors Galanopoulos and Marinatos seems conclusive. Plato has described a Bronze Age civilization, and Crete was exactly that. When the figures have been reduced by 10, Plato's description of the royal city and its plain corresponds exactly to Crete. So unless conclusive evidence of a mid-Atlantic continent is unearthed, it would seem that the Atlantis problem is now closed. In this connection, it is worth mentioning Immanuel Velikovsky, the strange author of Worlds in Collision and Earth in Upheaval. Martin Gardner dismisses Velikovsky as a crank, but after careful consideration of the evidence, I do not see that one can be as outright as this. Velikovsky believes that an enormous comet swept close to the Earth on several occasions, causing great cataclysms, and that it finally became the planet Venus. Gardner rightly points out that Velikovsky leaps from fact to fact without regard to the kind of reasoning that would satisfy a scientist. But the array of facts is impressive and immensely stimulating. One need not take too seriously his contention that it was the action of this comet, which erupted from Jupiter, that coincidentally caused the parting of the Red Sea that saved the Israelites from the pursuing Egyptians, and that, on a later occasion, made the walls of Jericho collapse, again coincidentally. It is as easy to believe that Moses could perform miracles as that coincidences of this magnitude occurred. On the other hand, when he asks what destroyed herds of mammoths in Siberia, or how giant slabs of stone were torn from the Alps to litter the Jura Mountains, we are reminded that immense, unexplainable catastrophes have taken place in the history of the Earth. Velikovsky devotes a section in Worlds in Collision to Atlantis, which, like Donnelly, he believes to have been beyond Gibraltar. Galanopoulos argues convincingly that the Pillars of Hercules refers to the twin capes of Melias and Taenarum, now Matopan, in southern Greece. Unlike Donnelly, Velikovsky also believes that Plato made a mistake and multiplied the date by 10, it should have been 900 years earlier, not 9,000. This is the date he sets for the parting of the Red Sea and the first visitation of his comet. It sounds as if Velikovsky has merely set up a comet against Hoher-Beijer's moons as a source of catastrophe, and that the reader might well take his choice, but this is not quite true. We do not know what caused the eruption of Santorin, it was not our present moon. It may therefore well have been Velikovsky's comet. In matters of this sort, where science knows almost as little as anybody else, it is as well to keep the mind open. Edgar Cayce, a remarkable American clairvoyant and healer, also vouched for the existence of Atlantis. Cayce's Atlantis, like Plato's, was a vast island in the Atlantic Ocean, bigger than Europe, extending from the Sargasso Sea to the Azores. According to Cayce, there were 3 periods of destruction, from 15,600 BC to 10,000 BC, the first 2 splitting a single island into 3 smaller islands, the third destroying everything. According to Cayce, their civilization was highly developed, and they possessed some crystal stone for trapping and utilizing the rays of the sunday. Cayce died in 1945, long before the laser was invented. The inhabitants of Atlantis spread to Europe and the Americas after the first 2 catastrophes, which, says Cayce, explains similarities of features in distant civilizations. The Atlanteans had become totally destructive before the end. Before this is dismissed as another crank theory, it is worthwhile considering Cayce's success in other spheres. Born in 1877 in Kentucky, the son of a farmer, Cayce wanted to be a preacher, but had to drop this ambition when he lost his voice at the age of 21. A traveling hypnotist put Cayce to sleep and told him to speak in a normal voice. Cayce did, but when he woke up, the laryngitis was back. A local hypnotist now asked Cayce to describe what was wrong with his vocal cords. Under hypnosis, Cayce did exactly this, and also prescribed the remedy, hypnotic suggestion, to increase circulation in the throat. It was tried, and worked. Lane, the hypnotist, asked Cayce if he could give him a reading on a stomach ailment. Cayce allowed himself to be put to sleep, and tried it. His prescribed treatment again worked. Cayce's reputation spread around the town, and he devoted all the time he could spare from his photography business to giving readings to the sick. There were occasional misses, but on the whole the diagnoses were weirdly accurate, and the treatments prescribed effective. He always refused to take money, except occasionally for rail fares to distant towns. Cayce's powers seemed to consist of some kind of traveling clairvoyance, the ability to somehow leave his body when under hypnosis, and examine people in other places. The patient did not have to be present, so long as Cayce knew where to find him. When he woke up, he could not remember anything he had said in the trance. A highly religious man, he was at first afraid that these powers were diabolic, but the help and comfort he was able to give eventually reassured him. In 1923, Cayce awoke from a trance in Dayton, Ohio, to be told that he had asserted the reality of reincarnation, that man is born in many different bodies. At that time Cayce did not himself believe in reincarnation, but when his sleeping self had repeatedly affirmed its reality, he came to terms with it, and incorporated it into his orthodox Christian doctrine. Inevitably, Cayce was asked to give readings of the future. His biographers, and there have been many of them, all assert that these prophecies have been proved accurate again and again. Joseph Millard, for example, cites a whole list of prophecies that have come true. The Wall Street crash, predicted by Cayce in April 1929, 6 months before it happened. 2 presidents who would die in office, Roosevelt and Kennedy. Cayce did not mention names. Of course, the end of the Second World War in 1945, the decisive tank battle of the war, and many others. Cayce also predicted world cataclysms in the period 1958-1998, including the destruction of Los Angeles, San Francisco, and America's eastern coastline. Nostradamus, as will be seen in a subsequent chapter, predicted that 1997 would be the year of some world cataclysm. The references to Atlantis began shortly after Cayce first spoke about reincarnation, in 1923. Giving a life reading on someone called David Greenwood, he described a whole series of previous incarnations, in the reign of Louis XIII of France, as a French tradesman who lived in Greece, under Alexander the Great, in Egypt in prehistoric times, and finally, in Atlantis, where he was heir to the throne. According to Noel Langley, in Edgar Cayce on reincarnation, the Atlanteans, who date back as far as 200,000 BC, were immensely headstrong, commanded powers of extrasensory perception and telepathy, and had electricity and had invented the aeroplane. Their energy source, the Twaya stone or terrible crystal, was eventually so misused by this iron-willed race that it brought about the final catastrophe. Casey's descriptions of these later Atlanteans, who were worshippers of Belial, the god of power, make one suspect that his unconscious mind was using them as parables to illustrate a Christian text. Their karmic debts will take many thousands of lifetimes to pay off, he declares. And he seemed to imply that Hitler and Stalin were reincarnated Atlanteans. Whether Casey's undoubted powers as a transdiagnostician also qualify him as a prophet and historian of Atlantis must be left to the judgment of the individual reader. Perhaps it would be safer to wait until the year 1998 has passed without incident before we dismiss him. Before we pass out of the dim realm of prehistory into the known and recorded history of occultism, in which there is a regrettable amount of charlatanism and pure nonsense, we should bear in mind that magic relates to the hidden part of the psyche. It might be called the science of exploring man's hidden powers. It is based upon a strong intuition that there is more, infinitely more, in life than meets the eye or the everyday senses. And when this idea is clearly grasped as an intuition, it produces an enormous and pleasurable excitement, of the sort that a child feels when wondering what he will find in his Christmas stocking, or when he is going to be taken to the fair. Superstition and charlatanism should not be allowed to affect this state of wonder, for it relates to a reality, no matter how absurd its manifestations may become. It is the recognition of this reality that is the basis of the psychology of Jung. Like Sir Alister Hardy, Jung is convinced of the existence of the collective unconscious. And this leads to what is perhaps his most interesting contribution to psychology, the theory of archetypes. There are certain symbols, he believes, whose meaning can never be pinned down, because, like an electrical cloud, it hangs around them in a fine haze. As the dream reflects my personal life, so the myth represents the life of the race. And the archetypes are symbolic motifs that occur in myths. The hero with 1,000 faces, whose history Mr. Joseph Campbell traces in the book of that title, is an archetype. A collective image of woman exists in a man's unconscious, says Jung in 2 essays on analytical psychology. This image is projected onto the various women he meets, and since it corresponds to the deepest reality in a man, it may lead to completely unsuitable relations, for he may be trying to fit the woman into a kind of straitjacket. Frida Fordham says of the female archetype in her study of Jung, she has a timeless quality, she often looks young, though there is always the suggestion of years of experience behind her. She is wise, but not formidably so, it is rather that something strangely meaningful clings to her, a secret knowledge or hidden wisdom. She is often connected with the earth, or with water, and she may be endowed with great power. She is also two-sided or has two aspects, a light and a dark. We have again Graves' white goddess, or the two aspects of the goddess in tantric philosophy. The revolutionary aspect of this theory is Jung's notion that the archetypes float around in the collective unconscious and may turn up in dreams that seem to have little connection with the dreamer's personal problems. In Man and His Symbols, Jung describes the dreams of an 8-year-old girl that are full of such mythological symbols. Here we have an explanation of Yeats's symbolic tree of life with its souls, and the Siberian tree of the shamans. Describing Jung's theory of the savage mind, Philip Freund says, it is far less developed in extent and intensity than our own. Functions such as willing and thinking are not yet divided in him, they are preconscious, which means that he does not think consciously, but that thoughts appear for him. The savage cannot claim that he thinks, rather, something thinks in him. One is reminded of Mahler's remark that it is not the music that is composed, but the composer himself. The spontaneity of the act of thinking does not lie, causally, in his awareness, but is still in his unconscious. Moreover, he is incapable of any conscious act of will, he must put himself beforehand into the mood for willing, or let himself be put into it by the shaman's hypnotic suggestion. Philip Freund, Myths of Creation, 1964. This sounds amazingly like Rudolf Steiner's description of the people of Lemuria, the third root race of mankind, who were unable to reason and lived purely on an instinctive level. His Atlantis and Lemuria will be considered later. But in another way, it sounds very much like any of us. Anybody wills better if he puts himself into the mood for willing. Moreover, some external event or suggestion can galvanize my will in a way that seems beyond my conscious power. And this emphasizes again that the conscious me suffers from a kind of permanent power cut. This is because what triggers my willpower are rational calculations and needs, and I seldom put all my heart into them. When some urgency appeals to my deepest reality, the result is a flood of power that amazes me. It may happen in the sexual orgasm. It happened to Nietzsche in a thunderstorm, the sudden overwhelming feeling of well-being. All this emphasizes that rational consciousness is a kind of valve that cuts us off from the full power of the life current inside us. Magic is a recognition of this power, an attempt to devise means of tapping it. Ordinary consciousness could be compared to a picture gallery full of magnificent paintings but lit by dim electric bulbs. The moments of intensity are like a sudden burst of bright sunlight that makes a spectator realize just how dazzling the colors are. Lower states of consciousness do not understand the higher, just as, according to Dr. David Foster, blue light may be regarded as a cybernetic coding for red light, but not vice versa. Jung's psychology goes deeper than that of Freud or his disciples because he emphasizes the superiority of blue light to the red light of rational consciousness. I mention the Jungian concepts at this point because they should be borne in mind continually in considering the subsequent history of magic. It would be pleasant to be able to say that the ancient Egyptians, Chaldeans, Babylonians, and others possessed an understanding of the occult that has been totally lost since that time. It is not true. The basic traditions of magic were no doubt preserved by natural shamans. But from the point of view of man's inner evolution, the civilizations of the 3 millennia before Christ are a disappointment. Man was in between two stools. He had lost touch with the old simplicity that made the magic of the shamans effective, but his science was of the crudest kind. As far as organized knowledge went, these 3 millennia were a Tower of Babel. The Egyptians, the oldest civilization on earth, as far as we know, had more than 2,000 gods. Plato speaks of the tradition of the wisdom of their priests, but what we know of their beliefs, described, for example, in Sir Wallace Budge's Egyptian Religion and Egyptian Magic, hardly bears this out. Egyptian magic was based on words of power. They believed that a word or sentence, uttered correctly, had magical effect, and that this magic power could be transferred to amulets or scarabs. Budge relates some typical stories of Egyptian magic. The priest Chacha Imank was summoned by King Sneferu, who reigned between 2650 and 2500 BC, and asked to relieve his boredom. He recommended that the king take a row on the lake in the company of dancing girls dressed in nets. One of the dancing girls lost her turquoise hair slide in the water. The priest was summoned, and by certain words of power, "Hey cow," made a slab of water rise up and lie on top of another. The ornament was found on the bottom of the lake. Then the priest ordered the water back into its place. Anyone consulting Sir E. A. Wallace Budge's works on Egypt should be warned that his dating is completely unreliable, being usually about 1,200 years out. He attributes the reign of Cheops, Khufu, to 3,800 BC instead of about 2,600 BC. The magician Teta, who lived in the reign of Sneferu and his son Cheops, knew how to fasten a head on a body after it had been cut off, according to an ancient manuscript. Then someone brought to him a goose, and having cut off its head, he laid the body on the west side of the colonnade, and the head on the east side. Teta then stood up and spake certain words of magical power, whereupon the body began to move and the head likewise, and each time they moved the one came nearer to the other, until at length the head moved to its right place on the bird, which straightway cackled. Teta went on to perform the same miracle on an ox. And the historian Masudi describes a Jewish sorcerer, a pupil of Egyptian priests, who cut off a man's head and joined it on again, and who also transformed himself into a camel and walked on a tightrope. There would be no point in speculating whether this was all done by hypnotism. Quite obviously, these people were absurdly credulous. Their state of mind was the kind that can still be found in many country villages today. In a recent British television program, The Family of Man, a woman who specialized in prenatal care described some of the extraordinary beliefs still held by middle-class people in Esher, Surrey, that if a cat jumped up at a pregnant woman's stomach, the baby would be born with some deformity, and that if she found a spider on her, the baby would be born with a spider mark on the same spot. People love stories of horrors and wonders. W.B. Yeats tells of a widely believed Dublin story to the effect that Sir William Wilde, Oscar Wilde's father, took out the eyes of a patient and left them on a chair while he went to get a surgical instrument. In the meantime, the cat ate them. In 1969 there was a story about two young thugs who castrated a boy in a public lavatory in central London while the child's mother waited outside. This caused such widespread indignation that a Surrey newspaper printed a denial by a responsible police official. Such a story is invented by someone with a morbid turn of mind, and then circulated purely for its shock value. One can see the same psychology at work in the anecdotes of Egyptian magic recounted by Sir Wallace Budge. The most interesting thing about Egyptian magic, perhaps the only interesting thing, is its confirmation of listeners' guess that the reason Cro-Magnon man stopped manufacturing images of human beings is that they were believed to have magical properties. One of Budge's anecdotes concerns a wronged husband who destroyed his wife's lover by making a wax crocodile, which the husband's steward was ordered to throw into the river when the lover went to bathe himself. It turned into a real crocodile and carried off the lover. The wife was burnt to death. Another story concerns King Nectanebus, who overcame the navy of his enemies by holding a mock battle with model ships on a large bowl of water. The Book of the Dead, a work containing the rituals to be recited over the body of a dead man to ensure his progress in the afterworld, describes how the serpent Apep can be overcome, by making a wax figure of Apep with his name written on it, in green, and drawing the serpent on a sheet of papyrus. These must be burned on a fire of Kesa grass 4 times a day, and then the ashes mixed with excrement and burned again. It was also necessary to keep spitting on the wax image of Apep as he burned. Budge asserts that Aristotle gave Alexander the Great a box full of wax figures representing his enemies. Tradition says that Aristotle taught Alexander words of power to keep these enemies subdued. Orion does not mention this in his Life of Alexander. Wax images could be used for less negative purposes, cure of ailments, and for obtaining the love of a woman. Images called Shabdi figures were placed in the tomb with the deceased, and were supposed to work for him and to serve as his scapegoat in the underworld. The Book of the Dead gives perhaps the fullest insight into the incredible complexity of Egyptian religious beliefs, for its 190 chapters deal with all the perils which the soul of the deceased might encounter in its night-long journey to the underworld, Amentet. They include spells to ward off various serpents, monsters in human form with tails, crocodiles, giant beetles and jackals, all of these really demons in animal form, and spells to prevent the heart being stolen and the advent of a second death. Compared to the Tibetan Book of the Dead, whose purpose is identical but which recognizes that all the perils are products of man's own mind, it is a crude farrago. But remarks accurately, from Egypt, by way of Greece and Rome, the use of wax figures passed into Western Europe and England, and in the Middle Ages it found great favor with those who interested themselves in the working of the black art, or who wished to do their neighbor or enemy an injury. What he fails to point out is that there is a difference between the shamanic use of an image to direct the mind clearly to its objective, whether to work black or white magic, and the belief that the image itself, inscribed with words of power, possesses magical properties. The truth is that in spite of their reputation as wise men and magicians, the Egyptians did not possess the single-minded qualities of northern shamans. They had the easygoing Mediterranean temperament. Their fertile land made them prosperous. The rich were very rich. They took pride in personal cleanliness and lived in houses that would still be considered luxurious in modern California. They had a rigid caste system: royalty, nobility, priests, scribes, artisans, and so on. Like their riches, their culture was almost accidental, for it depended upon a convenient writing material called papyrus which grew in wide leaves in the river. If they had been restricted to clay and stone, like the Babylonians, the art of reading and writing might have been less widespread. Papyrus was to Egypt of the second millennium what the paperback book is to the 20th century. Because of extreme class differences, it suited the rulers to have an elaborate religion, which was based upon the worship of the sun god, Ra. When it suited the upper classes, the religion could be modified, as when the first great queen, Hatshepsut, who ruled at about the time Santorini exploded, gave the god Osiris a partly feminine nature for her own benefit. It was like the Russian rewriting of history. In spite of their military victories and large empire, the Egyptians were lazy, and averse to serious thinking. It took conquest by a barbaric army of shepherds, the Hyksos kings, 1680 to 1580 BC, to stir the Egyptians out of their sloth and turn them into a fighting nation. The Battle of Armageddon, or Megiddo, was the first great victory of Thutmose III, the husband of the late Queen Hatshepsut, who went on to build an empire like that of Alexander the Great. But the new militarism did nothing to improve the quality of Egyptian intellectual life, unless the monotheistic sun religion created by the pharaoh Akhenaten, about 1375 BC, is counted as an intellectual achievement. Their science was almost non-existent, their mathematics remained crude. Like the Chinese, they tended to respect antiquity for its own sake, and so their medicine was a mixture of up-to-date observation and old wives' remedies out of ancient books. Their religion suffered from the same confusion, due to an aversion to discarding any link with the past. They were highly sexed, and the sexual exploits of their gods were nearly as disgraceful as those of the Greeks. Horus loses his temper with his mother, Isis, and chops off her head. His elder brother Set pursues him, and they end by sleeping in the same bed. Set sodomizes Horus in the night, but Horus masturbates on a lettuce that Set eats for his dinner, and his sperm makes Set pregnant. In spite of their embalming skill, the Egyptian knowledge of anatomy was extremely limited. And so the absurd and Rabelaisian the old Egyptian victory story goes on. After a few centuries of military victory, the old Egyptian laziness reasserted itself, and the nation drooped slowly into luxurious decadence. I have spoken at some length about the Egyptians because I do not propose to devote more space to the magic of the ancient world. The Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Hittites, the Persians, the Greeks, and Romans all embraced a farrago of absurdities not unlike the Egyptian system. The Greeks, having the liveliest intellects of the Near East, also had the least belief in magic, although they believed, like the Egyptians, in dreams and divinations. Their oracles, of which the one at Delphi was the most famous, were virtually shamans, and, like the shaman, she went into terrifying convulsions when inspired. The Persian mages, from whom the word magic derives, will be discussed later in connection with Zoroaster. They were a priest cult like the Egyptian priesthood. The Romans were as superstitious as the Egyptians. Robert Graves' two Claudius novels give a fair picture of their endless preoccupation with auguries, oracles, and omens, and their attempts to foretell the future by the flight of birds or the intestines of animals. Apuleius's Golden Ass touches on the lighter side of these beliefs. For example, the story of the student Telebron, who agrees to spend the night watching over a dead body to protect it from witches who want to tear off the nose and ears with their teeth. The witches cast a spell over Telebron and eat his nose and ears, replacing them with pink wax. He only discovers this much later when he touches them. There is nothing in the magic of the Golden Ass or the Claudius novels that rises above absurdity and superstition. In this respect, belief in omens, the Greeks were little better. The sailing of the whole Attic fleet was delayed in the 4th century BC because a soldier sneezed, but their general, Timotheus, laughed them out of it by pointing out that if the gods had really wanted to communicate a warning, they would have made the whole fleet sneeze. The belief in astrology comes under a different heading. Astrology was generally accepted, and no doubt most of its practitioners were as fraudulent as most ancient magicians, but this should be regarded as a descendant of shamanism rather than as a stepchild of sorcery. There are certain people who are naturally gifted in divination, whether by the I Ching, tarot cards, or the reading of palms. If such people become astrologers, no doubt their readings can possess frightening accuracy. Occult points out in the strange world of the astrologers that some astrologers can produce astounding results, while others, working from the same material, details of the subject's hour of birth, are completely inaccurate. It is a matter of natural talent, and of how carefully these natural intuitive powers have been nurtured. I have tried to outline the development of man's hidden powers from the dawn of history to its Tower of Babel period, the period of degeneration. When a man's head is full of superstitions and beliefs, he is insulating himself from his natural magical powers. When he melts the wax figure of an enemy, he is putting himself into a trivial and vengeful state of mind that is the reverse of true shamanism, and certainly of any sort of mysticism. There is a negative and stupid side to magic that should be acknowledged and condemned. Ivor Listener describes how the Ainus of northern Japan carefully rear a bear cub, the women of the tribe suckling it at their breasts. One day it is tied to a stake, and blunt arrows are fired at it to enrage it. It is also beaten with rods. When it has been tormented into a state of exhaustion, it is dispatched with a sharp arrow, and ceremonially eaten. The idea is that its soul will intercede for the tribe in heaven. This kind of thing should be classified with a case cited by Butch, in which an Irish labourer, with the help of several cronies, burned his 27-year-old wife because he thought she was a witch. Boiling liquid was poured down her throat, after which she was stripped and set on fire with paraffin. She was then forced to sit on the fire to drive out the witch that possessed her. While she died of burns, he recited incantations over her, and then sent for the priest to exorcise the house of evil spirits. The husband was sentenced to 20 years in jail, and the cronies to shorter periods. This took place in 1895 in Tipperary. More than 100 years earlier, Gibbon, writing about the superstitions of the Romans and their witch hunts with his usual magnificent invective, remarked, "Let us not hesitate to indulge a liberal pride that, in the present age, the enlightened part of Europe has abolished a cruel and odious prejudice, which reigned in every climate of the globe and adhered to every system of religious opinions." The self-congratulation was premature.